Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 751. The 40th chapter of the Mingshan biography. Little unclearance. Surrounded by a stunned, even puzzled, it was Yin Xiaochu's sword that broke Li Qingshan's sword and squatted on him. Even if he didn't have a hit, he would kill. But with such a divine weapon, at least a little effort, Li Qingshan is a dead end. How is the backhand Yin Zongchu admit defeat? Yin Xiaochu was also full of unwillingness in the eyelids. The failure came too suddenly, and it was full of unreal feelings. Then I understood it and suddenly fell from the successful peak. At the moment of the sword edge, he was shocked. The other party is obviously not a sword cultivator. The sword intent is not under him. Although still relying on the sharpness of the river-shattering sword, the cut Li Qingshan's sword fell on Li Qingshan's body, but could not advance an inch. Li Qingshan showed the state of demonization in his right hand. The 5 fingers were as sharp as a knife, and he held the river-shattering sword tightly. Demon Chi twitched between the 5 fingers. He didn't rely on Bull Demon great strength, but with the power of Demon Martial, he easily suppressed the powerful river-shattering sword. If he puts on a better sword, even if it's just a different grade's magical artifact, the situation is not the case now. And his demon suppression catalog only reveals the tip of the iceberg. Yin Xiaochu thought in his heart, and raised a deep unwillingness. Even if the real strength of the opponent was not seen, he would have to admit defeat. This feeling is really not very good. But if the failure is unacceptable, then it is not qualified to be the owner of the river-shattering sword. However, for Yin Xiaochu's decisive admit defeat, Li Qingshan was also somewhat surprised, thinking that he would struggle again. Just let him show off the power of the demon suppression catalog and announce that he has crossed the second heavenly tribulation and waited for Seeking's ear to proceed to the next step. Li Qingshan let go of the river-shattering sword and follow the example. I think you can try it again. After all, I haven't hurt you yet. No, I am not your opponent. It is the same way to try again 1,000 times 10,000 times. Fellow Taoist is a high-profile, well-deserved name. Yin Xiaochu stepped back and took the sword back. He handed a bow. River-shattering sword. Different Verdant Ruins sword can neither create the Verdant Ruins illusion nor allow the sword to become the invincible. River-shattering sword's sword intent is a concise and decisive decision. A sword is thrown out, no matter if it is a person who is in front of a ghost, it is a demon, must be cut off. Although it is just a sword, he has devoted all his efforts. Now that the word intent has been frustrated, it's just a matter of self-defeating. Just really want to know how strong his strength is. That's it. Li Qingshan sighed, knowing that he should put some water, at least for 100 rounds. At the beginning, Fu Qingjin was able to push the North Moon into a desperate situation, but now Yin Xiaochu, who is stronger than Fu Qingjin, can't even do Li Qingshan. Sure enough, expert is lonely, but I have to work hard to become more lonely. Dare to ask fellow Taoist, what is realm now? Yin Xiaochu couldn't help but ask. He really couldn't figure it out. He didn't even have a magical artifact on the other side. He could beat him with river-shattering sword. The understanding of Sword Dao should be similar. Although the demon suppression catalog is strong, what is his cultivation is not the secret sword of Hidden Sword Palace. The kid is quite acquainted. Li Qingshan praised her heart and said, you don't have to be too discouraged. I have spent second heavenly tribulation. Realm is a good one. Otherwise, this battle, the winner is not known. How old are you? Yin Xiaochu was shocked. Every heavenly tribulation was a huge watershed for the cultivator. Such a simple answer, he never thought of it, is because it is incredible, depending on the age of the other party. How could you cross second heavenly tribulation? Even in the Hidden Sword Palace genius, it is extremely rare. In a small place like Clear River Prefecture, how can he do it without a teacher? The retreat time is too long. I don't remember much. It's less than 30 years old. It's also the goal of finishing the beginning, not letting the world laugh. I brag. Ha ha ha. Yin Xiaochu couldn't speak, and it seemed to be defeated in the hands of Li Qingshan. He was hit harder. He challenged the genius characters of Verdant Province, and he was genius in genius. Now, A party is not as good as his face, but he is far behind him and embarks on a higher realm. In addition to Hua Chengzhen, who knows Li Qingshan's other identity, everyone else is stunned. What does it mean to cross second heavenly tribulation? Everyone knows that the party that opened the sect is just waiting for it. 9 provinces is not a walk unhindered, but it is also free to come and threaten. There are few. What it means to go through second heavenly tribulation before the age of 30 is hard to say. Does it mean that you have a great grasp of third heavenly tribulation and truly become one of the rulers of 9 provinces in this world? It's not too late, then you will challenge. Danking, how is your painting? Li Qingshan screamed. It's done. Chu Danking stopped writing. Li Qingshan walked over and painted 2 figures. Although her figure was vague and she didn't even have the 5 senses, she completely showed the different temperament of the 2 people. It made people Li Xiangshan and Yin at first sight. Xiaochu is coming, and the 2 swords are even more exciting. It seems to be jumping out. The name of the painting was also written, according to Li Qingshan, called Water Sword Breaking River Shattering Sword, but the problem is that the scene that Chu Danking painted is exactly the scene of Yin Xiaochu's sword, River Shattering Sword. Hey! You really will seize the opportunity. This is to let people who don't know the war see. I will not laugh at me. Chu Danking said, this war is already famous in the world, no one knows. The same is true. Li Qingshan nodded, his original purpose is this. At this time, behind the voice of Yin Xiaochu, please also fellow Taoist to fight with me. Li Qingshan did not expect him to continue to challenge, secretly thought. I just experienced a big defeat. I can immediately cheer up. This person's heart is called resolute determination. Hidden Sword Palace Training of the Discipline, 10 Exalted Swords Descendant. It's not a sneak peek. I don't know how Zijian is going. Wait a minute to ask. Next, Yin Xiaochu challenged the people present, not only defeated everyone, but also all the swords were broken. If not Li Qingshan, this night will make his record even more brilliant, once again named Verdant Province. However, nowadays, even the people who are being challenged are somewhat absent-minded. From time to time, they look to Li Qingshan. They seem to be watching a monster that they have never seen before. The eyes are filled with surprise and awe. The group will soon end, and as the crowd dissipated, Li Qingshan passed through the second heavenly tribulation and spread quickly. Yin Xiaochu first reported the matter to Hidden Sword Palace. Hidden Sword Palace Lord also sighed. Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple has a disappointing discipline. Such a talented person, it is rare to see it in 100 years. At this moment, Elder of Heavenly Mystery rushed in, arching, Palace Lord, just got the news. Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple Disciple 1 thought broke life and death off, transcending tribulation succeeded, became the youngest in Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple history. The first one is younger than Li Qingshan. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for the recommended ticket, monthly pass. Your support, it is my biggest motivation. Mobile users please read. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for the recommended ticket, monthly pass. Your support is my biggest motivation. Mobile users please read. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 752. The 41st Chapter Cloud Rain Event. Everyone's mind. Clear River Prefecture City. Brightly lit, although it is already at the beginning of the day, the streets are still crowded. Lively, dazzling lights, lively stage, all attract people to stop. Like a grand festival. But today is not any festival. Most of the civilians did not know why they celebrated. They only knew that the prefecture governor had made a big splash, and the whole city became bustling. It was vaguely known because of Red Eagle Commander Li Qingshan. However, the entire cultivation road of Ruai County is shaking, and the name of Li Qingshan is resounding in Verdant Province and passing to other states. The Cloud and Rain building is full of lights and is holding a grand banquet. It is constantly coming in and coming into the building, but at least it is necessary to spend a Heavenly Tribulation Foundation establishment cultivator to qualify for the top floor. And the words and deeds are a little more careful. At the corner of Gotai, Gyaniying is talking to Han Nanjun. Han Nanjun, who has always been grim, also smiles a little. Ruai Marquis is on the side of the party. Around them, they have crossed the second core cultivator of second heavenly tribulation. Although there was less because of the catastrophe of the 9 prefectures combat challenge, and everyone converges on the atmosphere, the momentum that is invisibly emanating is still a feeling of repression. Come on. Gyaniying suddenly looked back at the sky. In the eyes of the public, Li Qingshan and Han Qiangzi descended from the sky. Li Qingshan has a black and blue color, and the temperament is like a mountain. Han Qiangzi is also dressed in a costume, a fire-red palace dress, bright and beautiful. The appearance of the outline is very good. It's really a girl's appearance. It's like a perfect match. There were still people who couldn't understand Han family's initiative to pursue a country boy. The rumor was strongly opposed by Han Nanjun, because she almost had to fall out with Han family, and finally she stayed in a double occupation with no name. Although the cultivation road is not as elaborate as the mundane world, it is almost a laughing stock in the aristocratic family in Clear River Prefecture and even in Ruai County. Han Qiangzi is a flower idiot. Only Han Qiangzi never cares about these gossips, and Li Qingshan has no time to listen to such gossip. Now no one does not admire Han Qiangzi's vision, so he is so talented enough to prosper a big sect, set up an aristocratic family no less than Han family. Han Nanjun, no matter how optimistic about this relationship, cannot help but be headed slightly, from the perspective of a cultivator, cannot help but admire. He appreciated Li Qingshan from the very beginning. The reason why he refused to accept him as his own son-in-law was not rumored to be too low for Li Qingshan. On the contrary, it is worried that her daughter is not enough to control such a man. And in fact it is. According to his life, the woman with this volume is probably only beside her, holding a folding fan, and slightly laughing. Gyaniying. Fortunately, she quits the feelings of men and women. It is impossible to have any thoughts on Li Qingshan, otherwise her daughter is really fierce. Li Qingshan is also not irresponsible. This is equivalent to once again affirming the relationship with Han Qiangzi. Han Taii is also happy for her sister. His brother-in-law acted quite a bit, and it was 100,000 miles away from the word infatuation, and finally did not live up to her sister's deep affection. Daughter, you have to say it, or you know Commander Li first, as if you saved him at that time. Hua family patriarch said to Hua Chenglu in the little Hua garden on the roof. The words are full of regrets. Rao is Hua Chenglu. After experiencing enlightened people with perfect wisdom, she has matured a lot. At this time, she can't help but roll her father's eyes and look up. She was still a little girl at the time, ignorant of the things of men and women, and now I think about it, there is a slight regret. If at that time she is the first to shoot, with his own charm, this erotic big brother will not refuse it. Hey, everything is preconceived. Suddenly shook his head. What are you thinking about? Han's sister is taking me as a pro-sister. How can I think so shameful? I am not envious of this scenery, but I just want to stay with him just now. I am very unforgettable when I am thinking about it. The woman is really the most truthless. I suddenly understand my brother. Since I am so emotional, I look at other men. What interest is not as good as cultivation? Hua Chenglun sighs slightly. This is a good thing. At least she is not obsessed with the word love like Hua Chengzhen. Because of Gyaniying's sake, Hua Chengzhen didn't appear tonight. Even if he drank 1,000 cups of forgetting water, if he saw goodbye, he would still fall in love at first sight. This is his own business. Hua family patriarch shaking his head. Han family is really big. However, I also understand that even though his daughter is willing, he may not agree, and the opposition is definitely more intense than Han Nanjun, who can think of a country boy, can actually reach this step in just 10 years. With their different minds, everyone turned to Li Qingshan to look at their different eyes. Li Qingshan was able to look down and smile. This celebration is Liu Chenqing's proposal. If Li Qingshan's temperament is not necessarily accepted, he will agree to it if he considers his plan. But since it is here, you don't have to pay attention to what is loc. Tonight, when the name of Li Qingshan is passed down to the world, I will complete the wilderness of the mountain village boy. In an instant, Li Qingshan is full of momentum, demon chi, hostility skyrocketing, starry month and no light. Everyone feels a huge pressure to press down, full of oppression and aggressiveness, and breathing is not smooth. If this power is only spread without any goal in all directions, not for anyone, except for those golden core cultivators, no one can afford to live. And those golden core cultivators are even more dumbstruck. Isn't he just crossed second heavenly tribulation? How strong is it? Really, the people present are probably not many people who are his opponents. On a tall tower in the distance, Yin Xiaochu stood up with a sword and silently closed his eyes and felt the breath. He sighed. Is this the demon suppression catalog? It is really powerful. No, not only the cultural technique, but also because this person, Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple, has such a wonderful talent. Hidden Sword Palace's younger generation of discipline, no one except eldest senior brother can cover him. Fortunately, not from profound Yin sect, otherwise it will become a big trouble. Don't show off. Go on. Han Qiangzi quietly stunned Li Qingshan. He was so attracted by so many people that he was a little proud at first, and he was not unrestrained for a long time. Is it not for you to be a long face? Li Qingshan smiled. Sound transmission. Hey, I see you are happy for yourself. Han Qiangzi said that after a few years of retreat, it was no problem. After the customs clearance, the first person to be found turned out to be Hua Chenglu. She even knew that he had gone through the notice. Li Qingshan knows what she is dying. He follows the principle of the lion fights rabbits and uses all strengths. The half-volume cursive sword script from Ink Feather is completely refining and then handed over to Chu Danking. Among them, Sword Intent, used for 2 days. The time is tight. There is no time to find her. Han Qiangzi was angry, and even he and Yin Xiaochu's duel did not go to see. Of course, also know that he had already crossed second heavenly tribulation. There is no failure, let alone the danger of life. Li Qingshan also knows that something is wrong. He advised, the branch is not right for the husband, and you have to be angry. Tonight, I will make a good compensation for the husband to solve the problem of the couple's love for the past few years. I don't want to, you go to other women to go on fun. Han Qiangzi refused, but her heart was soft. She was very curious about what she was going to do, and she could not forgive the man who was arrogant. As long as he said a few sweet words, she could anger her and all of them would be eliminated. Which woman can compare with my family? Li Qingshan laughed and landed on the Cloud and Rain building. She did not deliberately converge and did not intend to release it. She surrounded her face and said some scenes. Then she went to the table and toasted the golden core cultivator. The first one is naturally Han Nanjun. The old man did not say anything and drank the wine in the cup. Then came Gu Yanying, the commander Gu, congratulations, and said, you can come to my obeying Feng Shui pavilion tomorrow. Li Qingshan said, I have this intention. Then Li Qingshan had a drink and was full of upstairs. Yan Rongzi took her eyes off and began to patrol the Cloud and Rain building, which is the responsibility of her White Wolf Guard. Suddenly there was a voice, is Qianzia Senior? Yan Rongzi looking back, I saw a handsome young man standing there and said, Underling Xuan, also from the Clear River Prefecture 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy, and now still in Taoism cultivation. I have heard your predecessor's name. Yan Rongzi heard this name and is a rising star of the Clear River Prefecture 100 Philosophical Scriptures Academy. It has been famous for years. However, she has seen too many genius in her life, not to mention Li Qingshan and Little An, even her own now. They have all been crowned with the name of genius. They have received the lyrics of Yin Xiaochu, but they simply ignored it. So I don't think that such a small chi-refining warrior has something worthy of his care. He just thinks that his eyes are sincere, his temperament is mild, and he has inexplicably brought back a trace of distant memories. Is there a problem? The next morning, the obeying Feng Shui pavilion, the lotus blossoms, the fragrance is overflowing. Li Qingshan sits opposite Gu Yanying and enjoys a good time. Gu Yanying put down the teapot. So, you are determined to go to Mist Province. Li Qingshan smiled and said, the world is compelling. With my cultivation base, I can't do Red Eagle Commander anymore. And as far as I know, Verdant Province has no spare location for me. Guyanning said, and now, with your name, neither the Imperial Court nor the Eagle Wolf Guard, you can't leave. Even the Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple can't help. It's a good thing and a bad thing. Passing the heavenly tribulation before the age of 30, even the Imperial Court cannot be ignored. It is necessary to leave it in the system. Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple, although Megatron Verdant Province, is not possible with Eagle Wolf Guard or even Diaxia Dynasty contends. Right, you should go back to Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple. This is not anxious. Li Qingshan intends to deduct the Demon Suppression Catalog before the 7th layer to peak, and then to the Demon Suppressing Temple th level. Your little girl has already gone out. Li Qingshan stunned, and said, Little An is out. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for the recommended ticket, monthly pass. Your support is my biggest motivation. Mobile users, please read Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 753. Chapter 42, A Long-Awaited Reunion, Little An and Me. Guyanning said, just got the news. This is great. Li Qingshan got up and hated not to go to Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple right away, but walked around and sat down again. After the primary and secondary scores, Little An crossed the second heavenly tribulation. But I am afraid to become the first, and to learn Heavenly Dragon meditation chant, to meet him. Now I am rushing over, I'm afraid I have to eat the door, or plan to act. Sea King will not let the chance of revenge. You are afraid to have a lot of danger in Mist Province, and it is not just from Sea King. Guyanning tapped the palm with a jade fracture fan. Since Mist Province is known as the Unable Place, it is naturally full of hostility to the lawyer's spokesperson Eagle Wolf Guard. In addition to these most superficial contradictions, there are many hidden crises. Either the most not offended is offended, but also afraid of what is dangerous. Li Qingshan smiled, can still be sinisterly defeated by Inxi's Dragon King. His relationship with Mist Province Monster King, Great Banyan Tree King, can still be good. Guyanning smiled, the same is true. You don't have to be too happy to promise. I will help you fight for it, and there will be compensation for Eagle Wolf Guard. Then there is work. It's just a matter of raising your hand, right? Which county do you want to go to? Southern Sea County. Guyanning said, it's simple. Mist Province is no more dangerous than the Southern Sea County. Although I shouldn't ask, I am a bit curious. How do you suddenly want to go so far? Promise to accompany a person to the shore of the Southern Sea. Woman, friend. Leave the obeying Feng Shui Pavilion and come to the immortal cave in Han Qiangzi. Han Qiangzi is waiting, seeing him back, and busy asking, King Shan, how does Commander Ge say? It seems that I want to be promoted. Li Qingshan sat down with a smile and picked her up on her lap. Where to go? It's a big trip to Southern Sea County. Southern Sea County. Han Qiangzi lost his voice. In the record of Eagle Wolf Guard, there are few more dangerous places than Southern Sea County, but there are examples of White Eagle Commander and White Wolf Commander. Don't worry, the husband is going to experience it. There are not a few who can hurt the world. Then I will go with you. You have peace of mind cultivation. I have no worries. Li Qingshan said in a soft voice. Han Qiangzi also understands this truth. With her strength, even if she goes, she can't help him, but it is easy to become cumbersome, so that he can't show his fists. Then you will wait for Little An to go out and go. She will help you. She has already gone out. Great. Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple is probably not going to put their best disciples. Follow me to Mist Province for adventure. Li Qingshan shook his head and was not very optimistic about it. Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple is just like a thief-like defense against him. He can't let him and Little An never see each other. What can I do? Han Qiangzi said. What do you do? I am not muddy, even if I am alone. I can turn Mist Province upside down. Li Qingshan saw her brows wrinkled, her heart moved, smiled and pinched her cheek, held her tightly. kissed her oracle, and said softly, Kyungzi, 3 years of mourning has passed, we can formally marry it is. Han Kyungzi is very moving, but he said, is it the past, isn't it official? Of course. That's not enough. This kind of thing is not in a hurry. Now you still have to hurry up and cultivate. I don't want to be a widow just married. Han Kyungzi broke away from his arms. Li Qingshan, think about it too. If you don't even have a honeymoon, you have to go to the Southern Sea, which is not very good. Then he smiled and said, Mrs. Gather less and leave more, bitter. We will come back again. Samadhi skeleton fire is burning. A white bone Sarira spins with a wise mindful Buddha nature. Dragon chant's voice, sometimes low and sometimes high, seems to be slowly telling an eternal verse. A pair of scorpions suddenly opened, clear and innocent, like a glass. Little Un sits cross-legged under a green body tree. Looking around, there is a boundless blank. There is nothing else besides this tree. The place is called Body Airspace and is a small world similar to Azura Field. It is a cultivation place provided by Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple. There is nothing outside of the body, nothing outside the heart, and the concept of time becomes nothing. If the mind is not strong, the lack of wisdom is not only useless, but harmful. There have been countless high monks in the past, but there are also many, chi deviation, who are insane. But for her, there is no difference between this and the prosperous world. Only one person is gone. Li Qingshan cultivated for a few more days in the immortal cave. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and went outside the immortal cave, looking in the direction of Great Buddha Mountain. After thinking about it, I finally couldn't help but go to Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple. Under the Great Buddha Mountain, the pilgrims are still rubbing their shoulders and screaming, coming from all directions to worship. Suddenly a glimmer of light comes. The Shaoshan monk shouted, who is here? On the Great Buddha Mountain, no flight is allowed. Li Qingshan fell in front of the mountain gate and said, Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple layman disciple Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan. The public was surprised, and who had not heard of the name, the hacker quickly went back to pass. A moment later, on the Great Buddha Mountain, the bells and drums rang, the portal opened, and monk was welcome. Foyon's life, etc., has always been heard, and finally enjoyed it once today. Li Qingshan smiled lightly. He used to go to the mountain with little Un, but he suffered a lot. Today, he crossed the second heavenly tribulation, and before the age of 30, such a talented, Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple also had to lower his posture, to consider his mood and thoughts. He strode forward and went straight to the top of the Great Buddha Mountain. Even if he arrived at the front of the inner court, he did not stop. He went straight to the front of the Dakshin Hall and stopped to look at it. Undaunted monk was centered and surrounded by the first courtyard. Behind me is Buddha, overlooking all beings. It stands to reason that layman disciple, even if it is a true inner court disciple, does not necessarily qualify for the Dakshin Hall. But now, Li Qingshan is no longer obstructed. He passed the high threshold, folded his hands and took a ritual. Disciple Li Qingshan, see Undaunted Abbot, and Masters Amitabha. In the sound of the Buddha, all the people are returning to the ceremony, and there is no more arrogance. Undaunted monk's face is solemn, and Li Qingshan is looked up and down. The rumor is not false. He did live through second heavenly tribulation. Excuse me, Abbot, where is Little Un? Li Qingshan is no nonsense. Straight into the knife. Undaunted monk said, One Thought is currently studying Heavenly Dragon meditation chant, ready to succeed as the leader of the colorless scorpion, and I can't see you for the time being. Li Qingshan really said, I don't know how long this will take. Heavenly Dragon meditation chant is the foundation of Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple. The Buddhist law is magnificent and profound. If you want to fully integrate it, it will be 30 or 50 years. And more than 180 years. One Thought is unnatural, intelligent and fearful. It has to be 8 years and 8 years. The first one's nod said, Abbot makes sense. I started studying Heavenly Dragon meditation chant 30 years ago. Now I feel that I have only learned a little superficial knowledge. Yeah, the Buddhist law is boundless. It takes a lifetime, no, it is the life of the world to comprehend and explore. Li Qingshan screamed in the heart, I am going, this group of dead bald donkey, that is your understanding is too low. Then Undaunted Monk was a coercive and tempted one, trying to get Li Qingshan to be ordained and become the official discrimin of Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple, saying that he would be able to become the first Arhat in the first place. There are countless other benefits, and it's not a matter of cooking and drinking. The other first members also followed the help. Let Li Qingshan be bothered, and suddenly screamed, enough! You dare to roar the temple? Undaunted Monk's eyes glanced and Vajra glared. Li Qingshan spread his hands and looked lazy. The masters spared me. I absolutely must not be monk. I have neither Buddha nature nor intelligence root, good life, good food, red pink lady. I don't have all the monks when I come to the heavens. You are a strange demon, and I am not careful to convert to my Buddha. Amitabha, the sea is boundless, turning back is the shore. Then I will swim all over the world and follow the crowd. Undaunted Monk Vajra glared and glared, but he really couldn't help him. If it is a normal discipline, dare to speak in the Dakshin Hall, he has been directly surrendered to him, and he has been inspected in the discipline. The crowds also shook their heads and sighed. Li Qingshan took out a look of not afraid of the sky, but he was distressed in his heart. How to see little and just say a few words, if it is really hard, then Undaunted Monk has to deal with him in the face of Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple. At this moment, a soft voice came from behind. Qingshan. Li Qingshan looked back. A young woman stood in front of the stage, wearing a light greatcoat, and it was difficult to cover her national grace, divine fragrance, a seaweed-like long black hair, falling to the foot, clear and flawless, in the scorpion full of deep joy. When he saw him, he smiled, and the temple was also bleak. Little and the two took a step at the same time, just in front of this Dakshin Hall. Hold that together. In an instant, Li Qingshan felt that the heart was very fulfilling, and Little Anne was like a glazed eye. There are only one other in the eye, forgetting everything around you. Undaunted Monk's brow wrinkled and almost couldn't help but shoot it. The expressions of the public are different, or they raise their eyebrows, or they open their eyes, or lick their lips, or twist their noses. They are also unspeakable. Such a scene appeared in front of the Dakshin Hall of Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple in the first Buddhist monasteries in Verdant Province. She was arranged in a cultivation called body, where she was isolated. Even if she could come out, how could she know that he came to Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple? Undaunted Monk was puzzled. You are growing up again. Li Qingshan touched her face, only felt calm, but did not move the slightest thought. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for the recommended ticket, monthly pass. Your support is my biggest motivation. Mobile users please read Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 754. Chapter 43, Fearless Fury. Anglus Sai. Rao is Undaunted Monk's heart cultivation base. At this time, he can't help but sigh. He said, the obstacles are not separated quickly. The voice of dragon chant is implicit, and Heavenly Dragon meditation chant has been used. For a time, Li Qingshan felt that his heart was swaying, and he couldn't let go of Little and himself, but he calmed down and said, why is Abbott so? The pure land of Buddhism, is it so dare? A few years from the close relatives, what is the hug? Abbott has a heart, and the mind is colorless. Li Qingshan did not show weakness. Little Un stood by his side without a word, clutching his cloak, his face with a faint smile, and where it was like the one thought in the crowd. Undaunted Monk is even more angry. He has adopted the Buddhist law for many years. It is Li Qingshan who can fool this kind of hapas. At this moment, there was a voice coming from Haoshan. Bad boy, came to Great Buddha Mountain, dare not come to see the teacher first. Just look at the mountain, don't hurry to roll me over. Yes, master. Abbot master, I will leave. Li Qingshan was happy to squat down the slope, and then he walked out of the hall and walked back to the mountain. Little Un followed suit. Even though they have not seen each other for several years, they have experienced each other, and even the description has changed a lot. However, This situation is no different from the past. Angelus Monk squatted on her chest and stood sideways on the stone tablet of demon-suppressing temple. She looked at Li Qingshan with a smile, full of gratification, and her own discipline was so eager. He was also a master. But when I saw Little Un behind him, it was a bit helpless. Little Un has been known as Great Buddha Mountain for many years. Whether it is a Buddhist classic, a debate, or even a cultivation, plus the fighting's innate skill, it is far better than the average person. It has become the most ever in Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple. Strong Star of Hope. After crossing the second heavenly tribulation and condensing the Sarira, it became a pivotal figure in the Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple. Li Qingshan was nearly 30 years old. She is only in her early 20s if she is old. And the reincarnation of the living Buddha of Secret Faction is not so powerful. Originally, her evaluation was very confident to become a monk king. The current evaluation has changed to the potential of ascending. If it is not a woman, it is the host of the next Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple. If anyone dares to move her now, Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple will work hard with him. That is, Li Qingshan is the discipline of Angelus Monk. It is also considered to be the self-family of Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple, and it is also a stunning talent. Otherwise change a man. Dare to hug her in front of the Great Buddha Mountain, the Imperial Prince, Undaunted Monk will definitely turn his face and let his blood splash Great Buddha Mountain. Thank you for helping me out. Li Qingshan said, if there is no Angelus Monk here, he has a pit in his head and will be hard-topped with Undaunted Monk. Is it really good to take Undaunted Monk? You know it. Angelus Monk didn't feel good. Undaunted Abbot, he also deceives too much. If I don't agree, will Little Ann come to Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple to do your discipline? Now it's fine. You have Genius Disciple. Buy one get one free. Have me add it. Now, I dare to think about the river-breaking bridge. I want to let us go out to help Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple in the future. Li Qingshan, the way of indignation, turned to Xiaoan and said, Little Un, are you right? Little Un smiled. Light nod. In the moment, Li Qingshan is also one of the embarrassed side. A few years have not seen. This little girl's form is getting stronger and stronger. Tao of the beautiful bones really got it. Then turn around and continue to look at Angelus Monk. Nothing is tempted by the color. Even if Angelus Monk is an unconventional wine meat monk, after listening to Li Qingshan, it is also a straight-eyed jump, and suddenly screamed, hey, you are a kid. Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple is a holy place of Buddhism, not Jiang Hu, who wants you to hack people. It means this. I want you to convey it to Abbot. As long as he doesn't bother us, we will ensure that Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple will be added to the future. I have a cloud. Everything can't be forced, but I can't insist on it. Although Li Qingshan is not interested in the real Buddhist law, but in the past life, he has watched a lot of things like the chicken soup. The high-level masters of the High Monk can also learn 7 or 8 points. You shut me up, then dare to mention the word I Buddha and slap you for the teacher. Angelus Monk sat up. Master, you made a swearing ring, aren't you Angelus? Well, I won't say it. You and I have a fate, but I always feel that one day, your boy will give me the scourge of splashing the sky. Angelus Monk sighed. He has been guarding the demon-suppressing temple for many years. In fact, he understands that Li Qingshan's words are unclear. If you can use the words to speak out, you can do what divine ability does. I am compassionate and need Vajra protector. To put it bluntly, there is no difference between Jiang Hu and Tang. There are battles in some places, let alone cultivation. Not just people. You can't hack people, but if you don't cut the power of people, it's not far from death. Nowadays, the world has been born, and outside the central 5 states, the demon cultivator heresy is hidden in the clouds and frost's 4 states, always want to make a comeback. If these 2 people can join hands, single-minded will contribute to Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple, which means that there are 2 more pillars, and it will become more and more important. Therefore, even with Undaunted Monk's decision, there is no rumor to dispose of the 2 in that action hall. Although the rules and regulations are important, The survival of life and death is the key. If a few words forced too genius disciple to be heart-wrenching, centrifugal, then he abbot is doing a big problem. Angelus monk called Li Qingshan to the back mountain. Why not give the senior brother a step? When one person does something, when there is any disaster, the discipline has always been a burden. Li Qingshan said with impatience, even after being killed by Yingxi's Dragon King, he did not try to rely on anyone, and he supported it with his own strength. Suddenly I felt someone pulling my sleeve, and looking back, Little Un's lips were slightly stunned and somewhat dissatisfied. Li Qingshan smiled and touched her head. And my family, Little Un, will help me. Let's join hands. There is no place to go. Little Un is satisfied with the smile. Angelus monk said, whether you said it makes sense, but Abbot senior brother has no concern for him. For your cultivation, the name of Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple. Li Qingshan said, we are too much mind, and if Little Un is a man, he is not so suspicious. Angelus monk shook his head and looked at Little Un. With such a look, if she was a man, undaunted monk might be even more tolerant. I will talk to senior brother about this matter. Your demon suppression catalog is also on the right track. Don't show it for me. The same cultivation demon suppression catalog. Angelus monk has a hint of faintness to demon chi in Li Qingshan within the body. Okay. Li Qingshan got up and retreated, and the eyes suddenly turned red-blue, covered by curved visor, and turned into demon martial. He realized the 7th layer of the demon suppression catalog, and now it is only 6th layer. In the past few days of the Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple, he tried to continue the cultivation and found that even if he had an inexhaustible strong demonic nature as a support, the speed of cultivation would inevitably slow down. To truly integrate the demon suppression catalog 9th layer cultivation technique, it is possible to get through the 3rd heavenly tribulation. Are you really crossing 2nd heavenly tribulation a few days ago? Angelus monk asks. He knows that Li Qingshan is in the cultivation of a culture technique called Boundless Sea Art, and is ready to convert the cultivation base into the demon suppression catalog after condensing the golden core. This is his first start. The old road that passed through merged the Sa era with the demon heart. He originally thought that Li Qingshan was just beginning to embark on this road. However, based on the posture that is now displayed, it is clear that it is done, and the replacement of the cultural technique cultivation base has been completed. This is not a matter of 10 days and a half. I don't know, Master. You are an old man. I have condensed as your sea pearl a few years ago. It is called the Golden Core. I am afraid that I will be revenged by Sea King, so I have been concealing it. It turned out that I should have thought of it. Angelus monk smiled and shook his head. It was amazing to cross the 2nd heavenly tribulation before the age of 30. Who could have imagined that he had concealed the news for several years? And the talent was never under Little Un. Little Un in the Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple, as well as the teachings of masters such as Undaunted Monk, he is all alone, so the speed of cultivation is really shocking. Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple can receive these 2 disciplines. It is really Buddha bless. The blessings are not shallow. You are not afraid of Sea King's revenge now? I am ready to go to Southern Sea County to experience it. Since all are in your plan, I won't say anything more. Angelus monk said that this disciple brought him too much surprise, and it has always been thoughtful and well thought out. Even in a dangerous place like Southern Sea County, he is not too worried. As long as he does not encounter the strong 3rd heavenly tribulation, there is no danger at all. I want to bring Little An to Mist Province. Li Qingshan said, it's impossible, the senior brother will never let go. Angelus monk bluntly said, you know how many demon cultivators are hidden in Mist Province, and even there is no big sect in Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple. A Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple, how many attacks will the first one get there? Because there is danger, you have to go together. Li Qingshan said, just give him some time, let the strength fully recover. Even if you encounter the strong of 3rd heavenly tribulation, and he believes that the strength of Little An can definitely help him. He is in need of such a crisis-ridden environment. Let Tiger Demon impact the 5th layer in a battle, let Little An get more to continue the cultivation of Tao of the Beautiful Bones. Heavenly Dragon meditation chant. Although I can't get through it, I have kept it in mind that I can cultivation without staying in the temple. I will talk to undaunted Abbot. Little An, who has been silent for a moment, suddenly spoke up, and there was a decision that could not be changed. This time, it is really too long, this time, anyway. Beside him, Angelus Monk said, "Well then." The voice turned, "King Shan, are you ready to go to Demon Suppressing Temple again? I have this intention. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for the recommended ticket, monthly pass. Your support is my biggest motivation." Mobile users, please read Legend of the Great Saint chapter 755. Chapter 44, Demon Suppressing Temple. Angelus Monk's big sleeves waved, and the door of Demon Suppressing Temple suddenly opened, like a black hole with a big mouth, screaming in the wind. Li Qingshan's clothes swayed and long hair. Demon Suppressing Temple 8th layer is still very dangerous for you. It's impossible to enter the 9th level. No matter how confident you are, the things you suppress there are not what you can coping with. Angelus Monk laughed and said awkwardly. Li Qingshan said, "Disciple is not an unknown person." Angelus Monk said, "I am going to talk to Senior Thought with one thought now. As for the results, I can only be resigned." Li Qingshan smiled and said, "The people in my cultivation, if they are the masters of the destiny, have long since indulged in the world, and after 100 years, they have turned into a Lois." Little An also said, "Abbot will promise." Angelus Monk shook his head, "That is, they are so old, such a wizard will have such a sharp." To be honest, this cultivation is just a special kind of earth. Li Qingshan and Little An said that they were thrown into the Demon Suppressing Temple and the door closed. The splendid hall is once again in front of you. Li Qingshan has a faint conjecture. This Demon Suppressing Temple may be the same as Azure Field. It is a treasure that can open up space. Master Angelus Monk is the first person to make the Demon Suppression Catalogue for thousands of years. I also have the strength of third heavenly tribulation. I don't know if it will be refining. With this reverie, Li Qingshan flew to the center of the first level, and in the twinkling of an eye came to the Golden Gate. The threshold opens and the Demon Suppressing statue stands in the hall, surrounded by the demonic people. "Is there a discipline to come in?" Li Qingshan went all the way, and the road began to encounter demonic people to stop the road, too lazy to waste time, directly into the demon martial posture. The demonic people were scared to run away. But at the heart of every first level, where the demon suppressing statue is located, the demonic people have been cleaned up. Straight to the 5th level, the golden door faintly conveyed a dialogue. "Several senior brothers can't go any further. The following is dangerous." The sound was familiar. Li Qingshan put down the hand of the door and listened to what they were saying. "Duerga, let's come to Demon Suppressing Temple, just to experience it. If there is no danger." "Is it called experience?" A voice disapproved. It turned out to be Duerga, the kid. "Now I have the promising job of taking the road party." Well, plus Duerga is a total of 6 people, all of whom have experienced the heavenly tribulation expert, but they can barely take a look. 6th level. Li Qingshan, he didn't want to meet with this group of monks, so he waited for them to go first. At that time, he felt the center of the 6th level first, and annihilated the demon general there, which helped them reduce some danger. Sure enough, I argued for a while, or choose to go to the 6th level. Duerga's Angelus Monk's discipline, the cultivation base is not weak, but the age is still light, the identity of the demonic people, and the official discriminal of several heavenly dragon Buddhist temple, it seems a little weak. Li Qingshan enters the 6th level of Demon Suppressing Temple. Sure enough, I didn't see Duerga and the others, and I went straight to the 6th Demon Suppressing statue. Boom! Li Qingshan opened the door to the Golden Gate, and a group of demon generals looked back. As a state of alert, the form of Li Qingshan has not yet been seen, and countless demon suppressing chains are coming, directly smashing their bodies through the flying back to Li Qingshan, rolling a variety of different colors of demon heart. Li Qingshan took revolting demon sword out, and as the eyelids, demon heart, It has become very weak, and it will be cut out in a few times. I changed the demon heart of Demon General, but I tried a few, and Revolting Demon Sword would not accept it. The lesson said, you are quite a good one, so let me kill a few Demon Marshal for you. Just stepping into the 7th level, suddenly the tip of the ear moved, outside the door of the Golden Gate. There was a roar of the call sign. It was the Fu monk. He didn't want to pay attention to it, but he thought that it was the same door after all. If Angelus Monk knew it, he couldn't get through. And there is Duergar, the little junior brother, who always has a little care, so he looks like a flash and flies away. To say that a Fu monk is really unlucky, was moved to a wide room in the 6th level, happened to have a group of Demon General gathered there. Seeing a few of them, it is really an enemy to meet each other, immediately demonization. All efforts, on the spot I died in battle. Forming a battle against a steady stream of attacks, and then no longer have the spirit of anger. The heart is regretting, should listen to Duergar's advice, do not come to this demon suppressing temple 6th level. What do you say on the weekdays, cutting the meat and feeding the eagle, giving up the tiger to feed the tiger? All of them are only waiting for leisure. It is really their turn to know what is called the only thing that is difficult to die. After demonization, Demon General became more and more embarrassed, or had 7 or 8 hands, or 5 or 6 eyes. His body swelled 10 times, opened dozens of bloody mouths filled with fangs, etc. All kinds of weird and distorted gestures, crazy attack. And for a moment, the battle will be crumbling. Everyone is holding on, Master Angelus is watching it, and will come to save us soon. This is the trial of Demon Suppressing Temple. No one will come to save. We have to join forces to kill. This is a confession before entering the Demon Suppressing Temple. If you let the discipline know that there is always a strong elder to escort, where there is a sense of crisis, trial becomes meaningless. In fact, letting Duergar lead the way to understand the situation in Demon Suppressing Temple is already the biggest security. Duergar also complained in his heart. The senior brothers of the trial in Demon Suppressing Temple didn't have much to get along with. There were also a lot of people who were not pleasing to the eye. The master never helped him out. In the past few years, this situation has not been encountered for the first time. He touched the demon heart rosary hanging on his neck. As long as he took one, killing these demon generals was not difficult. Then the last time he did this, he swallowed all the living things in front of him, and his mind was out of control. After the runaway, Angelus Monk personally suppressed his demonic nature before returning to normal. Senior brothers have a bad attitude, but they don't have any maliciousness to me. I don't want to eat them, although the meat is tender and tastes good. No, how can I think so? If I completely demonize, I might get out of control completely, become demon beast. At this moment, sword chi whistling, accompanied by hostility, blowing through the room. In an instant, all the demon general froze, and in the eyes of the monk's surprise, they fell apart and turned into a corpse. You are a big bald head, listen to people to persuade to eat and understand? Li Qingshan took Revolting Demon Sword into the room. Who are you? Duergar was pleasantly surprised. Eldest senior brother. Call me senior brother, you don't have to add a big character. Why? I feel very unlucky. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for the recommended ticket, monthly pass. Your support is my biggest motivation. Mobile users please read. Peas haha, added another Alliance Lord, happy, thanks to the Worms classmates, although not broke out, writing slow, but will maintain quality, always work hard. Carrot_carrot. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 756 Chapter 45, Lantern Monk. Li Qingshan. The monk was shocked. Although he had heard his name long ago, he thought that his strength was so strong, and he killed Demon General like a dog. He came over and thanked him. Senior brother, is the master asking you to save us? Duergar asked. Just by the way, I have to go to the 8th level and go one step ahead. Li Qingshan turned and left. 8th level. Do you know how many demon marshal there are? Monk asked. Let's see if you don't know. Li Qingshan smiled. One light, the senior brother, is only at the 7th level trial. You dare to sigh the 8th level. Don't you die? Which one is the senior brother? You haven't even heard of a light, the senior brother, but he is the strongest democracy of our heavenly dragon Buddhist temple. Probably. The monk looked at Li Qingshan, and the words became a little uncertain, and the reputation was bigger, and it was no match for the impact that he saw with his own eyes. Li Qingshan thinks, this group of monk has not been short in the demon-suppressing temple. I haven't heard of Little Un and her own affairs. It is the light of the senior brother, who crossed the second heavenly tribulation in his 40s. It is a leader among the many disciples of the heavenly dragon Buddhist temple. I don't know how to think more than one thought. One thought junior brother is naturally beautiful, but after all, it's still young. Only once through heavenly tribulation. It's not yet condensed with Sarira. It's not enough to compare with a light senior brother. Beside a monk road, if it is one thought junior brother, you can really break life and death off, cross the second heavenly tribulation, and condense Sarira. That would be great. Another monk shook his head. It's so simple to condense Sarira. Let's say that the senior brother painstaking cultivation has been for many years. And there is the Buddhist treasure in hand. It is the strongest of the younger generation. The whole Verdant province is famous, and one thought junior brother is not his opponent even if it condenses Sarira. Maybe you will see the light of the senior brother. Duo Georgia. Let me borrow a rosary. Don't be stingy. The senior brother can still make you cheap, and return it to you when you come back. Li Qingshan reached out to the one-string prayer beads on the neck of Duerga, and placed a better color, placed in the hilt of revolting demon sword, and it blended in. Senior brother, you must come back. In Duergas full of fear and resentment, Li Qingshan stalked and went to the demon-suppressing temple, 7th level. With demon marshal's attitude, without much effort, I rushed to the 7th level center. I didn't see the so-called senior brother along the way, and I didn't care about it. The dazzling light shines between the seams and collides with Li Qingshan's bodyguard Demon Chi. The sheet metal gate was fully opened, and a monk was sitting in front of the demon-suppressing statue, and he looked ugly. The nose fell, the lips turned up, the ears were in the wind, and the look at the appearance. Li Qingshan was not surprised at why he would be a monk, but his pair of scorpions is crystal clear, and the whole person is like a burning fire, bright and dazzling, enough to make people ignore their looks. Monk put his hands together, and there was an oil lamp on his left knee. Compared with the light from his body, it was just a light lamp like a bean, but it was a little light. But it seemed to be the only light that was dark and night. It contains endless light that is hard to ignore. Around demon-suppressing statue, demon heart was scattered all over the place, but there was no piece of corpse, a little blood. Amitabha, send you to the West Bliss. Monk pushes his hands forward, enough to blaze the eyes of the human eye. Filling the entire hall, the power contained in it is omnipresent and pervasive. Li Qingshan knows which demonic people's bodies have gone, and has also aroused the triumph of the heart. But also look at what this senior brother has. The newly recognized revolting demon sword swung out, sword Chi whispered, and a dark sword mark would be divided into two, just in front of a lantern monk. A lantern monk lightly slammed. The strength of the other side was strong, and some of them were unexpected. The so-called high intelligence of the word intent was only seen in the best representatives of the Hidden Sword Palace and even the elders. He stretched out his index finger, gently on the oil lamp, smashed the time, flew out a line of fire, intercepted Li Qingshan's sword Chi, and attacked. Interesting. Li Qingshan smiled slightly, and revolting demon sword leaned forward and danced lightly. It seems that there are thousands of arms, each holding a revolting demon sword, and the layers of Jiangwen are constantly stacked, like a thick wall, pushed towards a lantern monk. The line of fire looks so weak that it seems that as long as there is a strong wind, it can be blown out. But the high-growing city wall that crosses the sword glow is reflected in Li Qingshan's eyes. But it is also the end of the strong, was cut off by a sword. A lantern monk shines brightly and blocks sword Chi, who is screaming and screaming. His figure is shaking and he stands up. His eyes are not only surprised, but also a deep fear. This demon marshal is amazingly powerful, and the demonic artifact is also in hand. This is a bitter fight. Dare to ask, but a light senior brother? Under Li Qingshan. The curved visor opened. Li Qingshan took revolting demon sword and took a gift. You are Li Qingshan, the master of Angelus. What evidence do you have? A lantern monk glimpsed, but did not relax his vigilance. He tried several times in demon suppressing temple. He had a deep understanding of demonic people's vicious blackmail. Many demonic people know some illusion spell charming technique. Color lure is the most common means, as well as being an old man to gain sympathy, or to express a lost way, willing to convert to my Buddha. But as long as there is a chance, it will be shot, and there are quite a few examples of trial, which is to die under this kind of ghost trick. In his memory, Li Qingshan is an 2030 years old young man. How could he have such a strong strength? And he is sure that this person will be Demon Marshal posing undoubtedly. If you don't believe it, let it go. I am going to the 8th level. Li Qingshan strode toward demon suppressing statue. Stand up. If you go any further, I will shoot. A lantern monk shouted, suddenly throwing the oil lamp in his hand, falling on the top of his head, his robes bulging, his skin shining and turning into a light man. Li Qingshan snorted and laughed out loudly. The bright bald head was covered with an oil lamp and put on a one-person-in-one posture. It seemed funny to see it. A lantern monk has been practicing for many years, and he will not be moved by the ridicule of the enemy. More and more dazzling, the war is ready to go. Okay, this thing may be used as evidence. Li Qingshan thought about it, took out one string prayer beads and threw it at a lantern monk. A lantern monk took the rosary very carefully and looked at it. Although this rosary is not a powerful magical artifact, magical treasure, it has a heritage. Some of monk's identity in Heavenly Dragon Buddhist temple is recognized, and there is also the atmosphere left by Angelus monk, which is hard to fake. Raised the head said, you really are the Li Qingshan of the Common Affairs Court. What is the Red Eagle commander? Clear of a prefecture. I can go now. A lantern monk converges on the whole body and throws the rosary back. It recognizes Li Qingshan's identity and is unbelievable. Junior brother, have you crossed second heavenly tribulation? Yeah. It was not long ago. Junior brother, you are less than 30 years old. Almost a little. One lantern monk is amazed. Junior brother is really an innate skill wizard. He is valued by Angelus Master and is accepted as the eldest disciple. You are coming back to meet Angelus Master, ready to cut out. There is no such plan for the time being. The two talked a few words before the demon suppressing statue. Li Qingshan only felt that this lantern monk was quite a bit confusing, and he taught him bluntly, persuaded him to leave the mortal world and get his wife out. After being rejected by Li Qingshan, he sighed and shook his head. He hated iron and did not become steel. Li Qingshan, laughing and laughing, is not angry. So that lantern monk has no arrogance of the eldest senior brothers that I have seen in the past. And when he was persuaded to be a monk, the purpose was to be simpler than undaunted monk. I don't understand why this is a good thing. Senior brother, I have been a monk for decades. Will you lie to you? Distressed. After learning that little Anne had crossed second heavenly tribulation, a lantern monk flashed and there was some ripple in his heart. After little Anne officially entered the Heavenly Dragon Buddhist temple, every discipline feels pressure, and the pressure he feels is extraordinarily large. He has no father and no mother. He grew up in Heavenly Dragon Buddhist temple. He is one of the successors of Abbot with his attention to the cultivation innate skill. And little Anne has taken away a lot of his glory, whether it is Buddha nature intelligence root, or the argument. He is far from the opponent of this small child of his decades, let alone graceful appearance. Originally, it also had an advantage in the cultivation base realm. Now even the only advantage is no longer there. I can't help but feel lost. But immediately I will fight up. Senior brother is here for a while, I will go back soon. Wait, junior brother, Demon Suppressing Temple. The 8th level is very dangerous. There are a lot of powerful demon martial. Master Angelus once told me that I must never go to the 8th level. I advise you to stop here. Li Qingshan was about to go to the 8th level and was stopped by a lantern monk. I entered Demon Suppressing Temple this time, just to go to the 8th level demon suppression catalog at the 8th level. My master also promised. A lantern monk was a little bit guilty. Angelus master won't let me go to the 8th level, but let him be the 8th level. Do you think that my strength is not as good as him? But he has just crossed second heavenly tribulation. It is too small. Haim me. Think of a possibility, junior brother, but pretend to be demon marshal. Before the demon suppressing statue? Of course not. Naturally, we must kill all the way to show that our heavenly dragon Buddhist temple is not the prestige. Li Qingshan laughs and plays revolting demon sword. He never worried about fighting too much. In order to cultivate tiger demon transformation, he must seize all the fighting opportunities. In that case, I will go with you. Let us join hands and grasp a little more. A lantern monk is fighting high. In an instant, Li Qingshan was in a cold feeling in the midst of it. The road ahead was hidden. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for the recommended ticket, monthly pass. Your support is my biggest motivation. Mobile users please read. Peas haha, added another Alliance Lord, happy, thanks to the Worms classmates, although not broke out, writing slow, but will maintain quality. Always work hard. _carrot because it is important, so I said it twice. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 757 Chapter 46 Demon Suppressing Temple 8th level. Li Qingshan looked at Lantern Monk strangely. He didn't feel the crisis before. He said that he had to go with him, and he gave birth to such a strong sense of crisis. It is hard that this monk seems to be loyal, but it is a sinister. So he advised, One Light, senior brother, since my master said that you should not go down to the 8th level, there must be his reason. You still stay here to continue cultivation. You are not alone. Can it be dangerous if I add it? If it is not dangerous, what is it? A lantern monk didn't take it for granted, and he was sure that Angelus monk was biased towards his own. He was not convinced and wanted to go down. This is a little familiar. If you don't secretly make a blind man with me, of course it is a good boost. Li Qingshan grinned and thought. A lantern monk insisted on this. He couldn't persuade it. When it was time to change, it was just that it was not bald, not poisonous and not bald. It is really necessary to be careful and not to be smashed. So the two joined forces and went deep into the demon suppressing temple 8th level. On the Great Buddha Mountain, undaunted monk stands on the edge of the cliff, overlooking the millions of believers below, squatting in the mountains, dancing in the wind, seemingly going with the wind. Senior brother Angelus monk bowed to the back of undaunted monk, and little unfolded his hands together. Do you have anything to say? Undaunted monk said without looking back. Angelus monk said. Li Qingshan, undaunted monk was really angry. Cut people? What is this place? Really want to cut? Demon, still use him. You and I are watching off. You and I will eventually return. Angelus monk smiled. The kid is not a Buddhist man, he is acting arrogantly, but he is a person who knows the truth and pays attention to the faith. There is no need to say anything about this. Since he suspects that my heavenly dragon Buddhist temple is small, I will not be half stubborn. Let him go to the ends of the earth. But one thought will never follow him, and the path of cultivation will be avoided. Undaunted monk said to Littleton, one thought. This time you leave the body space without permission. I will not pursue it. Go back to cultivation. Disciple is willing to spread the Buddhist law to the southern sea. Littleton said without hesitation. You didn't hear me say it? Undaunted monk frowned. Abbot is kind, the discipline is unclear, but path of cultivation can be arranged by others. Abbot is too underestimated because I am young. Littleton said. If I want to leave you in Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple, Undaunted monk turned back and looked at her. One day is Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple disciple and lifelong Dragon Buddhist Temple disciple. If you have committed the temple discipline, one thought is willing to be punished. If not, please Abbot give me a free body and look for my path of cultivation. Little Un is not looking back. This is the demon suppressing temple epith level. It's really big enough. Li Qingshan whistled and saw the 8th suppressing temple's 8th level. It was no longer a mazel-like pattern, only a golden pillar with a height of several dozens spread toward the distance. At first glance, I can't see the margin. Cannot see the margin, not only the pillars. There are surging seas, no, magic sea. Countless grotesque, large and small demonic people, living in this vast space, roaring, noisy, with the sudden arrival of the two, suddenly calmed down. Countless gleaming eyes looked over, filled with anger, hostility, malice, killing intent, seemingly silent and invisible turbulent waves, rushing over. Rao is relying on a lantern monk's heart cultivation base, and can't help but tremble. Secretly complained, I didn't expect the terrain of the demon-suppressing temple's 8th level. Isn't this a room for a little change? As soon as it comes out, it has to withstand the attacks of thousands of demonic people. Hearing Li Qingshan next to him, he made a heartfelt sigh. It's a great place. A lantern monk with big eyes, a good place? Where? This junior brother is even an innate skill wizard. It's too arrogant. And demon martial within the perception is more than 13. In the depths of demon suppressing temple, I don't know how much is hidden. This is clearly a Jedi. My name is Li Qingshan. It is to kill you. Li Qingshan sighed, the sound passed over the magic sea, and the distantness passed to the depths of the temple. Reverberate between a pillar of the temple. A stone provokes 1,000 waves. And the demonic people is in utter gloom. More than a dozen demon martial forced, and further afield, there is also a powerful demon. She is approaching. And kill him and send a nice meeting to her. Li Qingshan whispered and smiled back, Senior brother, you can protect yourself. Kill them. But the dead donkey of Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple. I want to tear off their pieces and eat them. The sound is full of waves. And the waves are turned into a frenzy. Li Qingshan waved revolting demon sword backwards. Dozens of demonic people were shattered by sword chi, blood splattered, and the blood flower bloomed in an instant. The sword edge is drawn across an arc and points straight ahead. The left hand refers to a sword, and it refers to countless demonic people. Hold the hilt in your right hand and tighten it backwards. A sword stabbed. In an instant, Li Qingshan disappeared in place, appeared outside Pshang, and the sword edge runs through the head of a demon marshal. Behind him, a strong sword light followed, and the long-term stay in the field of vision, cannot tell whether the person is first or the sword is first. Where the Jiangwen flies, all the way to the blood blooms, the corpse is paved with 100 feet. The sky shouted and killed. And there was a moment of interruption. First, Li Qingshan pulled back revolting demon sword, and the wounds flowed purple blood. Compared with Demon Marshal's huge body, it was nothing. Demon Marshal, who has a strong body, could recover even if he suffered 10 times more tragic injuries. Demon Marshal screamed and seemed to be rushing to Li Qingshan, but his figure fell to the swing back, crashed to the ground, and even demonization didn't have time to use it. At the word edge of revolting demon sword, the magic eye turns like a wheel, as if it is observing the surrounding situation. The narrow sword edge shrouds the layer upon layer evil light. Even a lantern monk was stunned, and a demon marshal was killed. Although it was the weakest of the dozen demon marshals, he could win the same, but it could never be so easy. Li Qingshan waist slightly bent, body lean forward, revolting demon sword across the waist, sword. A round of sharp sword light, with him as the center, flashed away. Wait until Li Qingshan straightens up, within a radius of 10 feet, no more living things. In an instant, it is already a big kill, and blood energy is pervasive. If you look from a height, as if you have a huge brush, draw a straight line on the ground and draw a perfect circle. Demonization. In the meantime, More than a dozen demon marshals in the field of vision are almost simultaneously demonization, or become the giants of 3 heads and 6 arms, or become a streaked monster, or become a charming and enchanting witch. But there is no one to take the initiative to kill. All are taking a conservative defense posture. First of all, if you like this work, you are welcome to vote for the recommended ticket, monthly pass. Your support is my biggest motivation. Mobile users, please read Legend of the Great Saint chapter 758. Chapter 47, Fans and Dances. Li Qingshan turned back to a sword and slammed into the void. Hey! Golden iron cross. Sparks splash. A completely transparent figure appeared. An assassin-type demon marshal. I never thought that Li Qingshan's sixth sense was so keen. I just found out that I couldn't hit it and immediately lurked. Demon-suppressing chains. Li Qingshan coldly screamed. Demon-suppressing chains spurt out, such as the skeleton of the bones, chasing after. Let the demon martial assassin out a flash. The screaming sound is getting closer and closer. Cannot help but scare-stricken. A dark giant shield descended from the sky, cutting off the pursuit of demon-suppressing chains. A huge, like demon martial statue of the statue of a mountain god in the mountain temple. The muscly knotted body is covered with a heavy armor. Standing there is like a fortress, roaring. What are you waiting for? If you don't kill them, no one can rest in peace. Do you really want him to break us down? Is there any resentment between us that is comparable to the hatred of Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple? This demon marshal's prestige in the demonic people seems to be very high, and immediately get the group response. But at the next moment, Li Qingshan waved and smashed into the shield wall and looked at it. Death. Demon marshal waved his hand in the dark shield, and the ghost face on it suddenly came alive, making a cry of crying, like a sharp cone, stinging soul. Li Qingshan was unmoved, waving his sword and smashing the black shield. The demon heart at the hilt is immediately smaller. Just going further, I suddenly felt that the killing intent came behind me, and the assassin demon marshal saw the timing and shot again. If you let them join hands and rescue each other, it's really troublesome. It's demon marshal. Li Qingshan thought so. Drink a low. Demon suppressing pagoda descended from the sky, loud rumble, and Li Qingshan and 2 demon marshal were suppressed under the tower. At this time, the demons reacted. Demonization, crazy attack. Demon suppressing pagoda, knife and axe chopping, fire and lightning strike. Raoi's demon suppressing pagoda is sturdy, and between moments, it becomes scarred and grumbling. The number of demonic people is really too much. There are so many demon marshal demon general mixed in, the amount is enough to cause qualitative changes. Boom. Demon suppressing pagoda is torn apart. Li Qingshan walked out of it, carrying a big one, 2 small heads in his hand. The third. Kill it well. A lantern monk screamed. He had some desperation, but Li Qingshan even smashed 3 demon marshal. But he gave him confidence and raised a will to accept defeat. Junior brother is so brave. Can Angelus Masters let him enter the 8th level of demon suppressing temple? Can't I just keep him? Flying up and running. Dagyang Ming Jing. The ruthless platinum glow on the body. Buddha's aura shines. Under the glory, the demons screamed and screamed in the body. Demon general is still resistant, and countless demonic people are illuminated by this light, like a hot sun melting snow, and after a while, it is completely burned out. Even the demon heart is not left. The power of this move seems to be much bigger than Li Qingshan. However, most of the killers are ordinary demonic people. Although the demon generals have been hurt, they have survived tenaciously, and demon marshal is unscathed. It's good to clear the field. The senior brother, despite the killing of the demonic people, these demon marshal demon general will be handed over to me. Li Qingshan said. Demon marshal, who is approaching a 3 heads and 6 arms, has 6 arms each holding a weapon, in various forms, varying in length, and slamming down Li Qingshan. It seems to be chaotic, but in fact it is a tacit understanding. intertwined into a seamless metal luo. The strength of battle skill, almost comparable to Asura. Dang 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 exclamation mark. In an instant, the sword edge and the 6 pieces of weapons do not know how many times. The suffocating aftermath is like the most violent storm, and beyond the 100 feet, Demon General can't get close, and demonic people is even more smashed. The magical eye of the hilt rotates, and the pupils are enlarged at times, sometimes shrinking, and you must grasp a fleeting fleet of flaws. Big light gun. A lantern monk's voice is not sad, full of grandeur. His body converges, and condenses into a fist-sized ball of light in front of his eyes, a radiant glow. However, how can other Demon Marshal watch his help Li Qingshan and kill Demon Marshal again? There was a twist in the air, and the straight light bent around, bypassing the 3 heads and 6 arms Demon Marshal. In the distance, a named Demon Marshal stretched out his long, dry arms and grabbed it with a big hand with 12 fingers. A lantern monk glimpsed, and Li Qingshan suddenly became physically unbalanced. The 3 wounds of 3 heads and 6 arms Demon Marshal were all on him. Several Demon Marshal approached him and saw the danger of life. Strength urged the big Guangming Jing and wanted to rescue him. At this moment, there was a charming and enchanting witch in front of her eyes. She smiled and said, "Little master, can you taste the taste of ultimate bliss world? Do you want me to take you there?" Western Pure Land of Ultimate Bliss is a Pure Land Buddhist country. A demonic people, dare to swear. A lantern monk scolded, and when the words were exported, the secret thought was not good. Surrounded by smoke and smog, it is no longer in the demon-suppressing temple, and all kinds of illusions are born. First of all, there are many beautiful people dancing around, dancing and moving, and the body is looming under the tulle, and the lips of the singer sing. A lantern monk put his hands together and was unmoved. The beauty flew again, whispering in his ear, stroking his body. He still squinted. Suddenly, the beauty turned into a poisonous ferocious beast, and the bite swallowed his body. The pain was unbearable and it was difficult to heal. He was still rock solid and low-lying. The illusion is constantly changing, intimidating, tempting, and insulting. It is impossible to let this monk, who grew up at Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple, shakes, sings and sings the scriptures. A heart of light is endless, a line of light is not extinguished. Infinitely dark, cannot be infringed. This monk is so high characteristic. After a while, I can't support it first, but after a long delay, I should kill the traitor. The witch is not surprised. Looking back, her goal was to hold a lantern monk so that he could not join Li Qingshan. Other Demon Marshal can take the opportunity to kill Li Qingshan and turn around to deal with a lantern monk. But don't worry about this, your face will change dramatically. The 3 heads of 3 heads and 6 arms Demon General are rushing high with blood. This is a blink of an eye. How come one more dead? Just a moment ago, Li Qingshan was fighting Demon Marshal of 3 heads and 6 arms. Although a lantern monk's big light gun was shifted out, the mind of Demon Marshal of 3 heads and 6 arms was also one of the points. Li Qingshan grabbed a floor. I am going to have a sword. The right foot was pulled by an invisible great strength. The center of gravity was offset, the body was out of balance, and the empty door was wide open, and the 6 weapons were left on the body. Li Qingshan is in the air, no panic. Turning his wrist, a dragon shadow coiled up and flew out. Wrap around the neck of 3 heads and 6 arms Demon Marshal. Demon Dragon Sword is out, it's awesome. Boom. A height of 10 feet, the pig head is human, and it is full of porcupine-like barbed Demon Marshal, carrying a giant hammer and slamming Li Qingshan on the ground. The ground shook a bit, like an earthquake. Do you died? Crap, I still don't cut him into meat. Who can live? Demon Marshal, who is a pig's head, is talking. The giant hammer in his hand swayed violently. Under the giant hammer, Li Qingshan held the sword in the right hand, held his left hand up, supported the giant hammer, and licked his lips. Grandpa is still not dead. Pushing up, the giant hammer flew back and squatted on the face of Demon Marshal, the pig's head. The blood was splashed and the long fangs were cut off. Time, sword chi, The Dragon Shadow Flurry. Li Qingshan runs the Demon Suppression Catalog. Although it can't directly suppress Demon Marshal, but it can also have an impact. Suppress their power. Demon Marshal's attack on him. The power is weakened, coupled with the protection of the armor. It is difficult to cause fatal damage to him. He simply can't defend himself, killing the faint heaven and earth, and the blood flows into the river. Suddenly, the distance suddenly brightened. Li Qingshan looked a glimpse. A light has also successfully escaped. An old oil lamp in the hands of Lantern Monk suddenly burst into light, and a line of fire flew out, wrapped around the witch, who showed illusion spell charming technique. If the fire is dry, the witch will ignite a fire, and it will be ashes in the screams and curses. Big light gun. A Lantern Monk raised his hands, and the ball light, which was originally only the size of a fist, suddenly expanded and became a head size. A ray of light, spurting in all directions, through the body of countless demonic people. Demon General forced several Demon Marshal to dodge. Li Qingshan dark nod. This Lantern Monk really does not deserve the name of the strongest discipline. The strength is very embarrassing, far better than many of the Golden Core cultivator he has seen in his life. A tentacle-filled Demon Marshal killed a Lantern Monk. Hundreds of tentacles were like a javelin spirit. It contained a poisonous poison. As long as it was scratched a little bit, it would be life-threatening. Big bright wheel. A Lantern Monk put his hands together and put the oil lamp on his head and slammed into Demon Marshal. The oil lamp glows with a round of halo, and the tentacles are shattered when they are not close. The tentacle Demon Marshal was smashed. Li Qingshan haha laughed. The power of this move is really strong enough, but it is too funny to avoid it. The two joined forces and experienced an hour of battle, killing nearly 20 Demon Marshal and finally leveling all the demonic people. Even though there is a Lantern Monk's radiant purification, the temple is still full of debris. The cross flow, enough to be submerged to the foot. Li Qingshan sat on the head of a Demon Marshal. The nails on his body were scarred. If it was not suppressed by demon suppressing, it would be broken. In his hand, he played a few crystals of Demon Heart. As for the other Demon Hearts, they all became the food of revolting Demon Sword, which shows the fierce battle. Drawing on the power of so many Demon Marshal Demon Hearts, Revolting Demon Sword has grown considerably. Although there is still a certain distance from magical treasure, as long as you continue to grow, there will always be one day. By the time you interact with Demon Dragon Sword, hold it in your hand and kill the enemy directly. A handle is turned into a dragon shape, flying around. Can be far and near, can be attacked and defended. The power will be extremely impressive. A Lantern Monk is sitting in the void, eyes closed, and the light flickers, slowly recovering. Senior brother takes a break. I will go to Demon Suppressing Statue first. Li Qingshan going to the Demon Suppressing Statue. The inexplicable, the sense of crisis has become stronger. A Lantern Monk stunned his eyes, which contained a strong fighting spirit, like two flames burning. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for the recommended ticket, monthly pass. Your support is my biggest motivation. Mobile users, please read Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 759. Chapter 48. The Change of a Light. Before Li Qingshan came to the 8th Demon Suppressing Statue, a violent rush came over. The demonic people, who was originally a human race, has completely turned into a demon evil. However, there is a compassionate peace in the eyes. Intention, contradiction and coordination. Li Qingshan going forward, the Demon Suppressing Statue reveals an idea and goes straight to the mind. Fighting and killing is me. Indulge in sensuality is me. It's also me. The heart is what you want. Why do you want to be so clear? What is the Buddha and the devil, and suppress what? With this in mind, he broke out of demon chi, and the red and blue meet, like a fog, rolling and rolling. There is no small difference between the ideas conveyed by Demon Suppressing Statue. There is nothing to sink demon down entangled with my Buddha. I am me. A Lantern Monk looked at Li Qingshan's tall back. His eyes were a bit complicated. He seemed to admire him, and he seemed to refuse to admit defeat. The fighting spirit was more and more fierce, and he walked over to him step by step. Li Qingshan is immersed in the insight of the Demon Suppression Catalog 8th layer, and does not seem to be aware of the proximity of a lantern monk. A lantern monk came behind Li Qingshan and raised his hands. Li Qingshan closed her eyes and said silently, "Come on. What kind of heart is born? I will give you awesome today." A lantern monk just puts his hands together and swears at the Buddha, Amitabha. Li Qingshan impressed the Demon Suppression Catalog 8th layer into the mind. After deepening the understanding of this discovered mystery cleaning technique, he asked, "What else does senior brother have?" "I want to thank the junior brother." "If there is no junior brother Li, I am good at the 8th level. It is a must." "I also apologize to Angelus Master. The Master asked me not to go down to the 8th level, but let the junior brother you 8th level. I suspect that the Master is eccentric, underestimated to me. It is a sin." One lantern monk sincerely said, "Senior brother is polite. Instead, I should thank senior brother, and wish me a hand." Li Qingshan sees a lantern monk so confessing his dissatisfaction, and apologizing for his own thoughts. Li Qingshan also feels good. "I feel that this monk is not a sultry, and the temperament is extraordinary. But this is even more strange. Where does the sense of crisis come from? The strength of the junior brother is far above me, and I am just relying on a Buddhist treasure. Even without me, the junior brother can come and go." A lantern monk's words were modest to the extreme, but Li Qingshan felt a little embarrassed. "Senior brother is heavy. We are going to go up. When I arrive outside the temple, I invite the senior brother for a drink." "Oh, of course, T." A lantern monk shook his head and looked down at the demon-suppressing statue. Junior brother takes a step forward. "I will continue down." "What? You are going to demon-suppressing temple 9th level?" Li Qingshan was amazed, but Angelus Monk warned him seriously, and even if Angelus Monk didn't say it, he wouldn't take the risk. "Not bad." A lantern monk nodded. "Senior brother, this is absolutely impossible. The 8th level is so dangerous. How can I go to the 9th level?" Li Qingshan dissuaded, "If you don't experience more dangerous experiences, how can you become stronger?" The so-called "I don't go to hell who goes to hell," as a Buddhist discipline, when with a fearless spirit, thorns. A lantern monk looks firm. It was an ironclad appearance, a high-spirited spirit, and almost fanatical. "It is true to say that, but," Li Qingshan frowned, "even if there is no fear of the spirit, it is not rushed to death. Life is alive. There are always invincible opponents. The escape will flee, the contraction will shrink. Nothing shameful. Recharge and recharge in order to fight again is the right way. It is not brave to touch the stone with eggs. It is a brain pit." Junior brother doesn't have to persuade. "My mind is decided. Take the first step." A lantern monk is heading to the 9th level of the demon-suppressing temple. There is a sense of smugness, as if using this behavior to prove that he is more brave than Li Qingshan. "Your strength is strong, but there is no determination to be like me. The Buddha disciple and layman disciple are different." And many more. Li Qingshan was a bit of a childish test, and it was a bit of a dull feeling, and it was in front of a lantern monk. "Junior brother, want to go with me?" "I have a problem with your brain before you go," Li Qingshan whispered. When Yan advised, "Senior brother, you still have to think about it. If someone else is going to die, he will not bother to pay attention. But this lantern monk is not bad. He just helped him. He couldn't watch the Peaceful Dragon Buddhist temple's high hopes, so he went on the road. Otherwise, when Angelus Monk returns, I am afraid that he will not do it right." "Step aside." A lantern monk has a glimpse of his eyes. His body shines, and he is majestic. Li Qingshan feels that something is wrong. It must be what? Before the time came back, a lantern monk was in a state of illusion, unmoved, and he had to break the illusion. Suddenly, all the discomforts of the body disappeared, and there was no temptation to shake, threatened fear. Body and mind. Relax and be happy. Happy to think, it seems that I broke through again. In the demon-suppressing temple, some painstaking cultivation, not in vain. All the illusions around them disappeared, and he found himself sitting under the Bodhi tree. In the past, my Buddha was also under the Bodhi tree. After all the tests, I finally became a Buddha. I can't think too much. The sky is falling, the golden lotus is in the ground, and it spreads from the Bodhi tree to the far side. In the melodious bell, the light shines, and there is a Buddhist country, a golden ancient Buddha, appearing in the sky, looming. Where is this? A Lancaster in the eyes of Lantern Monk asked subconsciously. This is the Western Pure Land of ultimate bliss. The ancient Buddha's voice is vast and spread throughout the world. Western Pure Land of ultimate bliss. A Lantern Monk's heart is infinitely longing. He grew up in the Heavenly Dragon Buddhist temple. He was influenced by the Buddhist law day and night. What kind of money, beauty, the ferocious beast can't shake him, but the pursuit of the Buddhist law is his life ideal. At this time, the witch has lost control of the illusion. A Lantern Monk walked forward toward his Western Pure Land of ultimate bliss. But in an instant, the Buddhist country also stepped back, and he tried to move forward. The Buddhist country also ran backwards, just a stone's throw away, and it seemed to be far away. He was filled with disappointment and dissatisfaction. What is going on? The ancient Buddha said, "You are so weak. How to qualify for my Western Pure Land of ultimate bliss? I am weak." Yes, you have to be stronger, more powerful than Li Qingshan, than one thought, and will be eligible to become the host of Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple in order to enter the Western Pure Land of ultimate bliss. The illusion disappeared, and the voice was still floating in the ear. Until this moment, Li Qingshan said, "Senior brother, you don't want to stop at the 9th level. But wait until my master comes back. I will say it again, let it go. You want to stop me from getting stronger? Go to the Western Pure Land of ultimate bliss." A Lantern Monk was so angry. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for the recommended ticket, monthly pass. Your support is my biggest motivation. Mobile users, please read Legend of the Great Saint chapter 760. 14th chapter 1.5. In the face of a raging Lantern Monk, Li Qingshan's eyes turned, and he made a decision. He turned his side and said, "Since the big senior brother insisted on this, I wish the big senior brother an early realization. Arrive at Western Pure Land of ultimate bliss. It's almost the same, junior brother. Although you have a strong cultivation base, you can't do whatever you want. You must learn to respect others, so I am always your senior brother." A Lantern Monk turned to peace, and taught Li Qingshan 2 sentences. Go to the 9th level of Demon Suppressing Temple. Senior brother is right. Li Qingshan smiled, and Demon Suppressing Pagoda descended from the sky and suppressed it to a Lantern Monk. A Lantern Monk was shocked and said that it was a bit slower. Loud rumble loudly, cutting off his next words. "But I am unrestrained used to this. Li Qingshan is talking to Demon Suppressing Pagoda." Boom! Demon Suppressing Pagoda swayed violently, and Lantern Monk yelled, "Li Qingshan, you dare to shoot at the same door? Let me go." Li Qingshan slammed his hand in a piece of Demon Suppressing chains, and locked the tower tightly. His look was a little dignified. "So strong demonic nature, this is not like the Buddha dispel. There is a light, senior brother. I think you still have a good time to reflect on it." The power of Demon Suppressing Pagoda is not only derived from Li Qingshan's cultivation base, but also directly related to the opponent's demonic nature. This Demon Suppressing Pagoda is quite huge. As expected, in the fierce battle of the genius, a Lantern Monk must be given a sneak peek. Who's that person? In general, Demon Marshal probably doesn't have this method, and all of the first level Demon Marshal has been killed, plus his single-minded going to the 9th level. Li Qingshan couldn't help but look at his feet. There was a general guess, and the heart was more vigilant. When he was still at the 7th level, he was almost confused by a voice. Thanks to Spirit Turtle's suppression of the heart, and Angelus Monk arrived in time. It is now at the 8th level, and the power that the voice can exert is probably stronger. At this moment, Demon Suppressing Pagoda is faintly bright and brighter. Not good. Li Qingshan pulled back and Demon Suppressing Pagoda crashed. A Lantern Monk holds a lamp, and after a round of Halo, it looks like High Monk, and then his face is raging, staring at Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan shook his head helplessly. Don't say anything nonsense. If you can wake him up in a few words. That is not Heart's devil. If it is the same person who is very close to the Lantern Monk relationship, maybe there are still some possibilities, but they have only just met a few hours, and they have been compared by a Lantern Monk. It is a waste of words. A Lantern Monk glanced at Li Qingshan and turned to the 9th level at Demon Suppressing Temple. Coward. Li Qingshan said. A Lantern Monk has a footstep. Waste. Li Qingshan steady hands and continued. A Lantern Monk suddenly looked back. What are you talking about? I said that you are not my opponent. I am afraid of me, so I have to escape. It is a coward waste. Li Qingshan said with a smile. A Lantern Monk has a magical treasure in hand, and its own cultivation base is extremely strong. To block him to the 9th level, the power of the monster cultivator must not be used. Relatively speaking, it is relatively simple to insult him. If it is a normal Lantern Monk, it may not be able to make him frown. Now that my mind is in chaos, it becomes extremely sensitive. Big light gun. A Lantern Monk screamed, and the platinum ray became a handle rifle, which rushed to Li Qingshan with lightning speed. If you can use Water Moon Mirror, you must let this monk taste what it means to give him the way. Li Qingshan waved revolting demon sword, and the sword light was intertwined into a sword, which shattered the ray of light. However, the brightness of a Lantern Monk is getting brighter and brighter. There are more and more big bright guns, more and more dense, like a storm. Li Qingshan's sword art is strong, but it can't support it. A sword fell through, and the big light gun passed through. In an instant, it was hit by countless rays and flew out. After the curved face, Li Qingshan was calm. I really lost the enemy of calm. It is easy to deal with, you just have to adjust the interest rate. How long can this crazy offensive last? Even without gods and demons' 9 transformations, the body of Demon Marshal is enough to withstand this kind of attack. The only one that can threaten him is the Buddhist treasure. Just wait for a Lantern Monk to run out. You can subdue it and then take it to the upper level of Demon Suppressing Temple, then wait for Angelus Monk to come back. Li Qingshan is planning in the heart. A powerful and tyrannical will into the mind. A voice shouted, "Come to die." Like a thunder in his head, Li Qingshan was dizzy and could hardly control his body. Expert fights, only in a flash. A Lantern Monk, even if controlled by Heart's devil, will not let go of such an opportunity. Long call the Buddha. Big bright wheel. A Lantern Monk had a round of aureole on his head, smashing into Li Qingshan's chest, and the armor smashed and shattered. It's quite a funny trick, but it's not so funny on your own. Wait, is this a rocket that's famous? Li Qingshan was knocked out and put revolting demon sword on the ground before he stopped the castration and bowed his head and laughed. The turtle son should not be anxious, and Lo Zi will go down and get rid of you. 8. It seems to be licking yourself, but it is not bad. Spirit Turtle C suppressing. Li Qingshan regained control of the body. The glare in front of her eyes, a Lantern Monk dragging a ray of light, smashing. There is no end. Demon Suppressing Pagoda. Li Qingshan spurred Demon Heart, a huge Demon Suppressing Pagoda to cover him. With a bang, Demon Suppressing Pagoda shook a bit, and a Lantern Monk flew back. The round of halos was broken and the bold blood was flowing. Li Qingshan chuckled. Just because of his strong demonic nature, if you use Demon Suppressing Pagoda to defend, it is really indestructible. A Lantern Monk added anger, shook his head, and had to fight again. His voice suddenly sounded in his mind and urged him to go to the Demon Suppressing Temple 9th level. Perhaps it was the effect of the collision. He also began to feel something wrong. Look at the Demon Suppressing Pagoda in front of him, only to look back at the Demon Suppressing statue behind him, and pick it up at a time. Under the Demon Suppressing statue, the gateway to the 9th level suddenly opened, and the black hole came with a strong suction. The wind whistling, rolling a Lantern Monk to the door. He did not know the resistance, and when he hit the entry, he would fall into the 9th level. The body suddenly slammed, a demon-suppressing chains wrapped around the lantern monk's legs, and the other end of the demon-suppressing chains was wrapped around Li Qingshan's hand. Smiled. The turtle son, you can't think about it, the voice screamed. If you don't let go, just pull him into 2 paragraphs. If it is someone else, he may hesitate and dare not pull on it again. But what is Li Qingshan's character? Change one hand to his hands, pull out the river and pull it backwards. Come on, who is afraid of who? I am with you. The bunch of life-saving rosary that Angelus Monk gave him was quietly crushed. I really didn't expect that things would develop into this field. Fortunately, there is a spirit turtle warning, which has been guarded. If you accidentally get into the 9th level, you may be at risk. The guy who was crushed at the 9th level was by no means an ordinary person. A lantern monk robes cracked from the waist, and then the waist skin began to crack. Blood is like a spring, was getting started in the wind. I can't hold a light on the senior brother, but as a Buddhist discipline, I don't go to hell. Who goes to hell? And death can't fall in the hands of Demon Dao. You said this is not the truth. Li Qingshan sighed, and the strength in his hand was not loose. If Lantern Monk falls into the 9th level, there is no chance of survival. It may also be used as a bargaining chip for Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple. It's better to gamble and hope that Angelus Monk can help in time, but it seems that if you can't catch up, how can you explain it to Angelus Monk? Master, I saved half a light of the senior brother, thank you. At this time, demon-suppressing chains is suddenly loose. No, something went wrong. On Great Buddha Mountain, Angelus Monk was talking to Undaunted Monk. He suddenly jumped in his heart and changed his face. He rushed to the back hill and went to the demon-suppressing temple. Qingshan, what's going on? How is this light in your hands? Li Qingshan sat on the corner of the main hall, playing with a lamp of Lantern Monk, and the lights were extinguished. In front of me is a demon-suppressing pagoda. Master, you are finally back. I saved a light, the senior brother, it was a hole. Li Qingshan particularly emphasized that with a wave of hands, demon-suppressing pagoda was removed, and a Lantern Monk lay in it, unconscious, and looked unharmed, but the waist was pulled especially long. At the last moment, the oil lamp on a Lantern Monk suddenly turned bright, and Li Qingshan felt that the power at the end of the door was one of the loose, and the Lantern Monk pulled back. Look at the lamp again, it has burned out the lamp oil. I don't know if a Lantern Monk is awakened by the pain, or the Buddhist treasure has a spirit, automatic guardian. What happened? At this time, Undaunted Monk and Little An also rushed over. Li Qingshan said the incident and sighed. If it weren't for me, Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple lost a genius disciple, plus a magical treasure. If Abbot doesn't let go, it's really not enough. Little An said, Qingshan, Abbot has promised, I will accompany you to Southern Sea County. Great. Li Qingshan was overjoyed and smiled. Abbot is very clear, and we, the juniors, also feel strong. Undaunted Monk gave him a glance, a large sleeve and a golden light. A Lantern Monk slowly woke up, and his eyes were a little dazed. Angelus Monk slammed on his head and sipped. A Lantern Monk trembled and recovered his clear understanding. He looked around and thought about what happened. He was ashamed and embarrassed. He couldn't kill him on the pillar and fell to the ground. Abbot. Junior brother. Is all disciple unskilled, will be taken by demon, please Abbot punish. Angelus Monk said, you don't have to be too self-pluming. The following suppression is the Flying Locust King, one of the 72 monster kings in the past. The cultivation base is far above you, even I am not an opponent. You have cultivated in Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple since childhood, and your mind is pure. This is both your advantage and your flaws. It is the so-called smugglers. My disciple originally is the stone in the pit. It is stinky and hard. Worried? I didn't expect you to give birth to the competition. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for the recommended ticket, monthly pass. Your support is my biggest motivation. Mobile users please read. Please, the hot August is coming to an end. The weather is getting colder, and the autumn is cool. It is a good time to travel, but we must take care of our body. The beautiful September is coming. and we will ask for a monthly ticket. Legend of the Great Saint, Chapter 761. Chapter 50, Prison Breaking Pest. Old Covenant. Master, you have won the prize. Li Qingshan haha smiled and didn't think it was embarrassing. Qingshan Jr. Brother, I am in a difficult situation, helpless, no words, please receive a light and a prayer. A lantern monk bowed to Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan was frankly accepted and smiled. You don't blame me for just pulling you off. Being in the hands of demon, you must not ask for death, even if you die. Thank you to the junior brother. Undaunted monk regrets again, listening to Angelus monk, saying that Li Qingshan had crossed second heavenly tribulation a few years ago, so that innate skill, such a mind, is a rare wizard in 100 years, never under one thought. If you can become the official discipline of Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple, you will be the mainstay. However, his Xing sentiment was strong and he could not force it. Fortunately, he was under the income of Angelus monk, and karma was formed with Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple. He is not afraid that he will not contribute. Going back to the demon-suppressing temple, the sun shines in the valley and has died into a blush. A lantern monk took a deep breath, and there was a feeling of returning to life. Undaunted monk let him go back to rest. A lantern monk thanked Li Qingshan again and turned to Great Buddha Mountain, and his footsteps became more and more determined. As soon as he entered the mountain defense great formation of Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple, a little bit of mustard, an invisible egg, was drilled from the pores of his back neck and landed in the grass. A lantern monk stunned. The eggs quickly hatch, turning into a little finger-sized flying locust, flying among the grass, quickly moving away from Great Buddha Mountain, flying directly to 100 miles, before stopping on a big tree, crazy foraging leaves. The fly quickly became bigger. After a short while, spiritual energy of heaven and earth, like a fist, became like a fist, vibrating its wings and flying in a farther direction. Undaunted monk said, one thought, you must leave. I can't stay strong. Mist Province is no more dangerous than Verdant Province, Southern Sea County, more than 100,000 miles apart. If there is any danger, even I have no time to rescue. I can rely on myself. Disciple understand. Little Un said, Angelus monk will fill Li Qingshan with the rosary, but he said, Qingshan, you will keep a commemoration. Southern Sea County is too far away, you are crushing the rosary. Asking for someone is better than asking for yourself. You can do it yourself. Disciple understands. Li Qingshan snorted. Archer, then we will leave. I am leaving. A weak voice, senior brother. Duergar. Oh, I almost forgot. No, this is for you. Borrow 1 and 2. Don't say that the senior brother is not derogatory. Li Qingshan took out 2 Demon Martial Demon Heart and handed it to Duo Georgia. No, I don't mean it. Duergar stuffed a Demon Heart into Li Qingshan's hand. Is this? Li Qingshan was surprised, only to find that the rosary on Duergar's neck was much shorter. The Demon Heart in his hand was 30 or 40. Crystal clear and of excellent quality. I heard that the Southern Sea is dangerous. This is for you, and it is useless to keep it now. Duergar was embarrassed. Li Qingshan was greatly moved and gave him a bear hug. Kid, your love, the senior brother will write down, and will double back in the future. Then I sneaked a glimpse of Undaunted monk and Angelus monk, and also the high monk of Buddhism, not as high as the consciousness of a small demonic people. The 2 high monk are naturally not red-faced. Undaunted monk did move to give Little N a Buddhist treasure, but considering it is give up, although it can pour resources into excellent figures, but as Heavenly Dragon Abbot of Buddhist Temple has to maintain basic justice. Buddhist treasure is a big deal. One thought has been too short for Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple. It has received too much preferential treatment and no credit has been made. This time, it is one thought. If you give the Buddhist treasure, you will definitely cause dissatisfaction with other disciplines. Angelus monk smiled and seemed to expect Duergar to do this, and he was very satisfied. He also holds a magical treasure in his hand and is ready to hand it to Li Qingshan, not the Buddhist treasure, but the demonic treasure, But the time is not here. It can be said that there are already 2 magical treasure waiting for them. With their innate skill and cultivation base, they already have this qualification. What is lacking is only qualifications. This shows the superiority of Hidden Sword Palace. Just becoming a formal discipline, you have the opportunity to have a magical treasure class sword. No one can complain if you get the sword. But the downside is that even if the Hidden Sword Palace is about to die, the Palace Lord can't give the sword to a certain discipline, only to wait for the sword master to appear. Li Qingshan and Little An went away and disappeared into the sky. Wang wang wang. Wang wang wang. In a melon field, a yellow dog is arrogant. At the corner of Guada, a naked body man is holding a watermelon mammoth, even eating a leash. Even the seeds are not spit. His physique is strong. His skin is yellow, and the dark brown say's eyes are flashing with enthusiasm. He eats and says, "It's so delicious. It's finally out!" Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple, Angelus Monk, Golden Cicada, and Li Qingshan. You all die. The melon farmer wearing a straw hat heard the dog barking and took the guy out of the straw shed. The turtle son, dare to steal the watermelon of Lozi. Don't want to live. Who are you? The man slammed the head, and the melon farmer couldn't move, and the pair of dark brown say eyes seemed to reflect countless self. The yellow dog whispered and fled with his tail. The man licked his lips. Don't have eaten human flesh for a long time. Demonic people's meat is stinky and sour. It's really ugly. After a while, the man stood up from the melon field and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, looking at the western sky. The last glimmer of light was faint, and behind him was a demon-suppressing statue, and none of them met with Li Qingshan. The same. That kid gave me some inspiration. Otherwise, I still can't get the 2 monk. So let him die a little better. Above the cloud, Li Qingshan felt a move in his heart. Sitting cross-legged and letting spirit turtle divination. After a moment, he opened his eyes and looked back at Great Buddha Mountain with some strangeness. It was clear the demon-suppressing temple had already come out. How could the inexplicable sense of crisis still not be completely relieved? Instead, there was a kind of lurking and constantly the trend of growth and growth. What's wrong? Little An asked. Li Qingshan smiled and said, "Nothing. It means that the road ahead is a bit sinister, but when we come this way, there is not much time when it is not sinister. As long as we together, we must overcome all difficulties and go directly to above the 9 heavens." Clear River Prefecture, in the depths of subterranean world, the magma is tumbling and the lake is burning. Golden Cicada fellow Taoist. Let's finish the Old Testament. Li Qingshan turned into a North Moon gesture, shouting loudly, and the sound rolled back. Standing next to it is a crystal skeleton, with a translucent flame burning in the eye socket. You are finally back. A tender and vicissitude sounds directly in my mind. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 762 Chapter 51, Divine Parasol Tree. I also have a heart. Let you wait. No, this is the Heavenly Dragon meditation chant you want. Li Qingshan took out a jade slip, and Little An has engraved the original version of Heavenly Dragon meditation chant. Jade slip was thrown at the lava lake. A whirlpool appeared in the lake of fire, extending infinitely downwards, seemingly entering another world. The jade slip fell and the vortex disappeared. After a long time, the voice of the Golden Cicada Spirit King sounded again. Sure enough, there is work. The tone is overwhelming. Not just to get the peerless cleaning technique we both cleared up. If there is nothing else, I will leave. Li Qingshan waved and left. Golden Cicada Spirit King said, "The atmosphere of Phoenix is getting stronger and stronger. You are said to have been killed by Inxi's Dragon King. You can escape from birth, thanks to the power of Phoenix Nirvana." Yes, that battle is really thrilling. Oh, it's just a matter of escape. What advice does fellow Taoist have? Is there any other Phoenix plume and fellow Taoist? Li Qingshan's heart, Golden Cicada Spirit King seems to be familiar with Phoenix. Since there is a Phoenix plume, there may be more. If you can get 3 or 5 more, the cultivation Phoenix Nirvana scripture becomes extremely easy. Phoenix has been flying for too long, that phoenix bloom, I just kept it as a commemoration, there is still there. But there is a divine parasol tree in Melting Fire Mountain in Mist Province, which used to be the habitat of Phoenix. If you can go there to cultivation, the effect is better than 100 times in the lava. Li Qingshan said, Melting Fire Mountain. Seems to have heard it. I am going to the south to go. I will definitely go to see you. When I put Heavenly Dragon meditation chant in, I can make up for the last hole in the cultivation base, and then go to the world Heavenly Tribulation. Jump out of this world. When you come over, when there is a last gift for you, in exchange. Golden Cicada Spirit King said that there was another thing in the magma fire lake falling into the hands of Li Qingshan. It is a fiery red jade, which carries a trace of divine sense, and has no special function. It is used for alarm communication at critical times. What to exchange? Li Qingshan is playing with jade. Curiously asked, what makes Golden Cicada Spirit King so serious? As a gift must not be a big deal, maybe even more precious than Phoenix Bloom. But since it is exchange, it means that what he has to pay must also have corresponding value. A Phoenix Plume feather for a Heavenly Dragon meditation chant. It's hard to say who pays who earns, but it's what you need. But one thing is certain, the value of these two things is roughly the same. You know when you are. Golden Cicada Spirit King is as deep as you can. Is it possible to prepay the gift like Phoenix Plume? I have a lot of difficulties lately to go. Li Qingshan has started his mind. After a transaction, each other should be the most basic trust. It is good to have more strength. This can't be done. It won't be handed over to you at that time. It's not that I believe you. I am more and more curious. I guarantee that the value of this thing will never be under magical treasure. If it can be used well, I am afraid it will be over. Well then, I wish fellow Taoist to spend the fourth heavenly tribulation as soon as possible, and go outside this well to see the other side of world. After a section of karma, a new karma, Li Qingshan and Little An returned to the ground. It is late at night. It's full of stars. Li Qingshan, for a time, I don't know where to go. I just experienced a long cultivation, then a feast in the Cloud and Rain building, and a big fight in the demon suppressing temple. Although I can't talk about getting tired, but I also want to take a break, and accompany the long-lost close relatives around me, and smiled. Time is really fast. Unconsciously, you have grown into an adult. Then it was only then don't touch my head anymore. Little Un grabbed his big hand with a pair of hands and gently put it on the palm. Little girl is really hard. How good it used to be. I can't even touch my head now. I knew it shouldn't have been sent to Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple. It was all taught by the group of Bad Donkey. Li Qingshan sighed the heart of the painful illness. Little Un bit his lip and put his hand on his head. This is what it is. Li Qingshan ha laughed and took her in her arms. The sandalwood was full of arms and her heart was quiet and quiet. She said softly, where to go, what to do first, I will follow you. I want to go home. Little Un raised her face. Going home? You mean Qingxiao Immortal Cave? Isn't it enough to save because of retreat? Li Qingshan shook his head. You said it with me. Little Un looked serious. That's okay. Li Qingshan said helplessly. In Qingxiao Immortal Cave, a silvery white moonlight came in from the top of the cave. Li Qingshan is lying under the moonlight and looking up at the star of the hole. Little Un was quietly in his arms, staring at him for a moment. Long seaweed-like hair, waterfall drips, laid on the stone platform, falling from the edge. After a while, Li Qingshan bowed his head, and then, nothing then, that's it. Little Un held him tighter. That's okay. You are really good to deal with. Li Qingshan sighed and felt that it felt good. That's 100 years. Little Un's eyes sparkled, even more than the brightest stars. 100 years, here? Yeah. Isn't it good to deal with? Little Un's look was a little bit narrower to match her girl's appearance. You will get tired soon. Li Qingshan squeezed her face as a child. Not tired. Little An paused and repeated, "Not tired." What she is looking for is not in the distant side, but here. Efforts to cultivate is just for the long-term retention of this moment. In the quiet and undisturbed world, only the existence of each other is the bliss. Li Qingshan suddenly had a hint of impulsiveness, as she said, "How about the millennium?" But this impulse is just a flash. Compared to his dream, it is just a breeze. It is difficult to leave traces, and then it feels apologetic. "Is it too much I want?" Little An suddenly smiled, turning over on him, holding his right hand up, pointing to the depths of the sky, loudly, "I am going to above the 9 heavens." At that moment, the brilliance that bloomed, even Li Qingshan was dazzled, and realized that she was so beautiful. Usually, she is more like a piece of white paper, a pool of clear water, clear and flawless, but at this moment it is covered with the most intense and bright colors, some strange, and some familiar. "Don't you still say that you have to stay for 100 years? Although I am just a skeleton, I am also interested." Little An lowered his head and gently pressed his hand to his heart, as said, "If you like this piece, you are welcome to come to the starting point. Read Ps, just to catch up with the Mist Province Yunmen." The second half of the story begins, involves a lot of new characters and stories. Think about it more. Or it may be that I have too many concerns. I am afraid that it is not easy to write, not easy start. In short, please update as much as possible, and after the transition, it will be faster. 9. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 763 Chapter 52, Invitation of Hidden Sword Palace. Two people hugged and Li Qingshan said something happened after the separation. Little An only listened quietly most of the time. The moonlight shifts and finally disappears and turns into sunlight. Repeatedly, sun and moon alternate, until Han Qiangzi came to the door. Han Qiangzi stood in front of Immortal Cave and looked at the rolling clouds between Lian Mountain. He thought, Ruxin's Immortal Cave is not far from here, but she has been retiring for several years. I don't know how it is now. Behind the stone door opened. She turned and saw Li Qingshan striding, but her eyes were not offset, falling behind him on Little An's body, could not help but stunned. Even as a woman, there are a feeling of dazzling fascination. Beautiful skeleton, life and death transformation, even if it has all the empty meaning, but also can show the world's pinnacle form, with the improvement of the cultivation base, and the growth of her age, her form becomes stronger. Not charming technique, win charming technique. If you can really play pinnacle, it is not the national grace, divine fragrance of cloud and rain sect. It is the celestial fairy who is detached from this world. You are, Little An. Han Qiangzi is easy to come back. How, don't you know? Li Qingshan smiled. How come, as long as I have seen it once, who can forget it? Han Qiangzi said with a smile. But the mood is a bit complicated. Her temperament is broad and wide, and she doesn't know Little An's innate skill, nor will she be embarrassed by her peerless look. And she believes by instinct that there is no male or female relationship between them, otherwise even if she is not jealous, Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple can't stand it. But they simply stood there. But there was an incomprehensible sense of harmony. The two people with different temperament had the closest connection, and even they could not get involved. Mind, this is Tao companion that my father said. In a certain way, she would rather Li Qingshan go to the grass, shake her head and throw all these thoughts behind her mind. To Little An, I heard that you also crossed second heavenly tribulation. Congratulations. Little An bowed slightly and looked at Han Qiangzi calmly and wavelessly, as if looking at the rocks and trees. If it is not necessary, she has always been dissatisfied with people's words, not to mention any etiquette rules, only to deal with it when needed. At the beginning, Han Qiangzi was attacked because of this attitude. Li Qingshan immediately turned her face for her. With the identity of the little chi refining warrior, he is unscrupulous against Kuhei Tang. Now Han Qiangzi knows she is like this to everyone, not specifically for herself. You can't close the door in Immortal Cave as soon as you come back. I thought you have to close again. The last time was a bit of an accident. If you really want to retreat for a long time, you will definitely tell you, but I have this plan recently. Li Qingshan and Little An look at each other. This is what they discuss. Li Qingshan needs some time to precipitate after comprehending the demon suppression catalog 8th layer, further enhancing the cultivation base. With dozens of demon hearts given to him by Duo Georgia, more organic will refine the revolting demon sword into a true demonic treasure, and let the strength of the monster body fully recover to pinnacle. The same is true for Little An. After crossing the second heavenly tribulation, you can further cultivate Tao of the beautiful bones. The skull rosary, murdering Buddha sword, and blood sea banner are all re-refined. Li Qingshan has already prepared for him. He has been able to collect many dead bodies in the battles over the years, especially at the demon-suppressing temple, the Ethan level, tens of thousands of demonic people, and a large number of demon general demon marshal, can further improve her cultivation base. Thus, they both teamed up, not saying if gods block, kill the gods, if Buddhas block, kill the Buddhas. No matter what the dangers of Southern Sea County, they can handle it with ease. Even if there is some existence of third heavenly tribulation, it is not empty. Also retreat. Han Kaiengzi didn't know what to say. For the cultivator, retreat is by no means a bad thing. It is not at the critical moment of cultivation. It needs to concentrate on breaking through the bottleneck. There is no need for retreat. It is enough to maintain normal cultivation. However, Li Qingshan's retreat is too frequent, and every time he retreats, the cultivation base will increase rapidly, which is a bit numb. Li Qingshan said, but it is not now. It is mainly based on rest recently. It is estimated that we will wait for a new appointment and say it after Mist Province. Cultivation is heavy. You are going to do it yourself. And you don't have to tell me specifically. Anyway, I am used to it. We are not mortal, not so intimate. Han Kaiengzi was very free and easy, and there was a sense of helplessness. When Li Qingshan replied, he said, I came to see you, but there is something else. Chengzhen is going to Hidden Sword Palace. After the duel in Mooncourt Lake, Yin Xiaochu did not immediately move to the next house, but was invited by Hua Chengzhen. That night at the Cloud and Rain building banquet, neither of them participated, and they drank a drink on the flying Scarlet Cloud Mountain. Since Hua Chengzhen has a heart for Hidden Sword Palace, it is natural for Yin Xiaochu to make friends. He is originally fascinating. Although Yin Xiaochu has a higher cultivation base, most of the time is spent in Hidden Sword Palace, focusing on sword Tao and experiencing nature. Can't compare with Hua Chengzhen. After a few jars of wine, there was a feeling of seeing it. Hua Chengzhen said that he wants to enter Hidden Sword Palace. Yin Xiaochu immediately pats his chest and guarantees that his talent is absolutely no problem. The next day he will be sent to Hidden Sword Palace. Perhaps it is also stimulated by Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple. How long ago? Hidden Sword Palace had a reply and asked him to be tested in Hidden Sword Palace. In the night, on the flying Scarlet Cloud Mountain, an empty hall was lit up. Except for Li Qingshan's surprise, it did not imagine the appearance of guests gathered, but it seemed a bit deserted. It is reasonable to say that Hua Chengzhen has a wide range of contacts, and the Hua family is deeply rooted. Such a big event should invite many guests. On the platform on the top of the mountain, it was discovered that there were more than a dozen people, and they were all familiar faces. They didn't even have a good face, and a group of people drank and talked, like a normal gathering. Everyone's eyes were attracted by Little An beside Li Qingshan, and they were speechless at all. Fellow Taoist is one thought, and it's a long-awaited name. See you today. Realized what it's better to meet. Yin Xiaochu got up and said that his eyes are like swords, implying a sword intent. Instinctive to try her depth, and then dumbstruck found that the sword intent is like a sinking sea, there is no landing. If you really want to shoot, I do not know how to swing this sword. Only knowing that each other's strengths are different is not something that river-shattering sword can make up for. Little An said nothing. Li Qingshan ignored Yin Xiaochu and asked Hua Chengzhen, how come this way? Don't find more people to celebrate? Hua Chengzhen said, I haven't become a discipline of Hidden Sword Palace. What are you celebrating? With Chengzhen, your heart innate skill, there is absolutely no problem. Maybe you can pull out a famous sword. Yin Xiaochu turned around and said to Li Qingshan, fellow Taoist Li can think of Hidden Sword Palace. Put on a good sword. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for the recommended ticket, monthly pass. Your support is my biggest motivation. Mobile users, please read Legend of the Great Saint chapter 764. The 53rd chapter of the Rain, Hidden Sword Trip. Yin fellow Taoist will not be joking, but I am the recognize of Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple. Li Qingshan stunned and couldn't help but smile. Layman disciple. Yin Xiaochu added that layman disciple has a very low status at Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple and has no qualifications to step into the inner court, let alone the wonderful culture technique. There is no resource, that is, the name of Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple. Head, people dare not bully. Then you know who my master is? Li Qingshan raised his eyebrows. He is layman disciple. But layman disciple is not unusual. The master is Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple, third heavenly tribulation great cultivator. The cultivation is also the top of the cultural technique. What is the qualification of Hidden Sword Palace? To ask him if he wants join. The name of Angelus Master, who doesn't know? No one knows. Then I don't understand. Even if I want to join Hidden Sword Palace, can I pass the master of my master? Li Qingshan, the cultivation of the master's name is very important, especially when your master is a great cultivator from the big sect. Through the third heavenly tribulation, the relationship is unbreakable. It's not about letting fellow Taoist be the discipline of Hidden Sword Palace, but who is the teacher. But like Zitong Elder Zhu of Clear River Prefecture, be a guest official elder. Yin Xiaochu explained that the process of losing to Li Qingshan, to report to Hidden Sword Palace, caused great attention, not only because of its cultivation base, but also because Yin Xiaochu said, this person Sword Taoism or win me. This made the Hidden Sword Palace Lord, including a group of elders, feel a little unbelievable. Yin Xiaochu, from a young sword, practiced the high-tech sword of Hidden Sword Palace, and passed the sword intent contained in the river-shattering sword, even though he couldn't bear Li Qingshan. So I moved my mind. The cultivator that absorbs second heavenly tribulation is one of the traditions of Hidden Sword Palace. No matter what the origins are, there are some chances. Some guest official elders also act as sect leaders of other sects. Just become a guest official elder. Participate in the superior culture technique of Hidden Sword Palace. But not all cultivators that have crossed second heavenly tribulation have the opportunity to become the guest official elder of Hidden Sword Palace. The person must use the sword to fight the sword, and he must leave the sword at Hidden Sword Peak after death. Hidden Sword Palace recruited Taoist Sloppy Zitong to be a guest official elder, not only to see him, but also to see his thunder execution sword. With Zitong's cultivation base, it's not a problem to live for hundreds of years. Just use the Hidden Sword Palace's law to continually sacrifice. Even if it is a bandit, you can get rid of it. Not to mention the original is the thunder execution sword of magical artifact, which has the chance to become a magical treasure of the powerful fierce. It is in this way, Hidden Sword Palace constantly collects the world's famous swords. Even the magical treasure, such as the Soaring Dragon Sword Cultivator, can't count as 10 exalted sword, and you can know how deep its roots are. It's the same. Li Qingshan asked, but you said that you can change the sword. Can I pull the sword from Hidden Sword Peak? He didn't like Hidden Sword Palace, from Soaring Dragon Elder to Fu Qingjin, and he was forced to desperate. But the temptation of a magical treasure is too great. I thought to myself, with my charm on what Hidden Sword Peak, those 10 exalted sword, you can't vote. The general guest official elder can't pull the sword from Hidden Sword Peak. But fellow Taoist doesn't seem to have the right sword in his hands, only to open a special case, with fellow Taoist's sword Tao savvy. If you can practice Hidden Sword Palace sword, you must be on the first level floor. Yin Xiaochu's face is serious. Although he lost the hand of Li Qingshan, but he did not produce any greed, And the task of Hidden Sword Palace is also meticulous. This kind of temperament is obviously not what his experience can have. Much of it comes from the influence of River Shattering Sword, which shows the value of a good sword for Hidden Sword Palace. But some words he did not say. Hidden Sword Palace is willing to set a precedent for Li Qingshan to pull the sword from Hidden Sword Beak, but also fancy his sword Dao. The so-called one with the sword is not only a sword to help manpower, but also a person to raise sword heart. A good swordsman is very big for a sword. I think about it. Li Qingshan thought. Please fellow Taoist, think slowly. Yin Xiaochu no longer speaks. In addition to Hua Chengzhen, the people present were surprised. Originally for Li Qingshan to cross the second heavenly tribulation, there are still some unreal feelings, but now I have to sigh. Unconsciously, he has already reached this step. Hidden Sword Palace. These sects are the objects they want to look up to. Hua Chengzhen can be a Hidden Sword Palace disciple. It is a celebration and a test. Li Qingshan was directly invited to become the guest official elder. The difference is really not small. I also understand that Hua Chengzhen did not celebrate it, otherwise Yin Xiaochu's words would definitely be the winner. Hua Chengzhen asked Li Qingshan to sit down and smile. No matter what the past, the Ming dynasty, have a drink tonight. It is good. Li Qingshan smiled and seated, little and stared at him. Han Qiangzi sighed in his heart and was about to find another seat. Suddenly his waist was tightened. He was pulled into his arms by Li Qingshan. He smiled and asked, "Where does the lady want to go?" Han Qiangzi face Fei Hong. "Let me go." Li Qingshan mentions the jar of wine and drinks it all. He laughs loudly. It's hard to be killed. Han Qiangzi seems to be contaminated with a touch of drunkenness. This man who once let his unwitting love for her, love at first sight, is more than ever, and has a charm that makes her cherish. In the past, it is still, even if it can't be our companion, even if she is less and more, she has no remorse. Everyone laughed. Li Qingshan saw her face getting red and red. She was too shy to win. She let go of her, let her sit next to her, still holding her waist and not letting her escape. Han Qiangzi gave him an elbow, but he couldn't open it and only gave up. Although his face was ashamed, there was a joy in the middle. A group of people drink wine to enjoy the moon, but it is also happy. Qingshan, if you can become the guest official elder of Hidden Sword Palace, we can walk together. Hua Chengzhen said. If it is okay, I naturally want to get a famous sword out, but this matter has to be approved by my master. I can't be the master. Li Qingshan took another look at Yin Xiaochu. Yin Xiaochu was drinking himself, and a pair of toasts to eliminate the hustle and bustle of the vicissitudes of life. However, in Li Qingshan's view, it is also a smuggler, and the inheritance from the sword is not really a feeling of his own, with subtle differences. Since this kid dares to come up, no, it is Hidden Sword Palace. If you dare to come up, is it true that Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple will definitely promise? Otherwise it is not a faceless. Or, Hidden Sword Palace wants to be with Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple Alliance. Let me play a role. Li Qingshan thought, and gradually decided, suddenly raised the head. It's going to rain. Everyone is looking up. The moon is empty. There are only a few thin clouds floating in the dark blue night sky, where there is a rain. But soon, the gust of wind hit, whistling through the mountains, like an invisible big hand, pulling a curtain. The clouds are densely covered, and the whole sky is covered in a blink of an eye, thick pressed in the foothills, as if at your fingertips. Mountain rain is coming to the wind. Li Qingshan, the voice of the Clear River Prefecture, has been turbulent in the 9 provinces over the years. The battle between human race and monster race has continued, and Demon Dao sect, which has been suppressed for thousands of years, has begun to refloat out of the water, in the clouds and frost's 4 states. It is very fierce. Diexia dynasty's control over the states is steadily declining. This can be seen from White Lotus cult. If in the past, White Lotus Holy Mother had to catch the tail when he fled to Mist Province, the Eagle Wolf Guard could allow her to rebuild Head Altar in a big way, but now there is no one. Tube. This is still on the edge of the Mist Province. which is very close to Verdant Province and even the Dragon Province. If it is 100,000 miles south, what the Southern Sea County looks like can be imagined. When the order collapses, it's time to copy the guys to see the strength. Hidden Sword Palace and Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple are both so-called decent and decent. At this critical time, it is only natural that you want to strengthen the alliance. Yeah? Hua Chengzhen sighed. The presence was not stupid. He heard the meaning of Li Qingshan's words and fell into thought. For a time, the high platform was silent, only the wind was over. The tragic owners of the Clear River Prefecture were personally experienced, but now it seems that it is nothing but a catastrophe, the mountain wind before the rainstorm, and the bigger catastrophe waiting in front. The dark clouds covered the moon. The heavy rain fell, and the heaven and earth were dark, and the sound of heavy rain rang. There was no strange thunder. The temples under the mountain, though shining with lights, seemed to be weak, and they are swaying in the rain. Although the rain did not fall on the heads of the people, but the light of the stars and moons, the atmosphere became somewhat depressed. Righteous path in the world, all living and suffering, need the sword of my generation to maintain. Yin Xiaochu got up, and the black hair flew, and it was awesome. Clanged, river-shattering sword out of the sheath, waving to the dark hollow. Jiang Wen flashed away, like a lightning bolt in the night sky. The clouds are silently cracking open, and the moonlight is falling and the stars are shining. Good sword art. The crowd shouted loudly. The clouds seemed to be near real, and across such a distant distance, a sword broke through the clouds, which was really a skill. I also want to thank the fellow Taoist for the defeat that was made to me. I was inspired by Sword Tao and I have a new understanding. Fellow Taoist will not open my eyes to me. Yin Xiaochu looks back at Li Qingshan, which is not only the show of the river-shattering sword, but also the meaning of the contest. Although you have a cultivation base, I am a realm, but I can do it, but you may not be able to do it. Now I am not your opponent. But when I cross second heavenly tribulation, you are definitely not my opponent. Li Qingshan stood up lazily and threw the empty jar of wine in his hand down the cliff, pushing his hands up. Strike the sea? Parting cloud form. The clouds undulating and moving in all directions, but for a moment, the clouds of the small half of the sky were all arranged, and the moon became more and more clear. Li Qingshan said, Yin fellow Taoist, I will report this to my master. If he does not object, go with fellow Taoist to Hidden Sword Palace. After the banquet, everyone dispersed. Soon, Angelus Monk sent a round-trip tone, let Li Qingshan decide on his own. Only a little request, don't weaken his name. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for the recommended ticket. Monthly pass, your support is my biggest motivation. Mobile users please read Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 765 Chapter 54, White Wolf Commander. Li Qingshan smiled and looked out the window and looked at the bamboo forest. It seems that his guess is not wrong. The identity of his layman disciple is just used on it. At the same time, the two identities of Verdant Province's two sects, although not in the core, but the status is not low, and he is a demon. The world is really unpredictable. Qingshan, do you really want to go to Hidden Sword Palace to be a guest official elder? Liu Qunfeng asked on the sidelines, cautiously, as if he was afraid of a word that annoyed Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan, even though she never puts on a shelf, but after so many years of wind and rain, the power has been achieved. Angelus is self-defeating. Illusory Cloud Association's development in Ruai County is very good. Liu Qunfeng today invited Li Qingshan to Illusory Cloud Island to let him continue to create. This is to let him forget the identity of novel school disciple. I didn't expect him to really promise. Li Qingshan always feels that the great amplifying divine symbol will play a role in the future. He will look for the old feelings with little and don't have to drink recalling water. With his current cultivation base, if you want to remember something, don't think about it. If you don't get up, you will make a big copy of the text and let Little Un make the changes. It is also very pleasant. Other people are kindly invited. How can I refuse it? Little Un, you are slowly changing here. I will go to the meeting, Yin Xiaochu. Li Qingshan got up and was waiting to go down. He glanced at the painter not far away, remembering Hua Chengzhen at the Flying Scarlet Cloud Mountain dinner. Chu Danqing didn't go, and I didn't know how the 3 absolute books was fixed. Falling on the island, just grab a painter discipline and ask, what about you, Patriarch? Li. Commander Li. Patriarch is retreating, saying that no one can bother. Said the disciple trembled. It's hard for him. Li Qingshan said, knowing that it's not an easy task to fix magical treasure like 3 absolute books. If there is a chance to make some compensation. Li Qingshan just broke away. Soon after, a dawn came from the direction of Clear River Prefecture and landed on Illusory Cloud Island. It was Hua Chenglu with a slight eyebrow. The face is difficult to hide the color of worry. Liu Qunfeng is busy welcoming Commander Hua. How come you, Commander Li, is here? Unfortunately, he just went to Flying Scarlet Cloud Mountain. Then he should already know. Hua Chenglu sighed. In the bamboo building, Little An paused and glanced at the window, and then bowed his head again, with no worries and a stroke. Yin fellow Taoist. My master has promised, we are ready to go. Li Qingshan came to Flying Scarlet Cloud Mountain again. Find Yin Xiaochu and start the road. Fellow Taoist Li, something went wrong. Yin Xiaochu has no accidents, but there is a dilemma in his expression. What happened? You haven't seen Chenglu? Hua Chengzhen said. No. What happened to Chenglu? It turns out you don't know. Eagle Wolf Guard has appointed you as the White Wolf Commander for Mist Province, Southern Sea County. White Wolf Commander. Li Qingshan frowned. What is White Wolf Commander, Southern Sea County? Is there a White Eagle Commander in the Broken Place? Forget it. Anyway, he went to Mist Province, mainly for Uxin, and looking for Divine Parasol Tree. Don't care about the officials. But what does it matter? I can't punish my Eagle Wolf Guard for a few days in the evening. Li Qingshan suddenly realized, laughing, the original Hidden Sword Palace is afraid that I will kill the Southern Sea. Lost the sword in your palace? I guess right. Not bad. Southern Sea County is a wild and sinister place, and if the sword is left there, it's hard for Hidden Sword Palace to find it. Yin Xiaochu calmly said that every sword on Hidden Sword Peak is an indispensable treasure for Hidden Sword Palace. With Li Qingshan's understanding of Sword Dao, it is likely to be a magical treasure sword, which Hidden Sword Palace must not lose. Losing Soaring Dragon Sword has already made Hidden Sword Palace happy. When North Moon died, it was a broken clue and could not be found. The husband is not guilty, he is guilty of sin. You take a magical treasure to the Southern Sea. It may not be a good thing. Yin Xiaochu couldn't think of it. The dead North Moon was standing in front of him and discussing it and going back to Hidden Sword Palace to take a sword. Understood. Then I will go directly to Mist Province, and the sword will come back later. Li Qingshan is not angry. He is willing to be the guest official elder of Hidden Sword Palace. Originally, it is cheap to occupy. Until now, there is still hostility towards Hidden Sword Palace. Of course, he will not ask his opponent to trust himself. Just a sword, take it for a long time, and don't rush for a while. Li Qingshan is so generous. Yin Xiaochu is a little embarrassed. Come up with a jade slip, fellow Taoist. Since I promised to be my guest official elder of Hidden Sword Palace, please accept this jade slip. Li Qingshan took the jade slip and put divine sense into it. His eyes gradually lit up and he smiled. Thank you, Yin fellow Taoist. I am welcome. There are more than a dozen sets of unnamed sword art recorded in jade slip. Some are elegant and elegant, some are ancient and sturdy, and they are all very subtle. They are the essence of all kinds of sword art. There are also nearly 100 kinds of swords. If you don't see them with your own eyes, you can't think of a change of 3 feet. It's a sword cultivator sect. It's a bit of a doorway. When I study it carefully, Sword Dao will be able to go to the first level and play the full power of the Demon Dragon Sword. The most exciting thing for him is not the sword art swords, but a book called Sword Heart, which is divided into 3 parts: the sword, and the sword. Describe in detail how to temper the sword and improve the level of the sword. This is a timely reign for Li Qingshan. He is trying to refine Revolting Demon Sword into a real demonic treasure. Although Revolting Demon Sword can swallow Demon Heart and improve its power, the speed of improvement is quite slow. There are dozens of demon martial demon hearts in hand, and I dare not say that they will succeed. Now with this law, the chances of success increase greatly, not to mention 10 out of 10, but also have a grasp of 70%. Hey, this is still cheap for me. Li Qingshan was satisfied and asked, when are the two ready to leave? I want to come here for 2 days. Hua Chengzhen suddenly looked down at the mountain. Someone is coming, strange, what did he come to me to do? At the foot of the mountain, a man stood in front of the mountain gate and dressed as a farmer. It looked very rustic, but there was a temperament that ordinary farmers did not have, and they were not humble and earthy. And next to him stood a well-dressed half-child with a sword behind him. It seems that some are not unrestrained. It is agriculturist school patriarch Li Long and Li Qingshan renamed Li Xiaoyao Li Qingshi. Li Xiaoyao said, Master, or we will go back. Boom. Li Long knocked on Li Xiaoyao's head. Bad boy, you said that you want to think of Hidden Sword Palace, I will bring you here. When you go to the place, you are stunned. What a man. The same is cultivation, almost everywhere. How can it be similar? Our agriculturist school is cultivated and cultivated. It is the main life. It must adapt to changes in life. The sword is a weapon, the Lord is dead, and it must be determined. You are still small, your mind is undecided. If you follow me again in a few years, it is too late to learn the sword again. Do people want me? Li Xiaoyao is uneasy. For those who want to learn swords, Hidden Sword Palace can be called a holy place, and Yin Xiaochu is the genius cultivator of the 22 house. It is also famous impressive, so that he feels no small pressure. Don't try to know how to know. There are no other places. It will not let you fall through. You don't have to be afraid. If people are powerful, aren't they being defeated by your fellow countrymen? Li Qingshan, Li Xiaoyao spirited. Sure enough, a bit more courage. These years, following Li Long, my mind has matured a lot. I have learned a lot about the past, and I have experienced the difficulties of Li Qingshan. I have no complaints. This uncle who refuses to recognize him, still his idol. At this point, the formation is turned on. Li Long pulled up Li Xiaoyao, and the foot was down to the inch. In a moment, he came to the foothills and saw Li Qingshan, and he had a little more grasp in his heart. What is the Li family lord coming to here? Hua Chengzhen asked. Li Long has always focused on the agriculturist school. He has been a retreat for cultivation for many years, and he has little communication with each other. He only knows Li Qiangshan's fellow country. I heard that fellow Taoist will go to Hidden Sword Palace, and I will send off the fellow Taoist. It's not a tribute. Li Long took out the prepared fruit basket, which has a variety of fruits such as apples, pears, etc., all of which are full of spiritual qi and bright colors. Hua Chengzhen resigned and only received it. Li Long said, there is another thing to ask for. This child is my discipline. He always loves sword Dao. I wonder if Yin fellow Taoist can take him to Hidden Sword Palace to try. Li Xiaoyao looked at Li Qingshan and didn't dare to look at it again. However, Swing Back looked at Yin Xiaochu of River Shattering Sword, his face full of fear and hunger. If you want to become the discipline of Hidden Sword Palace, you need to pass a rigorous test, which is beyond my words. This sub-qualification is mediocre. There is no courage between the eyebrows. Not suitable for the word cultivator. Fellow Taoist still let him continue to cultivate at agriculturist school as well. Yin Xiaochu inherits the sword intent of the previous generation of River Shattering Sword, and also has some ability to look at people. This is able to embark on path of cultivation. It is already very stubborn. There is little chance of passing a heavenly tribulation. For Hidden Sword Palace, this is the most basic, or even the official discipline is not counted. Li Xiaoyao bowed his head and his face was red and white. He is still young, he has not experienced training, but he also has a good heart. but single-minded wants to be a sword. I can't persuade him. Li Long sighed and touched Li Xiao's head, but his eyes looked at Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan said, Yin fellow Taoist, let him try it. If he can't pass the test of Hidden Sword Palace, then he will take everything off and send him back. I didn't see any innate skill at all. The air of determination. Yes, when I saw you, I thought you were extraordinary. This child is also surnamed Li. Is it your relative in your hometown? Hua Chengzhen smiled. Li Qingshan laughed and didn't answer. I must learn the sword. Li Xiao suddenly looked up and said loudly, Oh, why? Yin Xiaochu said, My sister-in-law is killed by the wicked. You want to avenge them? Li Long shook his head. The wicked man is already dead. Why is that? I want to kill other evil people. Go to the righteousness. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for the recommended ticket. Monthly pass. Your support is my biggest motivation. Mobile users, please read. Please. Thanks to the SJNZH12 classmates for their rewards. There is a new sect leader, which is awesome. Legend of the Great Saint, Chapter 766. Chapter 55. The New Journey. Li Xiao clenched his fists, and there was a kind of perseverance in his weakness. Li Qingshan secretly nodded, finally not contaminated with his parents' ignorance and deceit. In this case, then I will take you a ride. But whether or not to become the discipline of Hidden Sword Palace depends on your number of lives, Yin Xiaochu said. Yeah? Li Xiao is full of nod, very happy. Look at Li Long again and reluctantly. Li Long said, Do not be a little daughter, learn the sword, don't lose our Crouching Bull village. Yes, master. Li Xiao looked at Li Qingshan again and secretly made up his mind. Although he was qualifying, he believed that there would be hope if he worked hard. Yin Xiaochu said to Hua Chengzhen, You don't have to hang around, let's go now. Back to Hidden Sword Palace, I have to retreat for a while. When I cross second heavenly tribulation, I will definitely go to fellow Taoist Li. No, yes. Li Chang, you challenge. Okay. But by then I have to pull a good sword from Hidden Sword Peak. Although Li Qingshan is hostile to Hidden Sword Palace, he has to admire his background. Fu Qingjian and Yin Xiaochu are not the best of the world. Even Soaring Dragon Elder is just a fierce decision, and it can last for so many years, not without reason. Hua Chengzhen said, Unfortunately, you can't send you off for Qingshan. You're welcome. Qingshan doesn't change, green water flows, we will have a period. Li Qingshan did not know what to do. He watched the three disappeared into the sky and turned to Li Long and said, It's hard for you these years, own disciple, it's a matter of course, and you can take your own steps in the future. Li Qingshan returns to Clear River Prefecture City and comes to the front of the Eagle Wolf Guard and looks up. Upstairs, Hua Chenglu is leaning against the back of the chair, looking out the window, thinking about what the eyebrows are, and the filigree jade fingers tapping on the handrail. From his retreat, although I only saw a few faces in a hurry, there were a lot of embarrassments in my heart, but since it was too late, I only accepted this result with frankness. It was not a little girl, not Hua Chengzhen. It was really an entanglement of love. She is not willing. It's good to see a few faces occasionally, and it's nothing to be laughed at by him. But now, even this is impossible because he is going to Mist Province. If it is just separation, but the most dangerous Southern Sea County, how can you not worry about his safety? At this time, a familiar figure appeared in front of the window and said with a smile, What are you thinking about? Big Brother Li. Hua Chenglu stood up and opened his lips, considering how to inform him of this bad news. I already know. Where is the order? Li Qingshan stepped into the room, looked at her embarrassed look, said with a smile. Hua Chenglu took out the order and Li Qingshan took it with a glance and it was White Wolf Commander. Right, Chenglu, your brother has just set off. Hey, isn't it a day or two? Probably I don't want to do anything to say goodbye. He went to Hidden Sword Palace. I should also set off. Li Qingshan smiles and looks out the window. The sky is clear after the rain. The blue is almost transparent. His heart has been drifting thousands of miles. No, It is 100,000 miles away. The Southern Sea County, who has never met, imagines the endless Southern Sea. What do you frown? I am promoted, don't you hug and celebrate? Li Qingshan opened his arms. Big Brother Li, don't you worry about it. It's Southern Sea County, the southernmost part of 9 provinces, the wild land in the wilderness. Eagle Wolfguard is not only privileged, but will be hostile. There are still thoughts and laughs. Hua Chenglu was in a hurry. Don't laugh, should I cry? Li Qingshan saw that she was thinking about herself, and she was moved. You go to Commander Gu, let her help you, and your master. After all, you are the Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple's discipline, and Hidden Sword Palace. Are they not asking you to be a guest official elder? In short, you must not accept it. This errand. Hey, it must be Sea King who is stalking from it, and he is awkward with the identity of Imperial Prince. Hua Chenglu is indignant. Thank you, but I have already decided that Southern Sea County is indeed a wild land in the wilderness, and it must be dangerous. Because of this, it is worth going. The Sea of the Sea, if not all. Look, don't you spend this life. As for Sea King, the kid, when he cries. Li Qingshan said proudly that he did not put Sea King in his eyes. This little grievances will find a chance to settle in the future. Big Brother Li, I heard you say this, even I want to see it. I haven't seen the real sea yet. If you are not afraid of dragging you, I want to go and be a white wolf guard. Hua Chenglu was infected by his pride, and his anxiety was one of them. This man needs her to worry about it. But he is Li Qingshan. From the Illusion of Mist Province Southern Sea, she didn't like the character of being a child, she even had the temptation to go with her to the Southern Sea. Come on, don't bother. Li Qingshan smiled and looked at Hua Chenglu. After a few years, the little girl became more and more charming. She was as eye-catching, her body was sturdy, she was sturdy, she added a point and she was fat, and she lost a point and she was thin. Beauty of, I really want to go. Han sister can't kill me. Hua Chenglu was reddened by his face and spit out his tongue. Hey, why should she marry you? You want to do what to me? Li Qingshan stepped back and said with great horror, Big Brother Li, ha ha, make a joke, you are still young, the road ahead is still growing. The biggest advantage of this cultivation is that you never think about how far you can go. The Eagle Wolf Guard thing to deal with, but don't worry too much. As long as you continue to improve the cultivation base, there is always one day, 9 provinces can go there. Li Qingshan patted Hua Chenglu's shoulder and said a long way. Well, I will try to cultivate. I heard that Southern Sea Mermaid is all very beautiful, and the singing is magical. If people who sail on the sea hear the song of mermaid, they will jump into the water and be drowned alive. Big Brother Li, don't be fascinated. Hua Chenglu said, but he did not believe that any woman could charm him with beauty, especially after seeing little Anne in the past few days. That kind of inhuman beauty, even she was amazed. Hey, this is no way, you know. I have always been fascinated by beauty. I just saw my fellow Li Long in Flying Scarlet Cloud Mountain. I only said 2 or 3 sentences. I was not careful. I told you so much. You reminded me that it makes sense. I want to take the precepts. I am leaving. Li Qingshan has no choice but to talk about it. It's really fascinated by a mermaid, and it's not a touching song, but a bad word. So urgent. You have to go so far. There must be a feast. Hua Chenglu surprised. It's still a matter of time. It's just been gathered in the last few days. Too many banquets will be boring. It's not a good place to go. If it's like the strong man is gone, it's boring. Li Qingshan refused, waved take care and turned to the window. Hua Chenglu looked at the back of his departure, and he felt mixed in his heart. I don't know how many years to see it again. I don't know how many dangers there are. Big Brother Li. What else? Li Qingshan turned around and said that Hua Chenglu stepped forward and kissed him on the lips, then immediately separated by electric shock, bowing his head and whispering, be careful on the road. Little girl, what is this? Li Qingshan licked her lips, and the feeling of warmth and tenderness remained on top of her, stretching her chin. The delicate face was full of intoxicating blush, long eyelashes trembled, and dared not look at his eyes. What? Hua Chenglu's eyes drifted, and her heart was deeply regretted. It was so impulsive. Li Qingshan no longer talked, grabbed her delicate waist, took her into her arms, bowed her head on the pink lips, and then drove straight in, opened the white teeth, grabbed the tongue, and tasted it. Hua Chenglu's eyes slammed wide and closed tightly. For the first time in his life, he was kissed by a man. There was a feeling of being violated, but he could not resist it. The body was tense and nervous, but as he kissed and caressed, he gradually relaxed and softened in his arms. This is called a kiss. After a long time, Li Qingshan smiled and saw her wearing confused and enchanted, and she looked like a gentleman, and her heart was burning. If it was in the past, I was afraid that I couldn't help but swallow her. However, after so many years of experience, no longer as urgent as in the past, she gently let go of her big brother. Hua Chenglu loves. This is the first time. I will apply a little punishment. I hope you take the warning. If there is another time, it will not be so simple. Li Qingshan said with a smile, but he was very serious. He never sat. A gentleman who is not chaotic, can even say that the person who comes here does not refuse. The meat of his mouth does not have the truth. Hua Chenglu saved him, and called him a big brother for so many years. His feelings are extraordinary, but he can't do anything he wants. I told Han's sister, you bully me. Hua Chenglu wiped his mouth and stared at him. Enlightened people with perfect wisdom and so many years of growth experience, it seems that all disappeared, and turned into the girl of a decade old. Oh, I dare to take a nap. Well, we will now ask her to go to theoretical theory and give us a review. Li Qingshan grabbed Hua Chenglu's wrist and walked out. Don't. Hua Chenglu hurriedly struggled, so it was easy to break free, and touched his wrist and said with indignation, Big brother, you don't want to face. Li Qingshan ha laughed. Big brother Li, you still owe me something. Hua Chenglu said, you don't say that. I am forgotten. Let me go to the southern sea. Think about it. Li Qingshan left. Hua Chenglu returned to his seat and continued to think about it, but it was another trouble. At dusk, Li Qingshan and Little An embarked on a journey to Mist Province. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for the recommended ticket, monthly pass. Your support is my biggest motivation. Mobile users, please read Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 767. Chapter 56, White Wolf Commander, Southern Sea County City. Flying over the mountains, it was just the beginning of the journey, and finally came to the border of Verdant Province. The infinite blue sea spread south to the end of heaven and earth. Li Qingshan took out the Mist Province mind map and glanced at it in a rolling mountain range. This is where Melting Fire Mountain and Divine Parasol Tree are located. He deliberately consulted Great Banyan Tree King, but things were a bit of a hassle, because Melting Fire Mountain is now the royal court of the Fire Eater race, and Divine Parasol Tree is even more difficult to get close to. There is nothing so strange about this. Everyone wants a good place. In the end, it must be a strong person. After Phoenix flies, being the new owner of Divine Parasol Tree will definitely not be the weak. Li Qingshan said to Xiao next to her, let's go to Yunmeng's first and see how Ruxin is going. It is good. Cloud Dream Great Marsh, cloud steaming Xiao, misty, undulating. The Great Lake contains a rich spiritual chi, which is a faint combination. This mega wave is manipulated in a small water god seal. She seems to be cultivation. Li Qingshan sensed. It's better to wait until we get to Southern Sea County and get rid of the danger before letting her go. Little Un said, all right, let her be cultivation here for a while. Li Qingshan nodded, taking control of such a large water region. For her with mermaid blood, it is a rare opportunity. Compared with cultivation, everything else you can put it back. So the two flew over Yunmeng's and continued to the south, but the destination was not Southern Sea County, but Mist Capital City. Mist Capital City, located in the heart of Mist Province, the Mist Provincial Governor House, The king city of Qingnan is the second largest city in Mist Province. The headquarters of the Mist Province Eagle Wolf Guard is nearby. Under the hazy sky, a huge golden eagle with a wingspan of 100 feet, the claws clasped to the foothills, and the eagle eyes overlooked the distant mist capital city, with a strong warning. The Eagle Wolf Guard originally is an important force in the imposing edge of the imperial court, but after thousands of years of wind and rain, even the golden eagle, which is made by the great strength, is a bit eclipsed. The Xia dynasty has lost control of Mist Province, and what is left now is nothing but nominal surrender. The original powerful Eagle Wolf Guard has become a target of public criticism, and is not subject to any party's influence. In Mist Province, there is basically only a county-level system. They also showed a tendency to shrink. At this time, Li Qingshan and Little An stood at the foot of the mountain. Look up to the golden eagle who stands proudly in the foothills. After the notification, under the leadership of the attendant, he set foot on the mountain. The vegetation on the mountain is lush, the giant wood into the forest, the scenery is beautiful, the pavilions are magnificent, and are not affected by the customs of Mist Province, with a strong Dragon Province imprint. But not many people are there. It seems a bit deserted. Occasionally I saw a few people, and Chi Refining Warrior, which is not much stronger than the mortal, is the identity of the attendant and maintains the basic operation here. Li Qingshan came to the foothills, where the temple was full of splendor and magnificent, but he walked inside. I didn't see Golden Eagle Commander and learned that it was recultivating. Finally, under the lead of that Xingyi attendant, he received the costume and waist card of White Wolf Commander, and then there was no special hospitality. He went down again and felt a little confused. It's also a White Wolf Commander. In Verdant Province, it is a big man. In the Eagle Wolf Guard, it is considered a middle and high level. In Mist Province, it is such a cold reception. However, he has already grasped the subtext. No matter what trouble you are experiencing, don't expect anyone to look for you. You are killing people, and no one will avenge you. Received. Li Qingshan smiled to Little and said, "There is no place to stay here, let's go to the office, let's go." Did not make any stop at Mist Capital City, immediately rushed to Southern Sea County. The two stopped and went, after more than 10 days of speeding, finally arrived at Southern Sea County at dusk. The air becomes hotter and drier, and it feels like sucking a vapor into the lungs. The giant woods of dozens of feet are everywhere, and the giant woods over 100 feet are not uncommon. If they are placed in the previous life, they are a 100-story skyscraper, which forms a primitive and three-dimensional world, and the Southern Sea County is built in it. More precisely, it is a giant wood that is close to 500 feet high. The trunk is covered with a dense cave opening, and a plank path is built around the trunk. People dressed in fancy clothes enter and exit the cave opening and walk on the plank road as if they were a small ant. A stubble tree branch supports a building and a stockade. People walked on the bridges woven by trees and vines and traveled between branches. Among them, the bustling. It is no different from the ordinary human race city. Before Li Qingshan came to Southern Sea County, he also did some homework, knowing that the closer to the south, the taller and thicker the trees, the more people live in the trees, and unless they need to, they will never go to the ground, and some people will not even go to the ground for life. It is difficult for the sun to penetrate the dense canopy. There is no sky on the ground, and there is a thick fog that lasts for a long time. It is a deadly suffocation. The layer of leaves, which will form a terrain similar to that of a Maya swamp. It is a paradise for all kinds of monsters, and even the plants that live in the shadows all the year round are full of aggression. In this extreme environment, let alone mortals, even cultivators are dangerous. The barbarian tribe composed of mortals cannot exist at all. Only the powerful shaman tribe can survive and must face the test of death. Therefore, righteousness, evil, good and evil have become very vague here. Only survival is the first. Most people who survive in this environment have the tenacity and cruelty, and they do everything in order to survive. And regardless of men, women and children, All are crazy pursuit of strength. Demon art, evil arts, which can quickly improve its strength, is popular, no matter how bloody its cultivation method is, how serious it is. The cultivation method of Zongxing Pingping does not work here. If you can't live today, how can you think about it 10 years later? Gambling is a matter of course. Life is not worth the money, whether it is someone else's or own. The more people who are loyal to life, the longer they live. So no matter whether the demon cultivator is strong or weak, it can never be eradicated. The strongmen who came out of this land, no matter what their cultivation, are deeply imprinted by the demon cultivator. From today on, I have to live in such a place, and I feel pretty good. Unfortunately, it is far from the sea. After the Eagle Wolf Guard, let's go to the beach. Li Qingshan is full of anticipation. Cultivation boundless sea art for many years. He has never seen the sea of this world. The real sea, the big waves, the vastness is boundless. As the landmark of the Eagle Wolf Guard, a silver-white eagle stands on the top of a giant wood, on a thick branch, and looks at it in a blink of an eye. It has a sense of proportional coordination, that is, an ordinary eagle standing. Treetops. Li Qingshan flew in, attracting countless attention, the voice of the alert in the Eagle Wolf Guard. Who? White Wolf Commander, Li Qingshan. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for the recommended ticket, monthly pass. Your support is my biggest motivation. Mobile users, please read. Please, thanks again to the SJNZH12 classmates for their rewards, and added an Alliance Lord to the book. Although in the process of writing, there will always be various problems, and the update will not be fast. With such continuous support, I can persist and strive to write better. Legend of the Great Saint, Chapter 768. Chapter 57, I want to be promoted. On the branches at the foot of the White Eagle sculpture, there is a building, which is a book house that grows from the branches. There are also huge hanging baskets made of vines hanging under the branches, and some of them flashed. Transforming a branch into a sky garden is full of wonderful exoticism. A group of white wolf guards dressed in white, embroidered white wolf, walked out of the strange buildings, although they all passed through the cultivation base of heavenly tribulation, but the British costume, worn on them, how it seems like stealing. Either put the sleeves up high, or tie the hem to the waist, and basically barefoot, and 10 people have 8 to see little Ann next to Li Qingshan. It looks like a cultivator. It's like a ghost who has never seen a woman in 8 lifetimes. The remaining 2, one is gloating, one thing is not related to oneself, watching the lively posture. The last one was full of surprises, with a weird tone. White Wolf Commander. Where is the White Wolf Commander? Of course, the White Wolf Commander from Southern Sea County. Let your White Eagle Commander come to see me. Li Qingshan was also a bit surprised. He was appointed White Wolf Commander. This group of White Wolf guards didn't even know, or deliberately pretended not to know. Hello, you have a big tone. You are just a White Wolf Commander. You should come to see our commander. A White Wolf Guard, who is a slinger, said that his ear nostrils wore a lot of rings, and he also painted dark green paint. At first glance, he was born into a witch, and his face was full of disdain. What are you, dare to talk to me like this? Li Qingshan's brow wrinkled, and a White Wolf Guard in the district dared to provoke him. It must be something to snuggle. Is it that White Eagle Commander is testing himself, or is there any background? Seeing that he is so young, has such a cultivation base, there must be a teacher inheritance. Maybe it is a demon cultivator sect. My name, you will naturally know, Commander. It's better to tell us. What is the name of the beauty next to you? White Wolf Guard was lazy and sullen, and did not put Li Qingshan in his eyes. Little An looked at Li Qingshan, and Li Qingshan smiled. The figure suddenly disappeared into the spot and appeared in front of the White Wolf Guard, reaching for it. The White Wolf Guard did not expect it. Li Qingshan came to the first time and even said that it was Hansen. There was a green smoke on the body, and it smelled like a poison. Li Qingshan ignored the poisonous smoke, held his throat tightly and lifted him up. Do you know who my master is? The white wolf guard's face was like a pig's liver. His legs were running and his eyes were still vicious. You dare to hurt me, a hairy hare, and it's hard to walk in the southern sea. When he comes to me to avenge my hatred, I naturally know. Besides, I don't walk. I am afraid that it will be difficult. Li Qingshan laughed. There is no murderous or a hostility. Such a guy is not worthy of seriousness. The villain Chen Junyi asked Commander to have a large number of adults, and the little man has a life. The villain no longer dares. From today, I will give you a cow, a horse in front of the horse. This southern sea county, I am most familiar with it. Except for Li Qingshan's surprise, the white wolf guard, who had just looked at Vicious, suddenly changed his face and shouted for it. I was so disregarded that many of my peers were watching, and my face was flattering. In my heart, he said, the unlucky person who was sent to the southern sea is not joking, but really wants to kill me. The hero does not eat the loss before the eyes. When he gets out of trouble today, he is his suffering in the coming days. Southern Sea County still doesn't know how to be a man with a tail. Do you think that crossing the second heavenly tribulation is invincible? Hey, your name is quite literary. Today Commander will give you a ride. Li Qingshan was unmoved and picked it up. Let's keep people. A dense, cloud-like canopy flies over the top of the light, turning into a thin, small, triangular-rayed old man, embroidered with a white eagle on a white coat, which is the white eagle commander of this southern sea county. Li Qingshan, sea commander, dare to ask commander to name it. Li Qingshan said, there is no respectful color in his face, and he still holds the white wolf guard. This old boy is clearly watching the fun on it. Maybe this is what he designed today. Old man Huang Saikin, you are Li Qingshan. Long-awaited name, long-awaited name. Huang Saikin looked up Li Qingshan up and down, and looked at little An next to him. The message from Seeking Imperial Prince from a few days ago came out again. Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple's 2 genius disciple, all under the age of 30, crossed the second heavenly tribulation. The future is far and wide, not limited. Because of the offense of Seeking Imperial Prince, he was sent here. Seeking Imperial Prince wants him to die, promises to thank him afterwards, and even transfer himself back to Dragon Province. Huang Saikin is not interested in returning to Dragon Province. She was sent here many years ago. Now she has fully adapted to her life here. She has contact with all parties in Southern Sea County and privately serves as a guest of several sects. Official Elder. Now that Imperial Court is weak, Demon Dao is reviving, and his status is rising. No matter who wants to unify the Demon Dao cultivator in Southern Sea County, he will be connected in series, and even Mist Capital City will use him. Losing the power of Third Heavenly Tribulation, he has been woven into a relationship for nearly 100 years. Here he has extraordinary power, and even the great cultivator who passed the Third Heavenly Tribulation can make it for him. He did not care very much about Seeking Imperial Prince's thanks, but he still decided to help him with this. The identity of these two people is really too eye-catching. Since the Southern Sea came, the more genius, the more you don't want to leave this place. 2 famous doors, the Righteous Path disciple, came here, and it was like throwing 2 fires into the boundless sea. Even if they were strong, they could not escape the end. He is just a homeopathic. Of course, there is no way for the world. He also left a glimmer of life for these 2 people. As long as they obey the orders and understand the depths, they will make 2 good dogs that will wag their tails. He does not mind helping them, and giving them refers to a living road. Seeking Imperial Prince's anger, he can also be completely unconcerned. All depends on the size of the interests. But now it seems that these 2 people are really not very good at people, missed the good opportunity he gave, especially Li Qingshan, dare to directly take his subordinates, really do not know life and death. Huang Saikin regrets them in my heart. Since I have to go on the road to death, I can't stop it. This nickname is Li Qingshan's arrogance, but it is easy to deal with. But the Dharma name is One Thought Woman is difficult to understand, and the beauty is incredible. He looks in the eyes, but also tempted. However, This is a trivial matter. Although Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple is far away from 100,000 miles, the two are standing behind. After all, Monk King, who has crossed third heavenly tribulation, must be careful not to ignite the upper body. Huang Saikin set his mind and smiled. I didn't expect you to come so fast. I didn't know the guys. I let him go. Come over with me. I will arrange a feast for you to pick up the dust. Mist Province there is no such thing as a wild land. It is good. Li Qingshan took Chen Juni in his hand to the ground and used it for 2 or 3 minutes. With a slamming sound, a big living person fell into a mass of meat. Blood spattered, and the screams did not have time to make a sound. He just has a few words of disrespect. You can't help but get too embarrassed. Huang Saikin changed his face. I didn't expect him to really kill, and still in front of his face, it was just hitting his face. And the woman is still faceless. This is also a Buddhist discipline? That commander, you should pay attention to little words in the future. Li Qingshan said that he came to Southern Sea County, but it wasn't to make a compromise. The Tiger Demon 5th layer was not Loke, but it was beaten and killed. The more enemies, the better. If he is in Verdant Province, he can't kill the White Wolf Guard. Mist Province is a land of nowhere. It is a good thing for him. He wants to force Huang Saikin to turn his face, and then he can be promoted as White Eagle Commander. Do you know who his master is? Huang Saikin looked gloomy. When he comes to me for revenge, I naturally know. You said yes, Huang Commander. Li Qingshan stared at Huang Saikin, his face slightly smiling. Then you know, the strong dragon does not crush the head snake. Huang Saikin had intended to show up first, clinging to Li Qingshan, and then using White Eagle Commander to arrange various dangerous tasks for him. If he died, he would not blame him. If he can survive, it will be equivalent to a powerful thug. Unexpectedly, Li Qingshan did not put him in his eyes, and there was no point to make good intentions with him, so that his plans were all lost. Shut up. I can see that your old boy is not so kind. Li Qingshan came to this Southern Sea County to do this, White Wolf Commander, not to accompany you to nonsense, but to sweep the demons, to host justice, who is good with me, and who is against me. Ha 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 ha. Li Qingshan laughed and screamed in the woods and spread it through the ears of everyone in Southern Sea County. They all looked over and wondered who would dare to say such madness. Not crazy. Although he wants to make a sense of justice, but the words are a big villain. Huang Saikin is stunned and totally unimaginable. The famous Gate of Verdant Province is a holy place of Buddhism. How to teach such a discipline? I don't understand a point. I don't know a little. Huang Saikin, you are a White Eagle Commander. Not only does the corpse have a vegetarian meal, but you also collude with Demon Dao. It is a curse for the sin. Today, there is nothing wrong with sin. You can't escape the crime. What else do you want to say? Li Qingshan laughed and screamed. Huang Saikin, shouting loudly, revealing a magnificent red light, revealing Demon Chi. Although I don't know if Huang Saikin has colluded with Demon Dao, but he is. If you marry him, I can get promoted. After seeing the bird woman, everyone is level. What evidence do you have? Your blood is spurting. Huang Saikin was furious, and his heart suddenly gave birth to a great sense of crisis. You are a righteous path traitor, demon cultivator scum. Go explain with Yama. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote. Monthly pass, your support, my biggest motivation. Mobile users, please read Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 769. Chapter 58, Death is also to die, not to die. Li Qingshan is reprimanded by justice. Rolling down Demon Chi suddenly shrinks and condenses. It has become the posture of Demon Marshal. Revolting Demon Sword is in the hand, and a magic eye stares straight at Huang Saikin. Who is this demon cultivator? All White Wolf Guards are screaming in their hearts. In general, the demon cultivator is just a general term. The cultivation demon art evil arts is a demon cultivator, and the demon cultivator is also a violation of the moral law. Li Qingshan, whether it is the exhibition technique or the style of acting, is simply a classic comment for the word demon cultivator, and such a person who actually accuses others is a demon cultivator. Rao is not a good person who is present, but also has an impulse to want to marry her. Huang Saikin can understand it. This is not intended to make anyone better from the beginning. The route is originally to come to the market. Li Qingshan, you have two people. Do you dare to put me in the eye? When I crossed second heavenly tribulation, you were not born yet. Huang Saikin's voice was still hoarse at first, and later it became loud and loud. His body was soaring, his mouth was violent, his body was white, and he stretched out a tail. After a moment, he changed from a thin old man to a half-man and a half-squatting posture. Two thick arms were supported on the ground. Murderous Aura looked at Li Qingshan. He actually has monster race bloodlines. Mist Province is a mixed race, unlike Verdant Province, where human race and monster race are distinct. Monster race and human race, and even eccentrics and human race, have sprung up. So many human race within the body are mixed with monster race. Some of the fathers and even their ancestors are human races, but in the critical moment, they will also inspire the blood of monster race. This is where some people in the ancestors marry monster race, inheriting the blood, and lurking with generations. So there is a saying that there is no pure human race in the south of Mist Province. There is no such thing as a large-scale war between human race and monster race like Clear River Prefecture, or war has never stopped, but only the battle for survival, the dispute of interests. It's not a shame to have monster race. It's a kind of pride in Mist Province. It's a kind of pride. It can be used with human race. At least it is Monster General's powerful monster race. Their blood can make a mortal quickly have a strong body, and even some wonderful power. Huang Saikin made a maddening. Mixed with the powerful atmosphere of monster chi, the crown of the tree is swaying and creaking. If you want to fight, please change a place. You have to hurt the tree city. At this moment, a rainbow of light flew down from the canopy and turned into a middle-aged man wearing a high-crowned, luxurious dress. This dress made Li Qingshan familiar and reminiscent of Ruai Marquis Jiangfu. Although there are many differences in details, the pattern decoration is more southern border, but the overall design is not bad. Hello is Southern Sea County, Chenghaiyu. Li Qingshan said that this is the uniform of the princes of the Diexia dynasty, similar to the uniform of the Eagle Wolf Guard, which is a manifestation of identity. It is also to express surrender, but by looking at the modification of the clothes, you can know the meaning of this surrender. There is not much left. Not bad. Marquis Chenghai is cold and ice-like. He used to watch the lively in the Marquis Palace at the height of Shushing. Someone can let Huang Saikin eat. I felt happy in my heart, but I was so frustrated when I heard Li Qingshan's madness. Now I see that my attitude is so rude. My heart is getting more and more unhappy. He is not only the nominal ruler of Southern Sea County, but also has considerable strength in order to stabilize this position. Thousands of years ago, Saint Ancestor Emperor split the world princes. Originally is the strongest who chooses to be able to live in the scenes, and after thousands of years of inheritance, it is the aristocratic family. As a master of a territory, how can you allow other beasts to roar in front of themselves? But he did not put Li Qingshan in his heart, saying that it is genius, but it is just not to know the immensity of heaven and earth. No wonder it will be picked up here. On the contrary, Little An, who is silent at the side, makes him feel better. This is absolutely unheard of in even skill cultivation base, not to mention, if you can take it as a wife, you will be able to increase your family's momentum. But you can think of a way. You don't have to worry. I am very quick. You look at it. Li Qingshan's curved mask, fascinated with a smile, fluttering hands. You. Marquis Chenghai got a sigh of relief and began to wonder if he had a problem with his brain. We teamed up to kill this madman. Huang Saikin could not drag Marquis Chenghai into the water. Although he was full of confidence in his strength, it was still a problem to be an enemy. The difference between you and the two is the matter of Eagle Wolf Guard's own family. I can't judge it. You can't intervene even if you go elsewhere. Marquis Chenghai will not be stupid enough to help Huang Saikin top tank. but in the relationship between the weekdays, it should also help him. On the surface, he made a fair look, saying that it was not letting anyone intervene, but it was faintly blocking Little An, leaving Li Qingshan with a strong support. Huang Saiqin is happy in his heart. He doesn't think that he spends so much time on his mind. It's a pity that this child came too fast and the attack was too fierce. It's too late to call a helper. Otherwise, Li Qingshan will be scared out of the urine. You marry Marquis Cheng Hai and dare to collude with Demon Dao? This is a death sin. Li Qingshan turned back and was a little surprised that the killing intent was silently filled. Marquis Cheng Hai is stunned. This is who, even if there is no room for change, it is a threat. No, this is no threat, but naked and ask him, do you want to die? When I come back, I am out of anger. For many years, no one has dared to speak to him like this. You kill that, I kill this. Little An calmly pointed to Huang Saiqin and pointed to Marquis Cheng Hai. It seems that it is not the big names of the two famous Southern Sea County, but the two cats that can be pinched to death. Marquis Cheng Hai is so angry that the murderous Soro is constantly climbing. At the next moment, the offensive is like a storm. No, I am going to hone them with Sword Dao. These days, Li Qingshan did not have much to realize the jade slip that Yin Xiaochu gave him. For the sword art, I have a little more experience, and I am lacking in actual combat. This sentence is like a bucket of ice water, poured on the top of Marquis Cheng Hai, who wants to shoot, pouring out his anger, and the wisdom is won. He even refused his companion to fight against us too, or he was really a madman fool, or he had absolute confidence in his own strength. And just because he can repair such a realm at this age, it is obviously more likely to be the latter. I have no enmity with them. Why bother to drown this water? Even if they kill them, they just provoke a sigh. So Marquis Cheng Hai was in a good position. Fellow Taoist rumors, I was ordered by Imperial Court, and I have been guarding Southern Sea for generations. How can I collude with Demon Dao? When said to Little An, dare to ask fellow Taoist calling? As if the killing intent of the genius is all fake, it will not be shot. Li Qingshan. Unfortunately, Huang Saiqin also felt that something was wrong. In her heart, Marquis Cheng Hai yelled, but her mouth sighed. Well, you Li Qingshan, I see you are young and ignorant. Don't have a general knowledge of you, I just haven't heard of those words. We are the same people in Eagle Wolf Guard, we still have to resolve conflicts, sincere cooperation, you say yes. Li Qingshan interrupted, would you like me to say it again, you Demon Dao old monkey? No more nonsense, today you die and die, die without death. Take it. You don't want to push too much. Huang Saiqin is mad at the sky. He wants to take a step back and wait for the helper to pick up the hand, but Li Qingshan root does not give him this opportunity. Today, I have to kill you. I am still anxious to be White Eagle Commander. Unconsciously, Huang Saiqin's original self-confidence disappeared. There was no grasp of any victory, and even the plan to take a step back has not yet shot. The momentum has been completely overwhelmed by Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan handcuffed the sword, and turned his hand, revolting demon sword into a sword like a sword. Huang Saiqin also took out a large knife with a green oil and oily yin. The knives were engraved with the sly head, and a knife fell and squatted on the sword light. Glang! With a sharp sound, revolting demon sword swung back and flew back, and in the air, it was smashed back and forth. And under the pressure of Li Qingshan's divine sense, it continued to sway to Huang Saiqin. Dang 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 exclamation mark. Huang Saiqin danced the ghost head into a round of blade aura, constantly smashing revolting demon sword, and couldn't get close to him. His heart was loose. This kid has a big tone, but his strength is just like this. He was almost smashed by him. Exclamation mark. Li Qingshan concentrated on the sword, and revolting demon sword turned into Jiangwen, and sometimes sword chi, obviously used all the power, not intentionally weak. Marquis Cheng Hai, who is watching, also breathed a sigh of relief. Sword control is very good. Sword Dao's comprehension is also superb. Compared to his age, it is already genius. But the sword is only one magical artifact, which turns over and over the swords, and wants to kill Huang Saikin by this means. It is simply an idiotic dream. Boy, pay with your life. Huang Saikin is convinced that Li Qingshan's means is just that. With a slap in the face of revolting demon sword, he jumped into a giant ghost and held a 10-foot green blade aura, squatting toward Li Qingshan. This knife is not only fierce, but also slams Li Qingshan's room for dodge, and the ghosts are screaming at the same time. Li Qingshan lost his sword, and it seems to be affected at the same time. Some of them look like awkward. Seeing that the knife was on Li Qingshan's head, Huang Saikin hesitated. Instead, he suddenly became kind, but worried. Although the power of Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple could not reach the Southern Sea, if Monk King shot, look for it. After his goal of killing, even if he can survive, everything he built in Mist Province will fall apart. I still want to stay with you for a while, and I have no determination to kill me by myself. Such a weak opponent is really disappointing. Let me die. Li Qingshan handcuffed the sword and said, Dragon Chant screamed and covered the ghosts. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for the recommended ticket, monthly pass. Your support is my biggest motivation. Mobile users, please read Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 770. Chapter 59, White Eagle Commander. A dragon shadow coiled up along the right arm of Li Qingshan until the fingertips, whistling away. In addition to the mighty dragon chant, few people can see what it is. At the same time, the defeated revolting demon sword was spinning in the air, and the magic eye at the hilt was staring at Huang Saikin, as if to see through him and reveal a round of magic light. Huang Saikin's heart mentioned the eyes of the blind man, and a sense of death shrouded him, and suddenly he screamed. His body was straight and vertical, and he rolled up the aura and formed an indestructible barrier. The dragon shadow passed away, running through the giant ghost, running through the aura, running through the head of Huang Saikin, leaving a face that was solidified and horrified. At that moment, the mighty sword intent completely destroyed its sea of consciousness, and even the self-detonation and Li Qingshan were too late. The dragon shadow returned to Li Qingshan's hand, and the quiet oil was lurking on it. This is the power of a magical treasure, and it's a purely aggressive magical treasure. But Li Qingshan was able to kill Huang Saikin with a sword, not just magical treasure. Huang Saikin's cultivation base is very deep, at least intermediate stage and even late stages realm. I don't know how many hidden means. If you rely solely on the power of Demon Suppression Catalog, it is not an easy task to kill him. At their level, it is difficult to kill opponents. But from the very beginning, he lost the confidence to win, and in the middle he recovered because of Li Qingshan's weakness. At the last moment, he was hesitant. This constant change of mind is deadly, especially the last hesitation. It is simply self-death. Road. Revolting demon sword. At a glance, demon dragon sword is a sword, but it is a logical thing. Huang Saikin's body fell to the ground. Li Qingshan immediately went up, found 100 treasure pouch, and took a strange golden core from his with the body. Cream white color, elliptical shape, like eggs. Contains the power of. Presumably southern border is a special golden core condensed with the help of witchcraft. Finally, Li Qingshan took Huang Saikin's body into the spatial ring. The White Eagle Commander, which is incomparable in the southern border, disappeared between heaven and earth. He had a lot of means to show up, so he was so screaming. It's really dead. For a time, this huge branch. There was no silence in the silence, and all White Wolf guards were stunned. The cultivators who are qualified to live in the canopy, who are concerned about this battle, also hold their breath subconsciously. There is a faint sigh below. People look up and speculate. I don't know what happened here. Marquis Cheng Hai is shuddering. How strong Huang Saikin is. He knows a lot. He is not confident enough to win. Now he is so arbitrarily killed. Don't talk about running away. Even the reaction is too late. Suddenly realized that I had walked on the edge of death. If I was really impulsive, I was afraid that this was the end. He first came and found that even the boss would dare to kill. What's more, He is Marquis Cheng Hai. He is not crazy, but strong. Not a raptor but a river. Li Qingshan coughed twice, like two thunders, and awakened everyone. Good job. Marquis Cheng Hai shouted. Oh, how is a good law? Li Qingshan dissipated demon martial demonization, promote the narrow road. This Huang Saikin colluded with Demon Dao. For years, I have been able to get rid of my Southern Sea County. Thanks to fellow Taoist, such as Divine Weapon, it is a great way to uphold justice and support righteous path. Marquis Cheng Hai said sincerely. Ha ha ha, except for the magic guards, it is my life, and the county guards adults. Which county guard? Fellow Taoist, if you don't give up, just call my name. My name is. That's not necessary. Li Qingshan interrupted with a smile. The meaning is very clear. I don't want to know what you are calling. Marquis Cheng Hai said, all right, good. Please Commander to the Fuku, let me do my best to help the Commander take the wind. Good. Li Qingshan turned his head again and said to the White Wolf Guard, where can I communicate with the above? Yes, there is a Wanli sound transmission room. That will help me with sound transmission. White Eagle Commander Huang Saikin colluded with Demon Dao and has been killed by White Wolf Commander Li Qingshan. Others are collaborating with Demon Dao and are still investigating. Li Qingshan discourse a meal, a glimpse of the circle. The White Wolf Guard shuddered, then went on to say, don't forget. Please Great Commander as me as White Eagle Commander. Marquis Cheng Hai's eyes are so smashed, this is simply too explicit. Marquis Cheng Hai brings Li Qingshan and Little An to the top of the giant wood, a tree-lined attic that overlooks the sea of trees. The wind is blowing, the birds are bursting, and the scenery is beautiful. Li Qingshan is full of southern border features and exotic flavors while enjoying the fine wines. On the table, Marquis Cheng Hai once again indemnified Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan forgive him generously, saying that his long looks are not like a demon cultivator collusion. Marquis Cheng Hai lost a smile and carefully inquired about the details of Li Qingshan. In fact, what he wants to ask most is that the shadow of the dragon that died just now is not a magical treasure. But thinking about it, not asking for export, is not afraid of offending Li Qingshan, but also has the answer. If not magical treasure, how can it easily run through the defense of Huang Saikin? I don't think it's a genius from Verdun Province's big sect. Even magical treasure has it? My Marquis Cheng Hai has only a mountain and river's seal. It's a magical treasure. If you spread the news, he will be able to target it. Everyone has to come and snatch. However, Marquis Cheng Hai thought about it again and decided to shut up. If it is an ordinary person, as long as he does not admit it, he will never turn his face with him because of doubt. But Li Qingshan, a very unreasonable murderer, I am afraid I will not listen to him at all. If there is a bit of suspicion, say you look like a collusion with Demon Dao, dare to kill him. In short, this person is too sharp, I still avoid it, waiting for him to find his way to death. Outside of Mist Capital City, in the Eagle Wolf Guard, an attendant rushed to the back hill, in front of a towering tree. The tree was more than 300 feet tall, not particularly conspicuous in the forest, but the attendant did a respectful respect to the tree. Commander, Southern Sea County Sound Transmission. What's up? The big tree suddenly opened a pair of eyes, and a small golden eagle waistband hung on the tall treetops, sparkling. Southern Sea County has heard that White Eagle Commander Huang Saikin has colluded with Demon Dao Cultivator and has been killed by Li Qingshan. Others are still investigating and asked to be promoted to White Eagle Commander. Oh, it seems he is very suitable for southern border. If placed in Verdant Province, White Wolf Commander killing White Eagle Commander will inevitably cause a lot of sensation and may even be investigated by the Eagle Wolf Guard headquarters in Dragon Province. However, here is the Mist Province, the southernmost part of the Mist Province, a messy place. Huang Saikin is also not the loyal White Eagle Commander of Eagle Wolf Guard, saying that he colluded with the demon cultivator and did not need to investigate. This is the secret of southern border. It is also a big crime in Verdant Province, but it is nothing at all in Mist Province. promise his request. So Li Qingshan has been promoted at an amazing speed and has become the new White Eagle commander in Southern Sea County. Hey, be an official, killing people and getting angry. Li Qingshan put on the costume of White Eagle commander, and he hangs a little silver eagle on his waist and smiles at Little N. Then wait for the passers-by to kill and prepare to enjoy the enthusiasm of the Southern Sea. However, he waited until he waited, but he did not even wait for the shadow of the enemy. Even the master of the White Wolf Guard, who was killed by him, did not come to revenge for the discipline, and the days were more peaceful than in Verdant Province. Li Qingshan is greatly puzzling. Is this a fierce southern border? I felt like I was mistaken, and went to Marquis Cheng Hai. Congratulations to Commander and become White Eagle Commander. I don't know what to do today. What is it? Marquis Cheng Hai asked with a three-pointer. Count Issue, you said, why didn't anyone come to kill me? Li Qingshan asked, sitting down, frowning. Marquis Cheng Hai is stunned. What is the problem? Still a very distressed look, cautiously asked, why are some people coming to kill you? Look, I am a famous person. I also said that I want to sweep the demons, except for the devil, the shun, the sorrow, the sorrow. The words should be passed out. Those demon cultivators don't kill. What am I waiting for? Do you want them to kill you? Marquis Cheng Hai said, incredible. Of course, otherwise what do I say? What are you doing? Oh, I am embarrassed. What is this for? Marquis Cheng Hai, seeing Li Qingshan's eyes, like watching a monster, he deliberately said that to ridicule Southern Sea County's demon cultivator, to attract hatred to kill him. What is wrong with this? I want to kill. Don't be a human, anything. Li Qingshan said frankly that now, he does not want to hide his true purpose, and then talk about nonsense that upholds justice. His big goal in coming to Southern Sea County is to have a good time. Let tiger demons killing be fully satisfied. Isn't the first ring of Buddhism not killing the ring? Marquis Cheng Hai stunned for a while. Li Qingshan : accept the magic guard. Accept the magic guard. Marquis Cheng Hai would like to say that you don't have to explain anymore. You are ruined at Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple. The southern border, which others regard as a sinister Jedi, is where he comes to vent. So I sighed. I am afraid that no one will kill you for the time being. Why? I heard that Huang Saikin is not a lot of friends. Isn't there a loyalty? Marquis Cheng Hai has two coughs and he is one of the friends of Huang Saikin. After some side-clicking, Li Qingshan finally understood why no one came to him for trouble. The first is that he has shown the power of killing Huang Saikin, which is enough to shock the vast majority of demon cultivators. Huang Saikin certainly has a relationship, but people die like lights. Here is southern border. No one will contribute to a dead person. And Li Qingshan thought that it was possible to pull the speech act of hatred, which was completely counterproductive. So arrogant, overbearing, killing is not blind, clearly is a devil. Even the cultivation technique of cultivation is full of demon chi. Even if it is a decent profile, it is also a latent kind. So the demon and the demon cultivator, who have the ability to threaten Li Qingshan, feel that he can make a comeback. This is okay. Li Qingshan was surprised. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for the recommended ticket, monthly pass. Your support is my biggest motivation. Mobile users, please read Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 771. Chapter 60 Kills the Door. Li Qingshan shook his head, and sure enough, life is not as good as it is. In the past, when he wanted to low-profile cultivation, he was always in trouble. It was easy to divine art's small accomplishment. This sinister wild land turned into a peaceful place. Marquis Cheng Hai also regrets that Li Qingshan, if he let go of Huang Saikin, let him go back to calmly, there must be countless troubles waiting for him. Huang Saikin has a deep network of ingenuity and intrigues. When Li Qingshan enters the first trap, even if he can kill all the way, he will eventually become a target of public criticism. Li Qingshan seems to be a reckless battle, as if the poisoned snake was 7 inches, killing the prestige. Now even their own homes have to be careful, fearing that this lawless madman will kill the killer. That's okay. You can't take shortcuts in doing anything in this year. You have to go step by step. If you want to kill, you can get someone else to kill. How can you expect people to come to the door? Li Qingshan took a thigh introspection, and Marquis Cheng Hai had a cold in his heart, but now in his home. The hand in the sleeve is clenched into a fist. Reassured, I am not killing innocent people, probably. Li Qingshan smiled and said that after no way to let Marquis Cheng Hai rest assured, he got up and left Marquis Palace. Marquis Cheng Hai sighed for a moment, sighed and loosened his fist, holding a small seal, his strongest weapon, the mountains and rivers seal. The strong temperament on his face suddenly became fierce. When he was Marquis Cheng Hai would be bullied by a foreign boy. This day is not dead, he never has a day, and the feeling of living in the same tree with such a character is terrible. But specifically how to kill him, Marquis Cheng Hai also feels tricky. These days he has been thinking about this problem, but he can't think of a perfect strategy. It's not really impossible to think about it. The problem is that once it fails, even if it just leaks a little wind, this madman must be desperate. Don't kill him. The son of 1,000 gold, sit down. With his status, there is really no need to take this risk. Finally, Marquis Cheng Hai sighed, I will bear you by you, see when you can be crazy. This world is really gods and demons afraid of evil people. Li Qingshan returned to the branch of the Silver Eagle and looked back at the high-ranking Marquis Cheng Hai. Naturally, I can clearly understand that Marquis Cheng Hai lamented his defense and fear. Good people being bullied. Ma Shan was riding. If a person is too weak, the people around him will bully him, even if there is no benefit, simply to satisfy the superiority in the heart. In the face of those who are extremely wicked, even if they suffer from loss, they will choose patience, curse in their hearts, and hope for the fate to punish this person. The sky is cloudy, and there is a darkness in the fore. As if going to the night, the moisture in the air is getting richer. Mist Province is rainy, and even when it is not raining, there are few sunny days, let alone the southern border near the southern sea. Hey! It was raining and falling on thousands of leaves, and there was a quiet noise. Rain can hardly pass through the canopy. It becomes drizzle, flying in the air, blending with the rising mist, and it is difficult to separate each other and become fascinated. Little Un holds a book and sits on the wooden floor. Moon-white robes and ebony hair sheds, and the rain outside the window is constantly falling in. She quietly turns over another page. She has high bookshelves around her front and rear, silently staring at the long-lost visitors. Here is the archive of the Eagle Wolf Guard, which documents the various cases and tasks since its inception. For thousands of years, even with the protection of formation, the pages of the book have been yellowed. The writing is also blurred. From ancient times to the present, the number of cases has changed from large to small, and the records have become scribbled, full of perfunctory meaning. Did I not give you Jade's slip? What are you reading these broken books? Li Qingshan walked in and sat next to her. He has seized a lot of loot from the 100 treasure pouch in Huang Saikin, and the medicine pill magical artifact talisman goes without saying. There are many southern border specialties, and a jade slip that records various information about the Southern Sea County Eagle Wolf Guard. That I have seen. Little Anne leaned back and leaned against him, turning another page. What's the harvest? Li Qingshan grabbed her shoulder and leaned over to read the text on the book. Qingshan, are we going to retreat? Little Un touched him with his head. Okay, but I have to find a suitable immortal cave first. I live in the tree and feel like a monkey. Do you have a place you like? Li Qingshan took his eyes off the book and smiled at her. There are several places. Let's go check it out. Little Un's eyes sparkled, unfolding Mist Province mind map, with a few points on the top. If Marquis Cheng Hai is here, look at the places where she points, and they must be exclaimed. Li Qingshan also had some impressions on these places, and promised, okay, no problem. So, how is it here? Little Un ordered a valley topography. This should be a good place, but some geeks occupy it. No way, for my family Little Un, just clean it up. I'll help you. So the two people decided so happily. First stop, Savage Mountain, Pack of Demons Nest. Path of cultivation, wealth, companions, techniques, and land. Although the ground is at the bottom, it is still indispensable. A good immortal cave can greatly increase the speed of cultivator cultivation, whether it is to absorb spiritual energy of heaven and earth, or the principal grand Tao, is the advantage of innate heavenly dragon Buddhist temple, hidden sword palace, profound yin sect. These big sects are built on such heavenly paradise, which can be passed down for thousands of years or even thousands of years. Southern border. Although vast, the true heavenly paradise is still limited, and there are no weak people who can occupy these places. Not a cultivation base. Strong great cultivator is a powerful sect, and the two are often one. Among the heavenly paradise in southern border, Savage Mountain ranks in the top 5. It is not there, but it is not a cultivator. Strictly speaking, it is not a sect. In a few years, the southern border cultivators set off a battle for Savage Mountain. However, even if someone can become their master, it often takes a long time to die. The longest time to occupy here was a powerful demon Tao sect, which was the first sect myriad poison cult in southern border, but it was also attacked by a large number of demon Tao cultivators decades later. The ruins of the mountains. I am not in the dust of history. Then demon Tao cultivator decided to share this place. Each established immortal cave, and recommended 8 cultivators that crossed second heavenly tribulation for 8 great cave masters, issued blood oath, and did not invade each other. Finally ended the fight. This generation passed down and continued to absorb the loose cultivator. The number of cave masters has been for a long time, and it has also formed a huge force. No one can shake it. The name is Pack of Demons Nest. In addition to the southern border local demon cultivator, many of the cultivators who had committed the law by the imperial court also fled here. 1,000 years ago, the Southern Sea County Eagle Wolf Guard was listed as a restricted area, and a battle that lasted for hundreds of years began with the decline of Daxia dynasty. No longer able to control these remote places, Pack of Demons Nest has no rivals, and the name is louder and louder. The most ridiculous thing is that the master of the White Wolf Guard, who was smashed into mud by Li Qingshan, is one of the Pack of Demons Nest cave masters. It is a nest of snakes and rats. The clouds fly high and pass through the canopy. Pass through the rain and through the clouds. Looking at the sky, the clouds are undulating, the sun is shining, and the scenery is magnificent. Li Qingshan sits on the head and little and rests on his leg. The corner of his mouth is smiling, still quiet and not happy. Many years ago, when she just regained her ability to speak, she also liked to talk for a while, but it didn't last too long, because there was nothing to say to others, and there was not much need for him. Look at each other and smile. It is against the heart. However, Li Qingshan likes to listen to her. The voice is not the girl's tender and sweet, but there is an ethereal spirit, faintly carrying the sound of gold and jade. You have bothered these days. Li Qingshan touched her cheek and said that she was looking for Immortal Cave. In fact, it was also helping him choose his opponent. It would not be too weak to make him boring, nor would he provoke the great cultivator of third heavenly tribulation. You don't want to be too big. They occupy the land and they have the means. Li Qingshan can't win, and the identity of North Moon can't be exposed. That's simple. Don't let anyone leave. Savage Mountain squats on the ground and turns into a horseshoe shape, forming a vast valley. The remaining veins are scattered, and numerous gullies are formed. Unlike other places in southern border, there are not so many towering giant trees, and the buildings in the valley are like a bustling city. Li Qingshan stood in Taniguchi, a gate that was dozens of feet high. Looking up, on the rocky wall that towers into the clouds, there are 4 big characters: "The trespassers die, bloody, as if they had just been written with blood." Who is the following? On the door, one person shouted loudly, "White Eagle Commander, Li Qingshan." Li Qingshan said, and the sound was like thunder, spread throughout the valley. "Ah! The man was taken aback and looked at Li Qingshan's white dress with his eyes wide open, then smiled. "Commander, are you tired? Don't come to me, Pack of Demons Nest. Don't be afraid of us. The cave master comes out and will kill you." The gatehouse uploaded a burst of laughter, and did not fear Li Qingshan's identity and cultivation base. "I am going to visit the cave master and open the door." The laughter on the door is even more intense. "I have been fighting with the Eagle Wolf Guard for so many years. Although I have already won a great victory, I have never visited White Eagle, Commander." Some people even say, Pack of Demons Nest is famous. Eagle Wolf Guard also has to bow down to the court. As for the newly appointed White Eagle Commander, it is the possibility to kill them, but I never even thought about it. How is this possible? After a while, it seems that there was a command, and a small corner door was opened under the gate. "Come in, Commander. Our cave master will see you." Li Qingshan stood still. "Please open the main entrance. Thank you." Like a drop of water falling into the oil pan, the laughter that had just subsided on the door, and boiling again. "Ha ha," he said, "please, thank you," and laughed at me. "I don't want to be sent from the famous gate of Verdant province. This time I am afraid to sweep our demons." "Oh, you don't open the door again. I will knock on the door." If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for the recommended ticket, the monthly pass. Your support is my biggest motivation. Mobile users, please read Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 772. Chapter 61 knocks on the door. Deep in the valley, above a tower, Pack of Demons Nest 5 Cave Master is gathering here to discuss. "Great Cave Master, why haven't you come yet?" A head Chuo said. His forehead is raised, his cheekbone is high, his eye sockets are sunken, and his blood is covered with blood. His lips are blue. His forehead has 2 fleshy feet, and he blinks. There is no trace of popularity, just like bringing a piece of it. Grimace mask, covered with a scarlet skull. Ghost head Chuo, Great Cave Master has been retiring for 2 years, you don't know. How can you bother him for this little thing? A woman said that she looks beautiful, although not stunning, but full of body and fat. Her body is entangled, the wheel is silky, semi-hidden and semi-exposed, and the white and delicate are more attractive. Ghost Head gave her a look, like fear, and fear. No longer say more, he is just the 6th cave master of Pack of Demons Nest, and this fat beauty is the 4th cave master. It looks like a human being, but it is actually from a rare eccentrics race, known as Mkanyang. If she is fat, compared with the man next to her, it is like a petite little girl. In the blink of an eye, the man is not like a person, but a pile of white meat mountain crawling. The 5 senses are almost invisible, and it is the 2nd cave master of the Pack of Demons Nest. Tanfei Langjun, his body waved like a wave, and said, "Oh, little things, that's White Eagle Commander. Huang Saikin is dead in his hands. I think it's not good. If he dares to come, he must not let the students leave this place, or else where is the face of our Pack of Demons Nest?" Speaking to a man in his 40s, his black and thin face is full of murderous aura. He is wearing a lot of golden rings, his face is pierced with a black scorpion, and the tail is divided into 3 strands. Instead, it is the most normal person here. Only the skin is faintly purple, and everyone else keeps a distance from him. "Why poison? Your disciple died and did not dare to take revenge. I want to borrow our hands." Ghost Head is afraid of Mkanyang, but not afraid of him, because why poison in the Pack of Demons Nest Cave Master, ranked in the last place, just the 8th Cave Master. Why poisoned his face full of grievances. The White Wolf Guard, killed by Li Qingshan, was his proud disciple and was killed like a bug. How to not hate Li Qingshan? But there is no way to hate. Pack of Demons Nest is not a sect. Unless there are foreign enemies, there is no solidarity at all. His proud discipline is killed, and other cave masters are too happy to come and will not help him revenge. He did not dare to provoke the existence of Huang Saikin alone. He thought that this great hatred was difficult to report. He did not expect the opportunity to be sent to the door. How can he miss it? We sent Blood Oath and there were foreign enemies. When you are courageous, Do you dare to violate? Why poisoned? Who said that he came to be an enemy of us? Maybe it is to vote for it, like Huang Saikin, want to draw us. Ghost head. I think it's very possible. Nkan Yang said with a smile, as long as he is not crazy, he will never come to kill us. You want to match the Eagle Wolf Guard? Don't forget the Blood Sea revenge for so many years. Why poison the anger? Since the boss is not there, then here is my head. Let him come in and listen to what he wants to say. Otherwise others think we are afraid of him. If we are satisfied, let him die. If you are not satisfied, let fifth child's bug, bit by bit eats him. Tan Langzhen had a tremor in his fat body. From the heap of meat, something like an arm was separated, pointing to the pocket man who had never spoken before. The reason why it is a pocket person is because their body has a large and small pocket, almost drowning his entire person. Even men and women cannot distinguish. Except for 100 treasure pouch, every pocket left is a worm pouch. It is the fifth cave master of Pack of Demons Nest, the mountain bug. Tan Langzhen said this. The other cave masters are no longer talking. It is necessary to put Li Qingshan in a dead place. They turn their minds and exchange their eyes. You Feng, wait until this Li Qingshan's division kills. I see how safe you are to retreat. Hey, I want to spend third heavenly tribulation, a Pack of Demons Nest. Crazy. Tan Langzhen thought. His eyes swept away. Do you have any objections? The cave master unanimously agreed to introduce Li Qingshan to kill. Although the great cave master is in cultivation, there are 2 cave masters in the Pack of Demons Nest. But with the help of Savage Mountain's location, there are a lot of formation traps, and the area White Eagle commander has no semi-inspiration. In the drizzle, Li Qingshan stood shoulder to hand, white-haired black hair, you, and always with a smile on his face. Under the low clouds, Savage Mountain is more and more dangerous, and the sinister is full of hostility. Every cave is like a cold eye, and even ardent wind hovering over the head is like ridicule. Knock on the door. Then you knock, see who will open the door for you. It's better for you to ask for Lozi. Lozi sees you poor, maybe you can open the door for you. Go back to Verdant Province, it's not you. The place to come. The entire Savage Mountain was alarmed, and more people gathered on the gatehouse, pointing to Li Qingshan, who was alone, pointing at it. They have men and women, of vulgarity, or a long-sleeved dress, a feather fan, like a Chinese person, or oil-painted, bare-chested, with a distinctive southern border character. There are also some features with monster eccentrics, and some simply don't have the appearance of human race. For a time, the group of devils danced, just the name Pack of Demons Nest. No one fears Li Qingshan. The more peaceful and polite his attitude, the more ridiculous their laughter is. It seems that looking at a weird clown, in their capacity, there is not much chance of being able to laugh at such a strong man. This feeling is similar to standing on the outside of the cage and watching the fierce tiger, angering the fierce tiger, letting his teeth dance and roaring, but he can't hurt himself by the iron bar. This is a rare pleasure. Then I will knock on the door. So Li Qingshan bowed his head and grinned, revealing the fangs and heading toward the giant door. Suddenly, Li Qingshan looked up and a figure flew down from the gate of the city gate. It was a big white fat man with a bullhorn helmet on his head, wearing a set of armor, making a roar and punching in the air. Peng 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 peng. The air exploded, and the speed at which the fat man landed slowed down. Finally, a loud bang slammed into Li Qingshan. There is a kind. Li Qingshan raised her eyebrows, and she didn't even spend a heavenly tribulation. The fat man sat up and saw Li Qingshan, a big white face, and the time became whiter for 3 points, then reddened, quickly retreated, turned and rushed to the city to scream, "Who is pushing me?" His ancestors. A series of foul language, mixed with the dialect of southern border. He just did this, standing in the joy of the city, cold and could not be guarded by the palm of his hand. Suddenly unable to control, the figure flew out. Hey, Luo Fatsi fell down. This is the end of his mother's egg. Maybe this hero from Verdant Province compassionate, do not kill him. There was another laughter on the head of the city. No one sympathized with his encounter, but it was extremely derogatory. Looking at tigers on Lion Mountain is the more exciting than someone falling. Except for the parties, everyone is very excited and looking forward to it. Luo Fat suddenly turned around and pointed to Li Qingshan. I warn you, don't move. My master is Tanfei Lang Jun, Pack of Demons Nests 2 Cave Master. Now it's inside. You dare to hurt me, it won't let you go. Li Qingshan laughs and speaks, pointing to the corner door. Luo Fat Child is like a big man, turned and fled, will enter the corner door, not forgetting to turn his head and say, actuate you. There was a regretful snoring on the head of the city. Luo Fat Man came to the city and caused a lot of noise. For the Li Qingshan below, he became more and more frivolous. Here, kindness is unrecognized, and the more vicious it is, the more respected it is. Li Qingshan finally came to the front of the city and raised her hand. The huge great ghost face painted on the city gate suddenly emerged and bit into Li Qingshan. Is anyone at home? Boom. The ghost face is dead, the gates are shattered, and the stone is falling. Like a 10,000 ton explosive explosion, a boulder of 3 or 5 feet in size, like a small stone that loses weight, screams and screams. A group of demon cultivators were behind the door, suddenly heard a loud noise. Large and small stones rushed like a raging bull. A cultivation base was too late to display, was smashed into a huge stone, and turned into meat. Standing on the gate of the city to see the lively demon cultivator, it is directly swallowed by the dust. After a long time, the vibration subsided, and the valley was still echoing. A lower body was crushed by boulders, and the dying demon cultivator looked up. The gates that were dozens of feet were completely gone, turning into a huge gap. The corpses were scattered all over the place, and the pile of rocks was stacked. Come in the smoke. When the figure approached and saw a smile on his face, he seemed to think that he had done something remarkable. The demon cultivator near the gate, a heavenly tribulation, is all like a sieve. Even if you have had a heavenly tribulation, you can be killed on the spot as long as you are hit by a boulder. Li Qingshan crossed the stoning corpse and walked toward the valley. In front of it was a grand dao, facing the highest peak of Savage Mountain, with a tower standing on the peak. He can feel the way. A few powerful atmospheres gathered there. It is his goal. Among the towers, several cave masters were all shocked. He dared to do it. Mkanyang was a big surprise. When he shot, he destroyed the door of Pack of Demons Nest and killed countless demon cultivators. It was equivalent to a dead end, and there was no room for change. This started with her. The guess is completely different. He is crazy. I also said that it is not to be enemies with us. Why Duo looked at the ghost head. Tanfei Langjun laughed and said, it's really bullying. Our Pack of Demons Nest is not an enemy of the Eagle Wolf Guard for decades. It's a little stunned. Looks like a sigh. That's awesome. Hey. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for the recommended ticket, monthly pass. Your support is my biggest motivation. Mobile users, please read Legend of the Great Saint chapter 773. Chapter 62. Home, Good Spiritual Chi. Li Qingshan strode along the Grand Dao, and as you walked through the valley, spiritual Chi was full of energy, breathing a breath of air, making people feel refreshed. Lian Mountain's immortal cave is a far cry from here. There aren't so many towering giant trees in the valley, and the horizon is very wide. On the high-profile Savage Mountain, there are strange flowers and grasses, and there are more pines and welcoming guests, strange rocks, birds singing deep, and butterfly dance flowers. Several streams were twisted and twisted in the mountains, turning into waterfalls, flowing through the clouds, falling into Baitan, splashing thousands of beads and jade. The scenery is beautiful, just like a fairyland. In this fairyland, there is a big city, with rows of buildings that are different in style. There are wild temples built by megaliths and high-rises built of logs. Totem can be seen everywhere, showing the southern border. Colorful style. If you don't see it with your own eyes, Who can think of this? Is the Southern Border Fidelity impressive pack of demons nest. Living here is a group of lawless demon cultivators. Even though these wild places are notorious, the outside wicked murderers are as pure and dexterous as the children. Li Qingshan enjoys the scenery in a happy mood, as if looking at his new home. When he walked into the city, the original busy streets and alleys, he calmed down, and in a building on both sides of the road, he looked at the eyes of the police, and the hostility. The smile on Li Qingshan's face converges. He can feel the existence of a heavy form, or he has now entered a large number of large and small forms. In general, sect pays attention to external defense, establishes mountain defense great formation, and strictly controls entrance. There aren't too many obstacles in the interior, so that the disciplines can communicate with each other. The pack of demons nest is different. There are a lot of people here and there are people coming and going. 8 great cave masters are also alert to each other, and the following discipline is even more contradictory. Cave masters, because of blood oath, at least maintain a superficial peace. The following demon cultivators, fighting is a common thing. Frequently, the cave masters not only did not stop it, but they were happy to see it. The incompetent generation was not qualified to live in the pack of demons nest. This is the way to survive the demon cultivator, the general survival of the fittest. There is no trust and friendship between people, only the use of security. The beast divides the territory with urine, and the cultivator uses formation. At least one formation is working in every building, and a large building will have a larger form of envelope. This is probably the most intensive place in world. The losses here is heavenly paradise. These forms can only work, and the power is far more than normal. No wonder they dare to open the corner door and let me in. It's just a matter of self-investment. Now still not starting. Is it waiting for me to get deeper? Oh, if it's just to Li Qingshan, it's really a life of 9 deaths. After so many years of silence, it's time for the North Moon to come out and stretch the muscles and bones. Suddenly the child's cry came from the front. Li Qingshan stepped forward and saw a child wearing a red cloth and a tiger hat sitting in the middle of the road. He was crying in the middle of the road. He was full of gas and sounded loud. In this quiet city, he showed a strange look. Little guy, what are you crying? Li Qingshan smiled and even squatted down. He didn't seem to realize that the difference was dangerous. He was very kind to the children. My puppy is going to die. The child still lowered his head and wiped his tears. Oh, what about your puppy? Let me see. Maybe I can save it. Useless. You are dead. The child suddenly raised the head, the red face, with a fierce and gloomy age. As soon as this statement came out, an invisible secret force immediately attached to Li Qingshan and deeply invaded his spirit. Curse. One of the most insane ways to attack can often kill enemies and invisible. Once afflicted with poisonous curses, it is almost 10 times more troublesome than the poison in the body, but the conditions of the curse are extremely harsh. After saying this sentence, the child immediately bleeds to death. Obviously not only a jealousy, and is probably one of the conditions of the curse. The smile on Li Qingshan's face disappeared, and Spirit Turtle suppressed it. The soul was clear and the curse disappeared. Damn, is the gap in the cultivation base too big? A ragged, old man with a cane snorted, feeling that his curse had failed, and he snorted. But this is nothing. As the first person who dares to attack directly, his actions will definitely be rewarded by several cave masters. Even if the curse fails, the other party can't take him. Boom! The wind smashed the broken wood, filled the room, and a big cave appeared on the thick wall. Li Qingshan runs through dozens of walls, 7 or 8 forms, standing there, coldly looking at the old man. Who are you? What are you doing? The old man twitched back. I am just an old man who is dying. I have to pretend that it has nothing to do with this. The heart is full of fear. How does he know that it is me? My curse should not have any traces left. Reassured, I have always respected the old and loved the young. Come, give me the crutches. The weather is good today. I will take you out for a walk. Li Qingshan took the crutches of the old man's head in one hand, and buckled his skinny wrist in one hand, and walked halfway along the road. One demon cultivator stared at him through his own hall, and the old man was not pretending, but was full of fear, but did not dare to resist. On the street, next to the child's body, Li Qingshan said calmly, "Come, open your mouth." The old man of the blind man couldn't see good, and his mouth screamed a series of secretive words. With a bang, a cane was inserted into his mouth. True. Li Qingshan will bend the crooked crutches with a knot and insert an inch into the body of the scorpion with the body until it runs through and hangs on the ground. However, it is still not dead. Although it has been through a lot of viscera, even Danshan Chi-Si has not been spared, but he is a cultivator after all, and the originally sturdy body has been huddled by pain. Whoever dares to move him, come and be with him. Li Qingshan said, leaving this weird sign, attracting the dark eyes, and moving forward. Many buildings in the buildings on both sides of the road cringed. Li Qingshan felt that his mood was much better. After walking for a while, he saw that he had to go to the end of the valley. He stopped and looked up at the tall tower on the mountain. He also looked at him with 5 pairs of eyes. The spiritual chi in the air is more and more intense. It is located in the area at the bottom of the valley, the lieutenant of Savage Mountain, the heart of heaven and earth, and the immortal cave of the great cave master. The general discipline can only establish immortal cave on the peaks on both sides. It's like the bottom of a pocket. At the end of the trap, the form laid out here, no matter the scale of the scale, or the power that can be exerted, is not comparable to the formation in the city. Even if they don't shoot, they can sleep. Dire second heavenly tribulation cultivator or monster marshal. The 5 cave masters are waiting for Li Qingshan to take another step forward, and then his death. The war is on the verge. But Li Qingshan didn't move, just stood up and smiled at the corner of his mouth. When you visit, why not come to the mountains? The TD comes to mind. Tan Langjun's voice came from the tower. Li Qingshan finally moved, but not forward, stepping forward and going to the left. A building is 100 feet high and is called Drunken and Not Returned. It is carved and painted, and it is flying in the corner. The breeze blows and the wind bell rings. Exquisite and gorgeous is not like the southern border creation, and knowing the arrival of Li Qingshan, this restaurant is still dare to open the door. Boss, come with wine. Li Qingshan crossed the threshold. There was no guest in the building, but there were still banquet dishes on the table. I saw that only a 16-year-old girl stood at the counter and slammed the abacus and hit a few more. Next, it seems to be a satisfactory result, only to raise the head, and smiled. There is no boss, only the boss, the guest officer. You do not know men and women? The bright teeth, bold and pungent, the head swayed, and the silver ornaments on the head followed. Going out from behind the counter, embroidered clothes, blue cloth and brocade skirts. I control you as a man or a woman. Just if you are good or not. If it is not good, I will tear down your store. Li Qingshan sat down at the middle table and said, this pack of demons' nest is really a lot of experts. Just kill one, this is another one. Of course, if you don't have a few brushes, you don't have the courage to face him. But our age, I am afraid it is not as young as it looks. You are a fierce guest. I have a lot of good food here. You can't get drunk, but you don't go to see some of our cave masters, but come to the store to drink. Is it scared, strong? Are you courageous? The boss smiled and said, very naive and very curious. As long as it is a man, you are not willing to say that you are timid and afraid, especially by a pretty woman. Li Qingshan is also a man, shaking his head. This is not true. I am not afraid of you, cave master. It is your cave master afraid of me. How do you say this? The boss's wife put her waist and walked a few steps. She sat directly on the table in front of Li Qingshan and asked her sideways, I am a guest, they are the lord. I am one, they are 8. I am sitting in their lobby now. They dare not come out of the bedroom to meet me, shy and timid like a little girl. You said, in the end, who is afraid of who? Li Qingshan said with a smile. Hey, I said, but you have to drink, just drink it. but you have to check it out first. The proprietress leaned down and leaned in front of Li Qingshan, exhaling like a blue, and the gully on her chest was looming. I just sat down, didn't even drink a cup of tea. Where is the account? I was originally full of people here, just because you came, all of a sudden gone, money and food, all did not pay. You said this account, shouldn't you pay? Li Qingshan smiled and said, I came to eat the king's meal, even my own account is not allowed to pay, let alone theirs. The boss's face changed. Here, no one dares not pay the aging mother's account. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for the recommended ticket, monthly pass. Your support is my biggest power. Mobile users, please read Legend of the Great Saint chapter 774. Chapter 63, Drug. Oh, great power, when I want to eat the king's meal, there are not many people who dare to pay me. Li Qingshan's eyes are condensed, and the mouth is still smiling, but the boss has a chilling feeling, as if it is not a human race, but a fierce behemoth, looking at the prey of the mouth, even if it is not exposed. What killing intent, the kind of pressure from the top of the food chain, is enough to make people breathless. It's so fierce. You want to drink? I invite you. What are you doing with a pair of bull's eye? The proprietress pushed a hand on Li Qingshan's shoulder, and said that she was a bit stiff and unnatural. You don't have to be afraid. If the wine is good, I will still pay the bill. Maybe it will be doubled. Li Qingshan sat up, and the smile on the bronze face did not change. Who is scared? My food here. I can't find a second home on southern border. Just be careful not to get drunk. The proprietress raised her voice. Don't blame you if you are drunk. You have to blame you if you are not drunk. Isn't your shop a drunkenness? You are not drunk today. Give you a few cave masters, and dare to see them dare come down to the mountain to have a drink. The proprietress looked at Li Qingshan deeply. This man is not simple. It is brave to dare to break into Savage Mountain. It is even more difficult to move forward and retreat. If the weight is light, it is not like the dragon pool. It seems that he is the dragon is a tiger, returning to the nest of his own territory, depending on the 8 great cave master, such as a woman. See thousands of demon cultivator as nothing. This heroic cloud has pressed down the entire pack of demons' nest, and no one in the man who has seen it in life can compare it. The boss's wife went to the waist and went to get the wine. The hips in the skirt were round and round, and it was really a fascinating thing. Li Qingshan chuckled. His favorite is to be confused, but think that little Un is now around. Only a little regret to recover his eyes. Cook, there are guests to visit. Open fire to cook. If it is not good, beware of my mouth and smoke you. The proprietress shouted, and went down to the wine cellar. After the kitchen came and should be, well, boss wife. After a while, the proprietress took the jar back and opened the clay seal. A light cold wine liquid fell into a large porcelain bowl and was filled with a bowl. Li Qingshan took a look. This wine will not be poisonous. The proprietress said nothing. The porcelain bowl was finished with a word, and the bottom of the bowl was photographed by Li Qingshan, and it was thrown on the table, with a touch of mouth. Don't drink, don't drink. Illegal wine is tasteless. I am going to accompany you to drink. Li Qingshan smiled. Good. The proprietress was also welcome. One leg stepped on the bench and poured 2 bowls of wine. The bottom of the skirt was looming. Extraordinarily attractive. Glang. 2 porcelain bowls touched each other, and each one drank it. Li Qingshan praised. Good wine. Really have a flavor. There is a hint of smugness in the depths of the boss's eyes. Let you be a ghost. Drink the aging mother's foot wash, and want to drink non-toxic wine. Wait for the next life. But his cultivation base is too high, or lie to him to drink more. Wait until the onset of the toxin is not at my disposal. Her wine is called not to drink. It is not to poison the wine in the wine, but to refine the poisoned wine that is harmful to people. But it is also a first-class wine. It is only necessary to supplement the antidote to taste. Without her advice, Li Qingshan has been drinking like a bowl of water, and after a bowl of bowls, it will take a while to work. I will go get an altar again. The boss's face was slightly dizzy, and the smile was a bit more sincere, and the poison was slow. Just accumulate a lot. How about a jar of wine? Move all the wine from the cellar. Well, everything is with you today. If you are drunk, just sleep in my room. The boss is as sweet as a silk, and goes to get the wine. The effort of speaking, a white fat man with a white hat and a white apron came out from the kitchen, put the dish on the table, humbled and sullen, bent over and squatted. You please taste. The entire hall was full of fragrance. Li Qingshan was also welcome, and the dishes were tasted again, and the eyes lit up, and the cook cocked his thumbs. These dishes are more delicious and more distinctive than Marquis Cheng Hai. The proprietress said that the southern border of the wine here could not find a second home. It seems that it is not a false statement. Well, you like it, I will do it. The cook's smile became more humble, his eyes smashed into a line, and his body bent lower. At this time, the proprietress took the wine back and passed the cook and exchanged a look. Ever since, Li Qingshan has come to drink, and the food is eaten, even eating and drinking, so happy. Then laughter with the boss. It seems that the purpose of Savage Mountain will be completely forgotten. The smile of the proprietress is more and more beautiful. It's really no hell. You come in, you drink so much. Divine Immortal is also difficult to save, only one way to go. In the top tower, several cave masters stared at the scene with a slight sneer on their faces. At the beginning, Li Qingshan refused to move on and made them somewhat unprepared. For a time, I wondered if I should take the initiative. When Li Qingshan entered the drunken, he began to eat and drink, and they settled down, and the sneer on his face became heavier and heavier. Dare to eat and drink here, thinking that the cultivation base is high, can it resist all toxins? Wai Duo smiled and was full of pleasure. The scorpion venom is not separated, the world is full of exotic poisons, and the southern border can at least take up half. Southern border, the first sect is Myriad Poison Cult, not to mention a Golden Core Cultivator, a toxin, and even the Monster King with Fierce can die. Silk Mother, you have to make a contribution. Tan Fai Langjun said, hey, this Li Qingshan eats the dishes you made, and it seems to be very happy. The cooking of the chefs is very famous throughout the southern sea county, let him eat slowly. Tan Fai Langjun laughed and shivered, full of malice. The situation seems a bit wrong. Ghost Head frowned. The proprietress also found this, her smooth belly, have been drinking and drinking, although not as much as he drank, not too refining. A lot of antidote in advance, cannot hold back, but how can he still not fall? Not to mention the poisonous hair death, even the slightest discomfort is not, but the eyes are getting brighter and brighter, and the head is getting higher and higher, her heart is a little panic. Well, the wine is gone, go get it. Li Qingshan emptied the jar of the hand and left it in the ground. The jars of wine and the more than 20 empty jars rolled together. The proprietress hesitated a bit. It is not easy to refine the wine. It has been drunk by Li Qingshan. There is more wine for him, and even if there is more, I am afraid it is useless. Gong. Is his system just enough to refrain from poisoning the wine? Pa. Li Qingshan hit a palm on her hips. Smiled. What are you going to do? It hurts. You do what? This portal is open, come to eat the old mother tofu. The proprietress licked her ass and sighed with relief. It seemed that he did not find that the wine was poisonous. Otherwise, he could smash the power of the valley door with a fist, which would make her die on the spot. Don't talk nonsense. Go quickly. Li Qingshan waved his hand. He only wants to drink now. Even if it is poisonous wine, it doesn't matter. Yes, Grandpa. Guest officer. The proprietress quietly came to the back of the building, her face was swept away, and she calmed down. She was ready to go, and she was the only one who could threaten him. Nothing to do, then staying, can't escape the good fruit to eat. As for the cook, it is only self-seeking, and watching Li Qingshan is not like a tyrannical killer. As long as you don't find what he eats, there is a heavy formation barrier in this restaurant. Not afraid to be known by his divine sense, he's about to leave. Suddenly heard the voice of Why Poison, don't go, put poison in his wine. At the same time, A small porcelain bottle was sent to her through the formation. The proprietress quickly replied, "Cave Master, he is not afraid of poison. Let him find out, I will die." Farfat. There are people in the world who are not afraid of poison. Rest assured, this poison is colorless and tasteless. He can't find it. Why duo soft and hard? Master Mkanyang said, "You will do it." Several cave masters are rewarded and rewarded. After the event, you will not be ill-treated. Why? Eighth child, my discipline will help you revenge. Take such a big risk, you can't no indication. This is a poisonous pearl. If you swallow it, you will give it to you. Let him drink it. The more you can, the better. Why duo does not hesitate to spend money. The proprietress's eyes are bright, and the value of the poisonous beads is particularly large in the southern border. Anyway, things have already reached this point. If you don't do it, you will swallow the poison beads and put the medicine in the wine, and your face will smile. Turn back to the lobby. It's so slow. Hey, how did the taste of this wine change? Li Qingshan picked up the porcelain bowl and took a drink. You drink too much. That kind of wine is finished by you. Only for a kind of sputum. If you don't like me, take it back. The boss's mood is tense. It doesn't matter. Let's do this. Come, let's drink. Li Qingshan laughed. It was a bowl of wine and a belly. He drank a jar of poisonous wine and went to the bottom. Li Qingshan still sat still, and his face was more drunk. This time, even Wai's face has changed. The proprietress had to go to get the wine again, and some of her bloated heads. My heart shouted, "What? Why poison? Also good intentions, hurry to change the name. This is not to blame me, forget it. White is a poisonous bead is not bad." She came to the back of the building, but saw another porcelain bottle filled with poison. It's impossible to think of a cheaper cave master in the pack of Demon's Nest. So, poisoning, giving wine, and then poisoning. There are venoms and poisonous powders, and the toxicity is different. Later, Why duo still manages what is colorless and tasteless. Just send more poison to her hands and then go down in the wine. Although the proprietress is not afraid of poison, but the wine is too much to drink. His eyes are confused, almost cannot conceal the malicious, unconsciously, as if caught in a gamble. Cannot stop, there is no retreat. Have to. Li Qingshan can't kill. But Li Qingshan always sat there firmly, like a mountain, and it was getting higher and higher, as if pressed at any time. Well, why don't you drink it? Li Qingshan asked with a drunken smile. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for the recommended ticket, monthly pass. Your support is my biggest motivation. Mobile users, please read Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 775. Chapter 64, Dead. Please ask the guest officer, I really can't drink it, just let me drink. Let me do anything. The boss's face was ruddy, but she was faintly revealing, her eyes were blurred, and she was wearing a fear. Although the poisonous beads can create 100 poisons, but there are limits. Not to say how to eat poison is alright. From the time she was only now, she drank a lot of bowls of wine, and at least 20 or 30 kinds of deadly poisons were poisoned. Is it? Li Qingshan grabbed the boss's waist, and the proprietress sat in his arms, grabbed his neck, twisted his hips, and said, Hey, eat the old lady tofu. Forget it, the old lady clothes. It's up to you. What a casual look like. What are you, and dare to call myself my mother? It doesn't matter, you don't drink, I will feed you. Li Qingshan's eyes were more intense, and a bowl of wine was sent to her lips. The boss's face changed and she struggled to struggle. However, the waist arm became like a hoop, and she seemed to break her life. The heart was shocked and inexplicably, and reluctantly drank a bowl, and smiled strongly. You are really a huge volume, I dare to be your aging mother. When your wife is still almost the same, I will drink it almost, and send me back to the room to rest. Li Qingshan, if she didn't smell it, smiled and picked up the second bowl of wine. She closed her lips and shook her head to resist. In Li Qingshan's arms, she screamed and said, I don't drink. I don't drink. Now it is impossible for you. Li Qingshan smiled and clasped her mouth, regardless of the strong irrigation. The wine was spilled on her embroidered clothes, and a burst of white smoke was smashed at the speed visible to the naked eye, revealing a large white and delicate skin, protected by poison beads. The boss's face changed greatly. Li Qingshan smiled and said, "This wine is so strong." When I talked, I took a bowl together. From this moment on, he drank, and a bowl of duck-like bowl was poured into her mouth, and the wine flowed down from the lips. The clothes on the body were eroded by the majority, and even the canvas-embroidered skirts were scattered. It was almost uniform, and a group of white and delicate squirmed in Li Qingshan's arms. But this lively fragrance scene, there is no feeling of enticing. Gradually, she not only looks blue. The first level is floating on the body, which is a sign that the toxin cannot be suppressed. Guessed the grown-up. I don't dare anymore. The boss's tears cross-flow. Hey, is this wine poisonous? I have no antidote. How can I spare you? Li Qingshan smiles and enjoys the beauty of her arms, but her hands are not soft. She is put to death in a bowl and a bowl. The rain outside the door fluttered, and the wine in the door was full of fragrance, mixed with the sweet smell of poisonous gas. The master saved me. The proprietress spit out a drink and shouted, "Li Qingshan, you know what you have just eaten in the dish." The kitchen sent the sound of the cook. Oh, what? Human flesh. Adult's child, man's woman, you think it is beef, mutton, pork and fish. Ha 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 ha. My cook is a human flesh, but Savage Mountain is a must. How is it? The cook smirked. No more humility, no poison in the dish. But the vicious of the heart is worse than the poison in the wine. I want to come to Li Qingshan and I will be furious and sick and vomiting. After all, it is rare in the southern border. Not to mention that he is from Verdant province. He is a Buddha's disciple. He may also have Heart's devil. If he is irritated, he will immediately flee to the mountain and bring him into the trap. Unexpectedly, Li Qingshan picked a brow. Calm way. It turns out that I said how delicious the taste is. He bowed his head and patted his stomach. The meat of the food, etc. When it is a revenge for Teal. At the end of the day, it was already a good stance. 2 Tao divinity lights were shot in the middle, and the big hand waved. Come back. The man cooks his eyes and counts, and his heart is overjoyed. He wants his cultivation base to be strong again. Through the heavy form, he also needs a breathing time, enough for him to get out. There was a violent bang in the ear, and the head slammed, and the figure suddenly slammed, and the eyes, ears, nose and nose were overflowing with blood. A black chain whistling, entangled his waist, yanked back, and returned to God, in front of Li Qingshan, but also in the arms of the owner of the body. A face of a burst of purple, white and delicate skin also shows signs of ulceration. Li Qingshan tied them up with 2 demon-suppressing chains, and went out of the restaurant. They glanced at the tower of the mountain and smiled. They turned and walked away. The cave masters were really so sullen, watching their own disciplines dying, and they still refused to go down. For the demon cultivator, let alone the discipline, that is, the parents and the flesh are not more important than their own safety. They also hold a glimmer of hope that Li Qingshan, who is drunk, will be provoked and will go to the mountains to find them, so that the purpose of sacrificing 2 disciplines can be achieved. I didn't expect him to go so far. This time, they really couldn't sit still, and the expressions of the 5 people became extremely ugly. If you let a White Eagle commander break the gate, kill countless demon cultivators, smash 2 disciplines, and then easily go, Savage Mountain Pack of Demons Nest is a big laughing stock. They are 5 personal, it is a joke in a joke, and no one has seen it in the future. Li Qingshan not only said to leave, but also walked quickly. In a blink of an eye, he quickly walked out of the city and showed his determination to leave. But his footsteps suddenly stopped, his face was gloomy, and the child's body was lying in the middle of the road. But the old man who was stuck with his cane was gone. Demon cultivator, although he was slandered by his fierceness at the moment, no one is scared. and he has more knowledge than this cruel scene. If you want us to obey in one sentence, do you really think that you are the cave master of Pack of Demons Nest? So Li Qingshan had just left, and the old man who had cursed was saved. Of course, he took all his belongings by the way. Very good, I don't ask who it is. Li Qingshan turned and said, you finally dare to come down to see me, it's a great courage, master. The chef screamed. The proprietress also looked at Mkanyang, but the poison gas invaded, and could not even say a word. You come to Savage Mountain, it is obviously looking for us. But when you come to the mountains, you dare not come up, and the courage is really not small. Mkanyang ridiculed. Let me give it to me, we can have something to say, otherwise, oh. Tanfai moved the body of the meat mountain, slammed forward, and the ground trembled, imposing, showing the strength of the second cave master comes. I was originally thinking of mixing a cave master in Savage Mountain. The result is such a thing at first sight. It is really disappointing. Li Qingshan shook his head and sighed. His disappointment is not loaded, but from the heart, is not to say that there are 8 cave master. There is also the existence of the third heavenly tribulation. Here are 5. The other 3 are hidden in the dark, or not in Savage Mountain. I am bothered to take them down the mountain, but I can't afford them. Do you want to be a cave master? Mkanyang's eyes, did he come here for this purpose? A White Eagle commander. I really want to be the cave master of Pack of Demons Nest. It's ridiculous. Not bad. Li Qingshan said with a disappointment and smiled. Tanfai Langjun is also somewhat surprised, but in this way, his series of actions will explain the pass. If you really want to be enemies with Pack of Demons Nest, you have already started killing in the city. How can you just kill your demon cultivator? It looks fierce and overbearing. In fact, it is very modest. Not to die. Look like that? I heard that he was offended by an imperial prince and will be sent to the southern border. It seems that he is interested in Demon Dao. If you put it a decade ago, it is really possible to accept him. Pack of Demons Nest originally is a comer, strong enough to let a White Eagle commander vote, or you can make a big splash. But now, there is only one dead road. Otherwise how to force Yu Yufeng to go out? In short, he swindled him first, so he said. It turned out that it was a misunderstanding. Our Pack of Demons Nest has always been 100% compatible, but your identity is too sensitive, we are suspicious, you show your intention earlier. There is not so much misunderstanding. When you open the door, you will come up the mountain. What? I don't agree. I want to be the cave master of Pack of Demons Nest. And don't sneak into the mirror to see if I am qualified enough. Why Poison is anxious? If Li Qingshan really made Cave Master, based on his strength, the ranking is likely to be above himself, and his own enemies will never be reported. What is your name? Li Qingshan looked strangely at the hatred of Y. Pack of Demons Nest 8th Cave Master, Y Duo. Y Dao Dao. Oh, you are the Master of Chen. Li Qingshan recalled. Yes. Today, you only have to die. Why Poisonous and Sinister? The 2 people who were held in the hands by Li Qingshan were not his discipline. He refused Li Qingshan to kill them, letting Tanfai Langjun and Mkanyang taste the loss of beloved disciple. This is the big event of our Pack of Demons Nest. Even if the Great Cave Master will be not here, whichever you agree to disagree. Tanfai Langjun took a look at Y Duo. Y closed his mouth. My inferior can't hold it anymore. I also asked fellow Taoist to let her go. We sat down and talked slowly. Mkanyang was in a hurry. The proprietress on the ground, the seductive has swollen, bulging blisters, where there is still a half color, and the moan creeps on the ground. Let her? Li Qingshan glanced. In the future, she will be asked to plead guilty to fellow Taoist. Let it be handled by fellow Taoist. Mkanyang said. Whoever is poisoning, I will solve it myself, I have not stopped. Li Qingshan spread his hands. Why 8th child, still not detoxification? If it is not your stupid idea, how can it be like this? Mkanyang said. Why Poison is reluctant, but knows that if it refuses, not only Mkanyang will avenge, but even Tanfai Langjun will blame him, only to go forward. It turned out to be you. Li Qingshan smiled. What about me? Why Poison carefully guarded, while looking for Li Qingshan's flaws, ready to give him a fatal blow. The child does not teach the father, the apprentice is not something, it is the fault of the master. Your apprentice has provoked me. You still don't know how to learn the lesson, but also want to avenge him? Give me death. Li Qingshan smiled and punched. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for the recommended ticket, monthly pass. Your support is my biggest motivation. Mobile users, please read Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 776 Chapter 65 Test. Everyone did not expect that. Li Qingshan said that it was a Hansen, no hesitation, just said that to do the cave master of Pack of Demons Nest. Is it just a sham shot? Although Waidu has been prepared for prevention, he still did not expect it. This fist is so fast. This is fierce. In an instant, filled with the entire field of vision, like a black cloud covering the earth, there are black lightning interweaving in the black cloud, that is the force of vibration to tear the air, forming a crack. The fist has not yet arrived, has completely shattered the confidence of Waiduo. He is so strong that he has not just crossed second heavenly tribulation soon. Not too late to dodge, no time to fight back. No time to drink. Why Poison will run a poisonous work to Pinnacle, and the whole body will have a black and black smoke. It is thick and thick. If there is substance, hopefully it can block the first block, and then immediately retreat, so that other cave master can come to the rescue. However, the defense of the formation of poisonous smoke is a smash, and it is said that it is blocking, and it has not even weakened the punch and the power. Boom! The upper body of Waiduo turned into a bloody fog, flew to several cave masters, leaving only 2 solitary legs, still standing there. The remaining 4 cave masters have just made a rescue gesture, all standing in the same place, stunned. Although Waidu is the weakest of the 8 great cave masters, although he is better at killing the enemy instead of fighting it, but after all, he was the strong man who crossed the second heavenly tribulation. He was so slammed by such a punch, not to resist the resistance. Even the self-detonation golden core was too late. What a horror! Li Qingshan, you. Tanfai Langjun shuddered and screamed at Li Qingshan, but his body shrank back subconsciously. Don't be afraid of a few people. This person has a hatred with me. I want to murder me at all times. I am forced to kill him. If I am a cave master of Pack of Demons Nest, I am not willing to work with this kind of waste. Li Qingshan laughs and claps his hands, picking up the poisonous 100 treasure pouch and a blue-black golden core. Understatement. I clearly did the wrong thing. I helped him clean up the portal. He is not only grateful, but also dares to take revenge. Several fellow Taoists are not such unreasonable people. Li Qingshan said, kicking on the boss. Now she looks like a huge sarcoma, hitting the cook. Fly out and burst into the air. The cook screamed with screams, incorporating dozens of highly toxic pus. The face of the pussy was poured over him, and it was sore, itchy and numb, rolled around, climbed to the front of Tanfai Langjun, and reached out. Master, rescue AI. But the only person who might save him has turned into a bloody fog, and the dead can no longer die. Tanfai Langjun took a step back. Didn't dare let him touch his body. His face was red. Murderosaurus stunned Li Qingshan. You. Very good. Fu sighed again. Give you a happy. Raise your hand and wait for a palm, who will allow you to give him a good time. Li Qingshan stepped out and punched Tanfai Langjun. Tanfai Langjun floated back and showed a light-hearted posture that was completely different from his body shape. Li Qingshan banged in the air and made a loud thunderous bang. Tanfai Langjun was about to speak, and a huge force came from the air and was shaken out. Bang peng pen peng. Successively collapsed dozens of buildings. Ghost head back. Mkanyang back. Mountain bugs retreat. 3 great cave masters. No one dared to take the opportunity to shoot. Instead, choose to retreat in the first place, not to be the target of his next attack. Why is nothing. who is Dan Fai Lang Jun, and he was also shot by him. It's a bad guy who offends fellow Taoist. We don't account for it. Please let fellow Taoist stop. Let's sit down and talk. Is it really going to be with us, Pack of Demons Nest? You can't help it. Mkan Niang said that she initially pretended to talk to Li Qingshan in order to get him into a trap before talking to Li Qingshan. To understand the rescue, now I have to talk to Li Qingshan, but it is since the heart, in order to save your life. I heard that to do the Cave Master of Pack of Demons Nest, you need to go through a lot of tests. And you will come to test me. Is this qualification? Li Qingshan smiled and chased it down. The goal was Mkan Niang. Suddenly, the rich spiritual chi in the valley flows wildly, and the formations shine with colorful light, overlapping and overlapping. Li Qingshan is trapped in the ocean of formation, and some make him slow, and some make him dizzy. In all directions, the fire burned, sword chi stirred, the poisonous water sprinkled, the boulder mammoth, in an instant, I do not know how many kinds of attacks, crazy to kill him. The great clouds in the sky are reflected in the changing colors. Broken. Li Qingshan sang low, demon dragon, a dark gold demon dragon, swaying waves, in the ocean of this formation, open away, pointing to Mkan Niang. Under the numerous attacks, demon dragon was turned into a long sword, held by Li Qingshan in his hand, and slammed into Mkan Niang. Magical treasure. Mkan Niang changed her face and waved her right hand, throwing a white handkerchief and rising in the wind. It was like a cloud screen, and it was covered by Li Qingshan. The white handkerchief is not only strong in material, but also contains a kind of softness. Even sword chi, who is even sharp, can't pierce it. Broken. Li Qingshan slammed into the air, and the white handkerchief was torn and shattered, revealing the beautiful face of Mkan Niang dumbstruck. Broken. The sword light flashed away and the blood splashed. Mkan Niang felt a whirlwind and suddenly saw his body, no head, and still squinted. Unbelievable. This test is too simple, come again. Everything was just in the blink of an eye. Li Qingshan turned his eyes and saw the back of the ghost head, and sneered. At this time, the offensive formed by the heavy formation was intimidated. Give me out. Li Qingshan turned his right foot down, and the force of vibration was rippled. Booming. The earth is wrinkled, high and low, undulating, and tens of thousands of earth and stone. If it is wild, it seems to be a giant beat buried deep in subterranean world. A variety of buildings, like paper boxes, are torn and shredded, and heavy forms are the same. Like a 12-magnitude earthquake, the big city became a ruin. The source was at the right foot of Li Qingshan. At the beginning, Bull Demon vibration was called Bull Demon Hoof Stamp. And the countless demon cultivators hidden in the city, as long as Li Qingshan stepped out of this foot, the feet are standing on the ground. Even if they are not killed on the spot, they are seriously injured. Therefore, he did not care who saved the old man of the curse, because all died. At the same time, a crack on the ground, like a black lightning, chased the ghost head. Li Qingshan, you are deceiving too much. The ghost head is jumping, the bloody color is welcoming, the hunting is sounding, the person is in midair, and the figure is sharply enlarged. When it descends from the sky, it has turned into a height of more than 10 feet. And the head has 7 or 8 pointed meat horns. The length is short. The mouth is like a wild beast. The fangs are exposed. The blood between the teeth is tumbling, and the mouth is suddenly opened, and a blood-cooled column is ejected. Boom! The blood-cooled light column bombarded the place where Li Qingshan stood, and the soil was directly melted and turned into a magma surge. Li Qingshan was in a shape and passed by the light column. The head of the ghost head turned, and the blood-cooled light column swept to Li Qingshan. At the same time, the two claws danced, summoning dozens of blood-cooled ball of light, and shooting a bloody light, intertwined into a dazzling light. In Li Qingshan's long hair, there was a redness, and his bronze face began to show subtle changes. He was more beautiful with bewitching, and he started a pair of wind and fire wings. For a moment, he also turned into a ray of light, bent and lingering, passing through the light at an impossible angle, appearing in front of the ghost head. stepping on his head, and then chasing the mountain bugs back. Ghost Head Chuo's huge body froze, and there are cracks in the road. The blood is shining from it. It is like a cracking big underground and rushing eyes. The light is getting more and more brighter and brighter. Boom! Like a volcanic eruption, the ghost head is turned into a dazzling blood, and the gloomy sky is red. Demon suppressing chains. Demon suppressing chains, scrambling to attack the mountain bugs. The sound of the chain collision is like a reminder. The mountain bugs made a non-human scream, some like a squeak of worms, and the pockets of the body were all open together. A variety of strange shapes emerged from it, turned into a cloud of insects, and rushed to Li Qingshan. The mountain bugs are not moving forward, and as long as they enter the peak of the savage mountain, they can motivate the powerful formation. But he does not expect Li Qingshan to be trapped and killed. Escape from birth. Li Qingshan doesn't look at the insect cloud coming from the face, and the mountain worm that flees, but instead points to the other direction. Demon suppressing pagoda. Tanfai Langjun, who was kicked by a fist, climbed up from the ruins and was furious. He cultivated a very special cultural technique. He could absorb all the damage with the fat meat. He was about to fight with Li Qingshan and saw it. Kenyang was stunned by a sword and went to the head. When Li Qingshan stepped into the ruins in the city, he immediately turned his head and rushed toward the depths of the valley. He was smashed in his heart. He really just crossed second heavenly tribulation? This is impossible. It is impossible. His cultivation base is already the second heavenly tribulation late stage. Almost peak. Confidence in the fight, but also can kill Kenyang, but it can never be so easy. With a full blow, it can also destroy the city, but such a wide range of attacks, it is impossible to kill so many cultivators. The power shown by the other party is completely beyond what Realm's cultivator can have. Seeing that you have to escape from birth, the majestic demon-suppressing pagoda descends from the sky. Tanfai Langjun's body shape shrinks. His head and limbs are indented into the big meat ball, just like a meat egg rolling forward. The speed is suddenly accelerated, and demon-suppressing pagoda is also empty. A petite figure wearing a white robes, standing in the drizzle, stopped in the road. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Give me a death. Tanfai Langjun arrogant, once again speed up, smashed into the past. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for the recommended ticket, the monthly pass. Your support is my biggest motivation. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 777 Chapter 66 When Demon Suppressing Pagoda fell, Li Qingshan said, "Oops." If you let Tanfai Langjun roll back into the depths of the valley, then it will be troublesome, and you can see that the power of the formations is not comparable to the formation of these phenomena in the city. Formation, this kind of thing, is always about quality rather than quantity. He can step on the hundreds of forms in this city. It is not all how strong his strength is, but the formation interferes with each other. Originally dangerous, tired of eggs, and desperate to fully operate, as long as you attack a point can form a chain reaction. The layout of several forms in Savage Mountain is not so many times, because there is a blood oath covenant between cave masters, and there is no fear of being attacked by the other party, purely to fight against foreign enemies. The formation is interlocking and the atmosphere is connected to form a perfect whole. It is based on the spiritual paradise, which is the richest of spiritual chi. Once it is running, it is difficult to break through the cultivator of third heavenly tribulation. The role of formation, originally, is the advantage of occupying the strong. At this moment, Little Un descended from the sky and stopped in front of Tanfai Langjun. Li Qingshan calmed down and concentrated on dealing with the mountain bug. Rumble. Tanfai Langjun is like a wild war chariot. The storm that has been set up plows a deep ditch on the earth, and the momentum is extremely high. It is a mountain block in front of him, and it will be collapsed by life. He is also full of self-confidence in his own move. There are not many people in the world who can match him in the face, let alone stop him from entering the formation. This woman who is not self-sufficient is definitely not here. Little Un seaweed-like long hair flutters in the wind. Her eyes are always quiet like a deep pool. taking a bloody little cockroach from the wide sleeves and waving to Tan Phai Lang Jun. Blood Sea, it seems to contain a vast great world. It is the skeleton sea banner with the skeleton as the handle and the blood as the sea. Tan Phai Lang Jun crashed into it and lost sight of it. Li Qingshan also slammed out, but the fist was not yet implemented, and the body of the mountain bug broke down, not even dead, but turned into countless black flying insects to escape. At this time, a red rush of light rises to the sky. In the ruined city, there are also the immortal caves on either side of the cliff, flying out of the light and fleeing in all directions. It is the rest of the demon cultivators in the Savage Mountain Pack of Demons nest that was originally hoped. Several cave masters were able to win Li Qingshan, which he thought. In a blink of an eye, 5 cave masters, 3 people killed. Even the strongest Tan Phai Lang Jun are fleeing, and seemingly have not escaped. It was only then that I realized that the Eagle Wolf Guard was their enemy, the new White Eagle Commander. Where to join the Pack of Demons nest? It is clear that it is to annihilate Pack of Demons nest. The front of the various factions is clearly to lead the cave masters down the mountain to kill. I don't blame a few cave masters. In this savage mountain, even the escape to Zongfing can't be done. Now the trees are falling apart, and only the big ones are flying. Fortunately, there are a lot of people left. Immortal Cave can be placed on the mountain, and the surviving of Li Qingshan is an expert of tribulation, which turns into more than 100 rays of light. Li Qingshan is strong again, and eventually it is also a lack of surgery. It is incredible to kill 20 or 30. The first red light that flew first was very fast, like a file Yuxing, and flew to the foothills in a blink of an eye. Obviously, I am confident in my own escape magic. I will be the first bird. Seeing that I had to escape from Savage Mountain, a skeleton giant claw suddenly emerged from the top of the mountain and caught the red light. Showing a demon cultivator figure, no time to ask for mercy or desperately, a skeleton giant claw, like a firefly, the light is extinguished. The broken body is thrown into a large mouth full of fangs, where the flames are raging. Little Un has 1 string prayer beads in hand, skull rosary. A huge sly skeleton bone demon came out from the foothills, and the jaw collided and made a smirk. The laughter sounded from all sides and echoed throughout the valley. It was the death song that made all the demon cultivators. Skeleton bone demon climbed up from the foothills, and one of them guarded the mouth of the valley, surrounded by Savage Mountain. Li Qingshan vaguely remembers that each of them has a strength comparable to a corpse marshal. And after Little uncrossed second heavenly tribulation, they seem to have risen and become bigger and stronger. Under the command of Little Un, like a superforce, with a tacit understanding, retreat freely, and block all the way out, catching the flies like a slap in the face. No one can escape safely. In the end, I will fight with you, the most peace of mind. Phoenix long cry. Li Qingshan retracted his sight, phoenix wings, raging fire, and wingspan dozens of feet. With a wave of wings, fire of the phoenix, smashing the clouds. There is only one black worm left, turning into a black light, flying forward desperately. Bzhang, Shizhang, Wazhang. Seeing that there is only a moment of effort, you can escape to birth. Suddenly stopped. Li Qingshan, the thumb and index finger of the right hand pinch the black worm, gently pinch it, and the black worm bursts. Pack of Demons nest. 5th Cave Master, mountain bugs die. At this time, Li Qingshan was surrounded by flames, and even a scarlet hair rose, like a burning flame. The whole person has turned into a brilliant phoenix burning, exuding unparalleled high-spirited gas, and also burning the toxins remaining in the body. His body was fierce, but he couldn't be immune toxins. He had the most resistance. The poison of the former Spider Queen Rose made him suffer a lot. Even the Spirit Turtle can barely purify. Spirit Turtle's suppression and suppression of divine sense is very effective, but it is a lot worse for suppressing toxins. However, after the completion of the Phoenix Nirvana scripture first layer, and once again Nirvana, this shortboard was compensated. The endless flame not only cures the wound, but also saves the disaster and eliminates all the factors that want to put him to death. The death represented by the toxin is not able to fight the life of the phoenix symbol. Although I can't say that myriad poison doesn't invade, but the poison of YY in the district can't hurt him, otherwise he will not take this risk with his daring heart. Now, although he is still far away from above the 9 heavens, although he has not yet been able to make any changes to gods and demons' 9 transformations, it is also called divine art small in this 9 provinces world. Accomplishment: Bull Demon Tiger Demon campaign killing, making his body more and more fierce, will become more and more determined. Spirit Turtle Phoenix's repression has made his breath more and more pure, and his mind has become clearer, complement each other to form a perfect whole. It is Li Qingshan at the moment. Qingshan, there is one. Little Un shakes the Blood Sea banner, and Stanfai Langjun flies out. The Meat Mountain usually comes to Li Qingshan. After crossing the second heavenly tribulation and condensing White Bone Sarira, she should have a magical treasure. Although they are getting stronger together, the operation is more and more satisfactory. However, it has not been possible to further refine, so it is difficult to permanently trap the cultivator of the cultivation base, such as Danfai Langjun. Of course, when Murdering Buddha Sword comes out, it is not difficult to kill it, but of course this kind of thing should be left to Li Qingshan to enjoy. Tanfai Langjun was smashing in the Blood Sea. She didn't expect her to have a self-contained magical treasure. She was screaming how to go out, suddenly lit up again, and saw a scarlet hair scarlet eye. The handsome man is looking at him with a smile. It is good. Li Qingshan laughed, and the Li Qingshan at this time was completely hidden. On the sharp corner of the bear, the name of the North Moon was engraved, which was the declaration he intended to leave. He once again raised his fist. This is his strongest weapon, a punch. Invincible. Li Qingshan, well, you have to kill, I will fight with you. Do not believe that you also have space-type magical treasure. Tanfai Langjun first had a suspicious look, then he was worried and turned from a big meat mountain to a big meat ball, rotating at high speed, rolling up a tornado wind and hitting Li Qingshan. Boom! The big meat ball collided with Li Qingshan, centered on Li Qingshan, and the earth and stone within 10 miles, instantly got rid of the earth and flew into the sky. Savage Mountain is trembled. Tanfai Langjun's move is fierce and fierce. It doesn't rely on magical artifact magical treasure, and there is no subtle change. It is based on the fatness of the body and the extraordinary spiritual power in the fat, which is overwhelming the enemy. Domining aura with a force to drop 10 meetings. But unfortunately, Li Qingshan is also taking this road. Whenever Bull Demon is his foundation, it contains the power and belief of the elder brother Bull. He actually blocked it. His strength is so strong, it's impossible. It's just that the power of Monster King is just that. Hey, it's just a burst of time. I see when you can hold it. Tanfai Langjun is incredible, and then make up your mind. His move was originally a journey without a retreat. Li Qingshan's iron fist is deeply immersed in the fat of Tanfai Langjun. Tanfai Langjun is crazy about the cultivation technique. The fat flutters like a wave, and the sponge absorbs the power of Li Qingshan. Be sure to crush him and crush him. Tanfai Langjun is arrogant in his heart, but Li Qingshan's power is endless. The vast land is like a loving mother, and the power of the pet is given to him. No one can overcome her pride by strength. Dead. Li Qingshan screamed. This moment, not only Bull Demon, but also Tiger Demon, Spirit Turtle, Phoenix, the 4 forces into this boxing, that Tanfai Langjun blasted out, slammed on the rock wall. However, he looked at his fist and frowned, because Tanfai Langjun didn't die. In the end, the strength has not fully recovered. After Phoenix Nirvana, the required growth period has not yet expired. If he did not complete the Phoenix transformation second layer, he should now look like a 14-year-old. However, the feeling of combining the 4 forces is very good. He has already begun to look forward to the strength of his strength. As for Tanfai Langjun, just make a punch. Don't kill me, I will be yours. Tanfai Langjun shouted. Fat Tanfai Langjun like a meat mountain, obviously thinned a large circle, close to the super fat, looks less deformed. If it is not the cultivation technique of the cultivation, there is this fat to resist the damage. Now he has followed the footsteps of Y Poison and is directly smashed into a bloody fog. Even if he barely survived, he was also hit hard and there was no room for resistance. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for the recommended ticket, the monthly pass. Your support is my biggest motivation. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 778 Chapter 67, Blood Oath. Tan Phai Lang Jun was really scared. Since he became a fat man, he has not eaten such a big loss, and there is no room for resistance. The other party is clearly White Eagle Commander, but in a series of battles, although there is some suppression and concealment, but the use of monster chi is clearly, and not the ordinary humans and monsters mixed. The monster chi is pure and comparable Monster King. The eyes fell on a pair of corners, and the eyes suddenly showed an amazing color. North Moon Inx's Dragon King, one of 10 sides Monster King, chased a few miles and went straight into Mist Province before killing it. Although far from the southern border, such a big event has spread widely among the high-level cultivation roads. Tan Phai Lang Jun also heard about it, and the monster that was chased, it seems to be called North Moon. Fat, have you heard these 2 words? Li Qingshan immediately noticed. No, I don't know what it means. Tan Phai Lang Jun said, saying that he dared not admit it. There is obviously a big secret. If he is seen by Li Qingshan, he must be killed. You say a word again, believe it or not, kill you. Li Qingshan said. Yes, yes, where was the vagueness? Tan Phai Lang Jun was on the ground. Forget it, you said that you should be based on me, you can't talk about it. I am willing to swear a swearing oath. From now on, I will be the chief of White Eagle Commander Li Qingshan. I will be loyal and loyal. If I swear by my vows, I will not die well, and I will suffer from reincarnation. Tan Phai Lang Jun, start with 1, and say it seriously. When I am a child, I have dozens of voices. You want a way for me to accept, or you will die. Li Qingshan stepped on his big head, and his brain was sick to believe in the demon cultivator. A poisonous oath. There should be a roll of Blood Oath book in Savage Mountain. Little unsaid. Blood Oath book is a famous magical treasure of southern border. Although it has no fighting power, it can only be used to write a vow, but it is very binding. Once it violates the vow, it will be a strong curse by Blood Oath Backlash, Terror-stricken, and the foundation of Pack of Demons Nest, which maintains the most basic trust between cave masters. Little Ann read the Book of Eagle Wolf Guard and finally chose Savage Mountain as the first goal, in large part to get this volume of Blood Oath book. If not unexpected, this trip to Mist Province will play a very important role. This is absolutely impossible. If the vows on the Blood Oath book are forcibly erased, I will also be backlash and die. Tan Phai Lang Jun was shocked. He was originally intended to fool the past and look for a chance to escape. Staying at Qingshan is not afraid of burning wood, but if he swears to Blood Oath book, it is really troublesome. You send Blood Oath to defend against foreign enemies. Now you betray the enemy, but you are not killed by the backlash. Little unsaid again. Tan Phai Lang Jun is speechless. He certainly does not really want to be Li Qingshan. There is no substantial betrayal. It is only a matter of using the slow-moving plan. Of course, it is not against the Blood Oath. This forms a paradox. If he really loyal to Li Qingshan, it is against the Blood Oath. If only verbal loyalty, then his loyalty is meaningless and cannot be guaranteed. In this case, I will not let you entangle, give you a good time. Li Qingshan at the foot of the force. No. There are other ways. I can help you break. Great Cave Master Yu Yifeng is retreating on the mountain. He is far better than me. If he doesn't come out, you can't help him. There was another one on the mountain. Such a big movement, he should have heard it. Now it is not coming out. Is it shaking in the immortal cave? Li Qingshan said. Tan Phai Lang Jun, do you really dare to help them break? Are you afraid of Blood Oath backlash? A cold voice came with the wind. Li Qingshan looked back. On the top of the mountain, a white-haired man with a clear face, standing with a sword, and his sleeves and clothes were all ruined and danced with the wind. Yu Yifeng, You sit down and watch us being killed, but don't help. Are you afraid of blood oath backlash? Tan Fai Lang Jun yelled. A mere blood oath. I would also like to restrain Yu Yufeng. Tan Fai Lang Jun, you for me pack of demons nest honest go to hell. As for you, Li Qingshan or North Moon, if you are willing obediently obey my orders, that's it. Otherwise I will promote this identity. Inx's Dragon King, if you know that the enemy is still alive, it will be very unpleasant. Yu Yufeng said. Commander Li, I will break the formation for you and help you kill Yu Yufeng. Tan Fai Lang Jun screamed and slammed up, and a pair of fat hands waved at Savage Mountain. The great formation was running and shining, but under the control of Tan Fai Lang Jun, there was a tendency to break. At this time, a bloody handprint was suddenly printed on the chest of Tan Fai Lang Jun. He squirted a blood and flew it out. Every pore was overflowing with blood, and his eyes turned into a blood. The change is not even Li Qingshan has time to react, it is the Blood Oath Book. However, Tan Fai Lang Jun, turning over, sat up again, and the blood on his face continued to break, but his body shape was much thinner and he looked almost normal fat. You turned out to be. Yu Yufeng was shocked. Yu Yufeng, what can you do? Can't I do it? You want me to die? Then see who will die first. Tan Fai Lang Jun smirked with blood. Hey, your blood oath seems to be useless. Li Qingshan scratched the head. Although the Blood Oath Book is very binding, the volume of the Blood Oath Book in Savage Mountain is nothing. The cave masters will not rest assured that others will refining this magical treasure and block it in the belly of the mountain. If a new cave master is added, at least half of the cave masters are required to agree and then join hands to open the ban. Blood Oath Book is not a symbol of fairness and justice in nature, but is specially refined by the ancient demon cultivator, a tool for controlling the enemy. Although placed in the depths of spiritual cheese-rich Savage Mountain, still maintains strong constraints. Force. But with Yu Yufeng's cultivation base, you can use the bit by bit to eliminate the curse of the Blood Oath Book. Although Tan Fai Lang Jun is a little worse, it can also dilute the power of the curse to an affordable level. If it is refining, in the hands of the hands, where will give them this opportunity, just to show this tendency, immediately punished. A magical treasure without a master, the power that can be played is ultimately limited. The aura of heavy formation quickly fades. As the second cave master of Pack of Demons Nest, Tan Fai Lang Jun knows the details and has the power to control. He wants to break the line and just take the key. It's as simple as opening your own door. I thought that Wu Yufeng, who was invincible, turned his face into a blue-green, desperately trying to maintain the operation of the formation. The light of the formation was sometimes bright and bleak, and the two forces held together. Li Qingshan danced as a wing, turned into a fire, and broke into the depths of the valley. The heavy formation seemed to block him, but with the fire on him, it was broken and broken. Yu Yufeng, even though he can barely hold the door, but there is no locked door, Li Qingshan can open his foot and hit Yu Yufeng in the foothills. Your name is Yu Yufeng, right? Exactly. Yu Yufeng proudly said, behind the sword, suddenly out of the sheath. In an instant, there is a white light between heaven and earth, and sword chi is filled with omnipresent white rainbow day. Magical treasure. Li Qingshan looks like a great cave master of Pack of Demons Nest. It turned out to be a sword cultivator. The cultivation base is infinitely close to the threshold of the third heavenly tribulation. The strength of Sword Dao is still above me. There is such a magical treasure sword. If it is a single fight, it is not easy to leave him. Handcuffed swords. Letter from the hand, a dragon shadow flew out, crossed the white light, and collided with the white rainbow. Between the electric and the flint, the two swords hit each other numerous times. The dragon shadow was forced to retreat, and the white rainbow was also faint. The iron fist hit the air and filled the eyes of Yu Yufeng. The condensed air contained in it was like a mountain. Yu Yufeng's face was dignified, and he was quietly watching. His heart was already amazed, but he felt that he was really outrageous in his own hands. His sword art is not bad, but it is only good in front of him. His fist is real. The horrible weapon makes people feel that they can't resist it. No, You can't fight again, otherwise you are in danger today. Boom! The rock broke and the smoke was filled, and the mountain was blown out of a gap. A white sword light rushed out of the smoke. Yu Yufeng won with the sword, and then slammed into the distance at a thunderous speed, and did not hesitate to choose to escape. Commander Li, don't run away by him, or we will endless trouble. Tan Filangjun clenched his fists, shouted loudly, his face was full of joy, and the corner of his eye quickly glared at Little Un's back. His heart was obviously not as excited as the outside. The biggest purpose was to use Yu Yufeng as a bait, attracting the two men to pursue, and then take the opportunity to escape. Don't escape, Little Un said without saying back. The sound is as calm as water, neither a threat nor an order, or even a statement to Tan Filangjun, which is a simple narrative. I have already given a poison oath, and will never violate it. Tan Filangjun stunned his fat body and immediately dispelled the idea of taking the opportunity to escape. This is the only thing that can only be seen in his life. However, what he evokes in his heart is not a thought, but an indescribable fear. Yu Yufeng's white Jiangwen has just flew less than 10 miles and has to stop. A huge skull rises from all sides, screaming and laughing, as if waiting for a long time, fluttering into a skeleton bone demon array, trapping Yu Yufeng in the lineup. When time. Yu Yufeng dumbstruck looked back, facing the valley, the pair of calm and unwavering eyes. The fire is raging, the iron fist is filled with heaven and earth. This time, Yu Yufeng is inevitable. Fellow Taoist is forgiving. I admit defeat. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for the recommended ticket, monthly pass. Your support is my biggest motivation. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 779 Chapter 68, Obliteration. First eat me and punch again. Li Qingshan still has no mercy. A punch. Yu Yufeng backhanded a purple talisman. Li Qingshan stunned the reflection of the stars, and thousands of golden lights spurred in all directions, like a sharp gun thrown by a stork. A little golden light expanded sharply in Li Qingshan's eyes. He only had a slight head and a long blood mark on his cheek, and a stinging feeling came from all over the body. Skeleton Bone Demon was also stopped, but Yu Yufeng's look became more dignified, and Skull was shot by Jin Guang, leaving only a trace of faintness that could not be destroyed. And Li Qingshan is allowed to splash blood on the body. The blood turns into a flame in midair, and then reverses and returns into a group of flames. The wound is healing in a blink of an eye, leaving no trace. Even the momentum is not damaged. Yu Yufeng was waiting for a trick to slow down, and then using purple talisman to break this battle. I did not expect Li Qingshan to be so vicious. Boom! A bang like bang, echoing on Savage Mountain for a long time. Bright rainbow sword whirls into a boulder. At Great Cave Master, do you think I can qualify for this pack of demons' nests, Cave Master? Li Qingshan grabbed Yu Yufeng's throat and asked with a smile. Your strength is amazing. I am far from being. Now that it is in your hands, you have to kill it and let it go. Yu Yufeng closed his eyes. His clothes were ragged, his blood was dripping, his words were weak, and he was obviously not hurt. Although his cultivation base is higher than Tan Filangjun, he does not have a fat to offset the damage. He has not been beaten by a punch. It is already a good enough life and strong enough. I don't insist. If you want to die, I will fulfill you. If you want to live, you will give you a way to live. Li Qingshan is not worried that Yu Yufeng will not agree. If he really wants to die, he will not talk to him here. Adult. Nothing. This Yu Yufeng is very embarrassed, and not far from third heavenly tribulation. If you don't kill him, you will be backlash in the future. Tan Filangjun flew far and shouted. The voice did not fall, and Little An said behind him, to take the Blood Oath book. At least half of the Cave Master is needed, otherwise it will be forced to break. Tan Filangjun was speechless. Killing Wu Yufeng removes a big enemy, and the ban on Blood Oath book is not so good. As long as it is not strained by Blood Oath, there is still a chance to escape. I didn't expect it to be seen by her. Half. I killed 4, and there are 4 left. The two of you add up to just half. Let's go. Two cave masters. Let's go to the Blood Oath Book. Li Qingshan smiled and said hello. I haven't promised yet. Yu Yufeng suddenly opened his eyes and said, I can surrender to you, but promise me a condition, otherwise I would rather die. Fat Cave Master, fulfill him. Li Qingshan is no nonsense. Go talk to Yama about conditions. Tan Filangjun took a moment to realize that Fat Cave Master is saying himself. He now seems to be just a blessed middle-aged man, holding his stomach and hesitating for a while. Killing Yu Yufeng, he is willing to do so, but he will definitely be self-detonation and will die with him. And many more. Yu Yufeng quickly said that Li Qingshan's temper was so hard. I can't help but sigh. If he has such strength, his temper will be very hard, and he will look at the city that has become a ruin. The great cause of Savage Mountain is so complete. Master, I am sorry for your old man. In the end, in the face of life and death, Yu Yufeng is still wise to choose a student. To a large extent, he is not willing to die in the hands of Tan Filangjun. It is a great shame for him. Tan Filangjun led the way. A group of 4 people along the secretly thought, into the depths of Savage Mountain. Tan Filangjun and Yu Yufeng joined forces to open the ban and went straight to the mountainside. The field of vision suddenly opened up and there was a primitive wild temple. The intensity of spiritual chi reached a peak. The dark temple was in the eyes of Li Qingshan, but it was full. Dazzling aura. Spirit Turtle came warning. The dangers contained therein are enough to threaten him, and a formation is constantly running. Here, even the most common forms can play 10 times the power, and the form that can be arranged here is absolutely unusual. If you need to force it, even I will feel very tricky. Looking up, in the center of the temple, there is a stone platform with a 3-foot square, which is filled with a black roll of refining of the skin of what creatures I don't know. There are many broken edges on the edges, and I look at it. The appearance is not amazing, but evil spirits, even through the barrier of formation, are even more felt. There are 2 jobs. Li Qingshan said. Tan Filangjun and Yu Yufeng couldn't help but look at each other. Until now, they are still the masters of this Savage Mountain. They can still control several great formations above and below the mountain, especially the formation in front of them. The power is enormous. If they can join hands, they will have a fight. But the line of sight is at the touch of a finger. And the fight has been so hard for so many years. Hatred has been planted deeply, and no one can trust each other. And Li Qingshan with his arms behind him and Little An, who is silent, they don't dare to act rashly. The 2 raised their hands and soon got the approval of the 8 wilderness, and they sighed at the same time. Under their urging, the aura of light swayed, like a tidal wave, and the rune wandered. The 8 beasts loomed, and the roaring sound rang through the mountain. We are hurt. We can't support it for too long. If you want to take a book, please come forward. Yu Yufeng said. Li Qingshan smiled and walked forward, calm and fearless into the 8 wilderness. Little An's dark eyes turned into Samadhi's skeleton fire, burning and staring at Yu Yufeng. Murdering Buddha sword was in his hand. Dare to have any change, and immediately killed. 8 beasts let a road open, still full of unwillingness, claws and claws, ready to pounce on. Li Qingshan walked to the stone platform and took the volume of the Blood Oath Book in his hand and returned. Yu Yufeng and Tan Filangjun sat on the ground, panting, and staring at the Blood Oath Book, the magical treasure they had dreamed of for many years, now close at hand. Li Qingshan opened the Blood Oath Book, and a sinister demon chi rushed to the surface. In an instant, a black head was found in the eyes, staring at him with empty eyes and 2 lines of blood and tears. In a blink of an eye, the illusion disappeared, leaving only the dark background, the bloody words of the line. The pack of demons nest constrained Cave Master's Blood Oath contract, and at the bottom of the contract, there are 8 hidden figures. 4 of them seem to be taken out from the background, leaving the silhouette of Mkanyang 4 people, and 2 are very blurred, like being erased with rubber bit by bit, one of which is also printed. There is a bloody handprint. Needless to say, Yu Yufeng and Tan Filangjun, only 2 remaining clear. is the third cave master and the seventh cave master? Well, this blood oath book seems to be made with the skin of demonic people, and at least one demon king. Li Qingshan said, handing blood oath book to Little An, and if she wants to make a vow, she will of course be made by her mind. This move fell in the eyes of Yu Yufing and Dan Filangjun, and my heart was extremely surprised. This kind of magical treasure is actually given, and is there no restraint between them? Little An took over the blood oath book and Samadhi's skeleton fire surged, covering the blood oath book. Although it is an unclaimed thing, it is a magical treasure, and it takes a lot of effort to refining it. At the top of the blood oath book, there is a small flaw, which is the mark she left behind. Li Qingshan said, "How are you doing this stuff well?" Yu Yufing and Dan Filangjun are also extremely nervous. Their lives, freedom, and everything are all pinned on this blood oath book. Pack of Demons Nests Cave Master has been maintained for 8 people up and down, up to 10, at most. The limit of the binding of the blood oath book. The constrained object, once crossed the third heavenly tribulation, blood oath book still works, but it doesn't produce a deadly threat. In other words, this blood oath book can turn 10-second heavenly tribulation cultivators, monster, and eccentrics into slaves, which is a good magical treasure. We will need these manpower. It turns out that with this volume of blood oath book, a powerful sect organization can be established immediately, and absolute loyalty can be guaranteed. Li Qingshan slightly daggers. This blood oath book is worthy of a magical treasure. Good, the value is bigger than the battle type magical treasure, and some regrets. Hey, I knew it would be lighter before I knew it. But the cultivator is no better than the mortal. The cave master is the strongest in the cultivator. If you don't kill the killer, as long as you leave them alive, there will be countless troubles. Even flee back to Savage Mountain, and manipulate the formation to be an enemy. They are too weak and waste their places. Little An's calm words made Yu Yufing and Dan Filangjun feel cold. Although she has never spoken, all things she has considered for Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan just needs to point in one direction. Li Qingshan smiled and said, "The same is true. Southern border is so vast, don't call for 8 men, right? Can you change blood oath? So there are 4 men. And the 7th cave master is estimated to be a scum. That 3rd cave master is worth looking forward to. Blood oath can't be changed once it's written. To rewrite blood oath, you can only choose to remove or kill it. That's killing it." Li Qingshan casually, looking at Tan Filangjun. This fat man has no truth in his mouth. Tan Filangjun trembled with fat, busy. "I haven't refined the blood oath book. I don't know there are so many doorways." Little An stretched out his index finger and gently clicked on the shadow of the 3rd cave master and the 7th cave master, and the skull on the dark background of the blood oath book. 2 blood handprints were shot on 2 shadows, bloody. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for the recommended ticket, the monthly pass. Your support is my biggest motivation. Peas, I wish you a happy Mid-Autumn Festival, a happy reunion, a year in the world, and a year in the ages. Yes, there is one more today. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 780 Chapter 69 Retreat. Southern border somewhere, in a large swamp, there are no towering giant trees, only muddy and suffocating. A dark green little quietly open in the swamp, exudes a strange aroma, and the tense strong bloody suffocation. Blood was dripping on the man's chest, and he stood in the middle of the broken bones of the ground, holding a thigh, full of fangs sharp as a knife. He is covered in muscles and knots, showing a light grey color, as if it was carved out of stone, exuding fierce and violent gas, while eating and shouting, "You pigs, dare to move Losi's Tibetan flowers. Really tired." Yes, yes, we are damn. I don't know if this is the Stone Cave Master. You have a lot of grown-up flowers. You have a lot of adults, and we are a pig. A group of people squatted on the ground and trembled. In order to find this millennial sacred flower, how much did they pay? I didn't expect to encounter such murderers. When I shot, I killed nearly half of the people, and my heart was filled with anger and anger. Can only beg for mercy. Hey, Spare you? Give me all to die. Stone Cave Master snorted and raised his hand. Everyone saw that this life was difficult to protect, and the eyes were full of fear, but no one tried to resist. That kind of power was not what they could match. Only eyes closed and so on. Pa. The sound was like a mud that was full of moisture, still on the ground from high altitude. The imaginary attack did not come, and some people dared to look up. The prestige Stone Cave Master was gone, and there was a bright red meat in the standing position. It seems that there is an invisible gigantic palm falling from the sky, and the palm of the Stone Cave Master is flattened. Everyone was dumbfounded and thought it was a miracle. At the moment when Little Un shot and killed two cave masters, both Yu Yufing and Dan Filangjian gave birth to a feeling of dying of rabbits. Pack of Demons Nest 8 Cave Master. Now only 2 of them are left. Little Ann glimpsed on the Blood Oath book, and the bloody handwriting was erased, leaving only the dark background, and then thinking about it for a moment, starting to develop new rules. The head of Demon King died on the Blood Oath book. 2 empty tears left in the hollow eyelids, spreading on the dark background, the sharp near glare, flowing into a bloody word. In the cultivation road, there are actually many ways to control others' lives and deaths. But the controlled people will inevitably try to get rid of this situation in desperation, and they will be forced to do the same with the controller. Very vulnerable to backlash. Li Qingshan. If you only control the life of Yu Yufing, you can't always monitor them. They may not dare to be enemies with him, but they are likely to sell their secrets or come up with various means to deal with him. This kind of control is a waste of effort, not worth the candle. But there is a difference between the Blood Oath book. As long as the prohibition is written, even if it is thousands of miles away, as long as you dare to violate the Blood Oath, you will immediately be backlash and die, betrayed in the bud. The content of the vows is extremely important. The Blood Oath book is not too big, the size of the blood word is fixed, and it can hold up to 100 or 200 words at a time. It must be comprehensive, not leaving any loopholes, and not too harsh. If you ask the two to have no idea of betrayal, it will definitely trigger the curse immediately. The vows are meaningless. But it can't be too broad. If you ask the two to be ordered, you must do everything you can to do it. It seems to be taken for granted, but it is also easy to cause meaningless losses. Need extremely careful thinking and accurate description. Little Un wrote the new vows in one go, then handed them to Yu Yufing and said, "Swear." The two looked at the past. The content of the vow was not complicated, and did not fill the Blood Oath book. There was a lot of blank. But they looked at it one by one, and the forehead oozing cold sweat. If you really set up this Blood Oath, unless she suddenly puts them in good heart, or else she really wants to be a slave for a lifetime, and she is still very loyal. Li Qingshan smiled at them, and they dared to resist. Even though they were reluctant, they only had a new Blood Oath. With a flash of blood, 2 shadows emerged at the bottom of the Blood Oath book, and Blood Oath was established. Li Qingshan Gong Dao, congratulations. Tong Filangjian laughed and glanced at Yu Yufing, who was pale in his face. He laughed and said, "In Great Cave Master, you want to unite Pack of Demons Nest, but you don't expect stronger and stronger. In the middle of the hand, there are people like Commander Li in the world. It really deserves it." Yu Yufing turned his face from white to white, and his face was not so thick. Li Qingshan and Little Un got control of the mountain formation from the hands of the two, and they put the two back to heal the wound. They also gave the bright rainbow sword to Yu Yufing very generously. Since it is a thug, it is better to be stronger. But I have to prevent him from crossing third heavenly tribulation. Li Qingshan shouted. He doesn't have such an opportunity in this life. Little Un said, "That's good, I can finally retreat for a while." Li Qingshan took a long sigh of relief. Little Un also showed her smile, which is her favorite. Li Qingshan refining the 8 wilderness, and stayed in the rich mountain courtyard of spiritual Qi and began another round of retreat. This retreat, Li Qingshan has 2 goals. The first is to deduct the demon suppression catalog to a higher realm, and then refine the revolting demon sword into a real demonic treasure. His 2 paths, human cultivator and monster cultivator, have always been separated. Especially when the North Moon is incarnate. The human race cultivation base can't help much, and can only convert monster chi at a critical juncture, as spiritual power reserved to use. And even if there are more magical artifacts, it can only be inconvenient and can't be used, because the level of gods and demons 9 transformations is too high. Compared with Li Qingshan, North Moon is a giant, a dwarf, and the giant can exert a little power to help the dwarf defeat the strong enemy. Even if the dwarf does his best, he can't help the giant. This long-term imbalance has even begun to make the human cultivator dispensable, as if to support the facade of Li Qingshan. And the problem is that the identity of Li Qingshan, even the identity of Eagle Wolfguard, is of value to him. They are getting smaller and smaller, almost nothing, and the rest is just the embarrassment of feelings, like chicken. This situation changed until all of the cultivation base was converted to the demon suppression catalog. As one of world's top culture techniques, the demon suppression catalog is still far from being able to interact with gods and demons 9, compared to transformations, but at least from the dwarf to a normal person, finally able to help the giants. Li Qingshan was able to defeat Yu Yufeng with the power not fully recovered. With the body, the demon heart also played a lot of roles, making him stronger and faster. By the end of Phoenix Nirvana and the power of within the body, North Moon can wear a new magic armor, combining the two forces to show the strongest posture. Correspondingly, the power of magical treasure is far from comparable to magical artifact. If you don't break Bright Rainbow Sword with Demon Dragon Sword, you can win so easily. Every magical treasure is unique and powerful, and even Li Qingshan values its value. Focusing on gods and demons 9 transformations, when Monster Cultivator gets into the bottleneck, it goes to the path of Human Cultivator. The two complement each other and constantly enhance their own strength, which becomes the best choice. Li Qingshan sits cross-legged and runs the culture technique of the Demon Suppression Catalog. Demon Chi is on the volley, and Revolting Demon Sword is placed across the lap. Then a Demon Heart is taken out and the sword is started. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for the recommended ticket, the monthly pass. Your support is my biggest motivation. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 781 Chapter 70 Closed Door Cultivation, Sword, Sensation. Savage Mountain Pack of Demons Nest. In the immortal cave of the Great Cave Master, a white light flashed in the darkness, illuminating Yu Yufeng's face. He opened his eyes and stared at the bright rainbow sword in his hand. He felt that the injury had fully recovered and his brow was still tightly locked. How long has the time passed? 2 months or 3 months, or longer? Based on his cultivation base, this time should not be estimated. But the impact of this war is too great. The plans that have been planned for a long time are all disrupted. It should be a step forward. After Third Heavenly Tribulation, then Refining Blood Oath Book, Unified Pack of Demons Nest, became Savage King. As a result, it turned out to be a slave to others, and it was impossible to get rid of this situation by its own power. Now the mind is still a little confused. Although the original Blood Oath is also all-inclusive, it is impossible to write into the vows, that is, to prevent the Cave Master from raising the cultivation base, and to spend the Third Heavenly Tribulation. The first generation of Cave Master will not break the cultivation, the road, but privately agreed, in the future who can cross the Third Heavenly Tribulation, is the Savage King. Can be Unified Pack of Demons Nest, open the school. However, Little Un will leave this floor, and once Yu Yufeng tries to cross Third Heavenly Tribulation, it will immediately trigger the Blood Oath curse. The Blood Oath book is no longer a fair and reasonable alliance book of the 8 great cave masters, but a real slave contract that returns to its original purpose. Even without this constraint, he wouldn't dare to transcending tribulation anymore. The Third Heavenly Tribulation is extremely dangerous, and the fluctuations in the sex are fatal. Yu Yufeng sighed and walked out of Immortal Cave. Looking at Tannen, silently said, "Master, you can learn about the situation of the discipline today." Of course, Contacting someone without permission is also against blood oath. And even if it is allowed, you can't reveal the secrets of Li Qingshan and Little An. A vow of vows, like a strip of invisible shackles, tied him firmly. It is not feasible to take a wrong step. You can only wait for the news that Savage Mountain has been broken and spread it to the southern sea. There is still a turning point. Yu Yufeng glanced in the direction of the mountain hall. Li Qingshan, you don't know what you are provoking, that it is your absolute invincible existence. Li Qingshan didn't know that she was being chanted and was concentrating on the lap revolting demon sword. The straight and narrow sword edge flows through the glory, but the word edge is like a group of flesh and blood organizations. Wriggle wrapped around a huge eye, it looks a bit disgusting. Under the urging of Li Qingshan, the eyeball turned and looked at him. In an instant, he saw revolting demon sword with his eyes. And he saw himself by the eye. The two images overlapped each other. He used the hidden sword palace method to refine the revolting demon sword, and also to polish his own sword heart. He is not a sword cultivator. Within the body condensed is a demon heart, not a sword embryo sword of the sword cultivator or even sword nascent after the third heavenly tribulation. These are two completely different cultivation paths. But it does not affect his understanding of sword Tao, scouring sword heart. Although it is distracting, in fact, refining demon sword, sword heart, cultivation demon suppression catalog, these three are one. The magic light flashed. He was transformed into the demon martial posture. After 3 months of cultivation, the shape changed a bit. The smooth lines were a little more angular. Unlike the general cultural technique, the demon suppression catalog is an inclusive culture technique. Whether it's human race, demonic people or demon, you can cultivate and turn your own cultivation base into magic, and the democratization posture has been changing. At the beginning of his height, he was wearing a heavy armor, and he was able to understand the idea in the demon suppressing statue, just the first level shell. Later, the posture was slender and the figure was smooth. It was influenced by Boundless Sea art and Azure Sea Pearl. And now the role of sword heart is beginning to show up. The general culture technique is dedicated to the dedication. Demon suppression catalog is different. Neither care about the past of the cultivator, nor the future. There is a taste of compatibility. If you want to play its true power, you have to use it to bypass it. A magic light flowed from the magic eye, covering the blade of the sword, becoming more and more bright and thicker. After a long time, the light gradually faded, the scorpion in the magic eye disappeared, and another one was consumed. Demon heart. Li Qingshan also resumed her normal posture, and she took a sigh of relief and got up and acted. She saw Little An become a whitey-eyed pheasant. She also sat down on the knees. The bones formed a Buddha seal and sat in a raging fire. The treasure is solemn. Li Qingshan gave all of these years of corpses to her, many of whom survived the second heavenly tribulation, especially in the battle of demon suppressing pagoda. The collected demonic people were more great as mountain, great as sea. All of them were turned into Samadhi's skeleton fire. It must have been through second heavenly tribulation. The flames appear more and more pure, not the slightest evil. Even if it is seen by other cultivators, it is only thought to be the sacred fire. It is impossible to imagine that this flame is fed by the flesh and blood soul. Little An continues to cultivate Tao of the beautiful bones, tempered this skeleton, and stabilizes the current cultivation base. This process has been going on for a few months, and the skeleton is more and more moisturized, a white bone sarira, which seems to be a flame. As the cultivation technique taught by the elder brother Bull, Tao of the beautiful bones is not as good as gods and demons' 9 transformations, and is far more than any of the world's culture technique. Many years ago, she almost had the power to sweep second heavenly tribulation, and now she also crossed second heavenly tribulation. Condensed white bone sarira, what strength she did have. Li Qingshan is also looking forward to it. After watching it for a while, he sat down again and continued cultivation. Time passed by. Li Qingshan gave his duergar to his demon heart and put it into Revolting Demon Sword. Revolting Demon Sword itself has the ability to devour demon hearts' self-improvement. With Li Qingshan's refining, the shape changed a little bit. From the original 1 to a 7 feet, the original narrow body became much more generous. And the flesh and blood organization at the sword edge? There is a faint kind of solidification. The posture of his demonization has also changed, and the more angular and sharp, even the oval mask on the face, there is a line of convex at the center line, like a sword ridge. Incorporating a demon heart into the sword, Li Qingshan opened his eyes, and Little Ant stayed close, waiting for him to wake up. Li Qingshan gave a slight sigh, and the skeleton was covered with flesh and blood, which turned into a beautiful. The problem was that there was no silk scar on the body. Only the long hair of the seaweed hangs down, and it barely plays a role of hiding. When Li Qingshan woke up, Little Ant smiled and plunged directly into his arms. Cultivation is over. Li Qingshan also smiled and gently hugged her, feeling that the delicate body contained an incomparable huge vitality, but at the same time it contained the eternal silence of death. The two merged in a wonderful way and turned into this soft. Jade is fragrant and delicate as fat. The legendary beautiful skeleton is, for the sake of clarity, is just an illusion, beautiful, and finally it will be transformed into a skeleton. Li Qingshan believes that there is no such great wisdom. He has always been a very strong person. However, in the face of this dumping of the country, and inverting the form of all beings, he is only slightly stunned, and his heart is as calm as water, and he does not feel the slightest embarrassment, as if it is a matter of course. This is of course not his profound understanding of the Buddha's transformation from the beautiful skeleton. For the first time, his first demonic incarnation, unable to accept his own appearance, was fully endorsed by her. Later, he transcending tribulation, she will not be born because he is beautiful, but she has already come up with a few points, because she has already reached pinnacle. Whether adding a form or subtracting a form is not a matter of any matter. Beautiful and skeleton, in his heart, are as beautiful as they are, without distinction between each other. Well, the next step is to start the sword. Little Ant said, taking out the murdering Buddha sword, it's actually just sword embryo. It's a good sword. Li Qingshan took over the murdering Buddha sword. As the understanding of sword Dao deepened, the ability to appreciate the sword became stronger. He praised, if this sword can be truly refined, what 10 exalted sword is the same as scrap iron. I don't know when 3 absolute books can be repaired. Little Ant changed her position. At the beginning, she was still young and used to sit in his arms like a child. Now she is a lot longer and she is a bit awkward. Yeah, if you can get to know Sword Dao, our strength will definitely beat the first level building, and go to Ink Sea to find the old dragon revenge faster. To put it bluntly, Li Qingshan does not lack magical treasure. Azure Field is 1, Demon Dragon Sword is 1, and Blood Oath Book, and Bright Rainbow Sword in Yu Yufeng's hands. Of course, what can be expected in the future? There is a demonic treasure of Angelus Monk, a famous sword of Hidden Sword Palace. He has to pull out a famous sword, let Hidden Sword Palace hurt, and will be refined. Revolting Demon Sword. There are as many as 7, which is the cultivation of the 9 provinces in the whole world. Second Heavenly Tribulation Realm. There is a magical treasure cultivator, which is the Great of Heaven Heavenly Tribulation. In Cultivator, I am afraid it is rare. However, his highest expectation is the volume of 3 absolute books, and not only because of the sword Dao contained in it, but as the work of 5 absolutes immortal. Its power is probably better than the general magical treasure. He specially left a jade for Chu Danking, and once he was done, he will be crushed. To inform him, must. Little Ant clenched murdering Buddha sword, and there was little chill in the middle of it. He still remembers the devastating mood of world at that time, and said to Li Qingshan, but no risk. It's always a risk, otherwise you don't have to wait for ascending to find him. Li Qingshan smiles and squeezes her nose. Inxi's Dragon King is almost the strongest of this world's peak. Ascending him. I am with you. Little An took a bite on his hand. Good. Li Qingshan looked at the scallops on his hands, helpless. At this time, the Savage Mountain battle has spread throughout the southern border, causing a sensation. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for the recommended ticket, the monthly pass. Your support is my biggest motivation. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 782 Chapter 71, Shadow Ghost, Demon Sword. Southern Sea County, Marquis Cheng Hai. Through dense leaves, he casts a silver beam of light and scatters it in the treetop garden. Marquis Cheng Hai, who is dressed in a Chinese costume, is carrying her hand back under the moon. Her brows are sometimes wrinkled, sometimes she is relaxed. Her expression is relaxed for a while, and she is dignified for a while. There is always a name in the mouth, Li Qingshan. Since Li Qingshan came, he often felt uneasy. In the beginning, it was angry hatred. I wanted to find an opportunity to make him suffer a big loss. Now it is frightening and uneasy, so I don't want to see him again in my life. This is a sinister, and you must report it. You should not provoke it at will. But what is Savage Mountain? Southern border has a number of dangerous places. According to the news from the subordinates, the entire city has been razed to the ground. Except for the 8 great cave master, all other demon cultivators have been killed. Did not escape. The main peak of Savage Mountain was covered by formation, and all the information was not answered, so I couldn't figure out what the result of this battle was. In the end, Li Qingshan lost Savage Mountain, or... No, this is impossible. Savage Mountain 8 Great Cave Master, no one is weak. Great Cave Master Yu Yufeng is the sword cultivator of Second Heavenly Tribulation Peak, the genius disciple of the Southern Sea Sword Pavilion, with the magical treasure Bright Rainbow Sword in hand, killing countless enemies. The reputation is loud. Still above his Marquis Cheng Hai, even the Third Heavenly Tribulation Cultivator may not be able to kill it. Yes, this is absolutely impossible. Since Li Qingshan did not come back, is it that he is already dead? This inference inspired Marquis Cheng Hai's mood. Who? I haven't seen you for a long time. In the quiet courtyard, a faint voice sounded, and the voice was erratic. It suddenly came from a deep and distant place. It suddenly seemed like a whisper in the ear. It was unclear whether it was a man or a woman. Marquis Cheng Hai has a glimpse of his heart, and his hands are out of the mountains and the river's seal. The heart was shocked. Marquis Palace is shrouded in formation. How can someone sneak in silently, and so close? I have not found it. When I look back, I see that the moon is like water, the darkness is like the tide, and there is no figure. I can't feel the slightest breath. 3 Cave Master? Marquis Cheng Hai questioned, still staring at the darkness. There is no slack in the alert. You heard it. The outline of a shadow emerged from the darkness and gradually turned into a human form. It was a slender, masked man with long, pointed ears and bare skin. Want to come to this southern border, in addition to the 3 Cave Master, who can sneak into my mansion silently. Marquis Cheng Hai smiled, his expression relaxed and his breath still condensed. Ready. In Pack of Demons Nest 8 Great Cave Master. The strongest nature is Great Cave Master Yu Yufeng, but the most dangerous is this 3rd Cave Master. No one knows his name, only one nickname, called Shadow Ghost. He was born in the Nightwalker race. Somehow rebellious people, plunged into Savage Mountain. Good at lurking assassination, is the most terrifying assassin of southern border. Who? I just want to know one thing. Savage Mountain is a battle. Is it White Eagle Commander Li Qingshan? Shadow Ghost asked quietly. A few months ago, he was lurking in the jungle, preparing for an assassination. Suddenly he felt that the disaster was coming, and the depth of the crisis was only comparable to the one that escaped from the Dark Shadow City. Bloodhand photographed. Blood Oath starts. Although Yu Yufeng and Tan Fai Langjun are doing things, he has been doing it. Trying to dilute the connection with Blood Oath book, but the cultivation base is not as good as two people, seeing the disaster, or relying on Nightwalker's innate skill ability to escape, did not be killed by a palm. After a period of cultivation, the injury recovered to 7,788. As an assassin, I was almost killed. It is a great shame. He can be ashamed and humiliated, but what he wants to understand is what happened. Who refined the Blood Oath book and wanted to kill him. The injury didn't fully recover, and I didn't dare to go to Savage Mountain. No matter who the refining Blood Oath book is, I can't be underestimated. I found Marquis Cheng Hai to inquire this. I can't say that he wants to do anything, and will not inform me. I haven't seen him for a long time, but someone saw him and the woman named Little An heading for Savage Mountain. Marquis Cheng Hai raised his words. Li Qingshan, Little An. Shadow Ghost read the two names again and seemed to be firmly in his heart. I am still alive, don't tell anyone, or I will come to you. Shadow Ghost said. The darkness rushed in, and gradually swallowed him into a blurry shadow. Marquis Cheng Hai's brow wrinkles. According to his identity cultivation base, not everyone can threaten, but this is indeed the qualification. And it is always a good thing to be able to add a deadly opponent to Li Qingshan, although he is likely to have died. Shadow Ghost disappeared into the night, and the next morning, it was discovered that all the White Wolf Guards in the Eagle Wolf Guard, all died peacefully, as if they were still asleep, not realizing that they had been killed. Sun and moon are like a shuttle, and the mountains are in a hurry. In the hands of Li Qingshan, Demon Heart is finally the last one. The shape of revolting demon sword has changed greatly, only 4 feet long, and the narrow sword edge has become very generous. From a strange sword to a giant sword, it floats with first-level black magic light. It is more condensed. The flesh and blood at the sword edge has completely solidified, and the middle magic eye is turning, already quite spiritual, but still a step away from the real demonic treasure. The dozens of demon marshals superior demon hearts are feeding, and the power is enough. The only difference is the last fight. Li Qingshan smashed the sword, one finger revolting demon sword. Revolting demon sword jumped up from his knees, reversed the sword edge, and jerked his chest. One with the sword. The sword edge penetrated into Li Qingshan's chest, leaving only the hilt, but it was not through. I'm a one with the sword, it's really ugly. Li Qingshan laughed at himself, holding the hilt, pressing it hard, and the hilt was not in the chest, leaving a huge wound with a flash of light. The wound quickly healed, but the magic light emerged from Li Qingshan's with the body, dyeing his body in a dark black color. Li Qingshan calmed down and urged Revolting Demon Sword to take the crucial step. After a long time, the darkness receded and returned to normal skin tone. He smiled slightly. It became. However, the voice did not fall, clanged, a sword edge from his shoulder, a blink of an eye, dozens of words from his with the body. Let him become like a hedgehog. In the past, Li Qingshan took the sword from the demon general in Demon Suppressing Pagoda. The demon general finally became like this. The strength was greatly increased. The price paid was swallowed by the sword, and the sword from the owner of the sword. Sacrifice. The word edge of the road trembled, and made a strange squeaking sound. The above eyes opened an eye and stared at Li Qingshan, revealing the greed of greed. In Li Qingshan's hands, the tempering revolting demon sword, which devours dozens of demon hearts, became a monster after demonic treasure, and even the King Heart's demon heart was swallowed up. It's a demonic treasure. I want to backlash me. It's too much to do. It's your instinct, then give you backlash, take it. Li Qingshan shines in the magic light, and the word edge income is with the body. In the boundless darkness, one eye gaze at Li Qingshan demon heart, and a piece of dark black power shrouds over, wanting to erode and swallow. Instead of stopping it, Li Qingshan let go of his mind and let revolting demon sword swallow demon heart. The power contained in his demon heart couldn't be swallowed up quickly compared to the dozens of demon hearts. Demon suppressing. Li Qingshan whispered. Demon suppression catalog was fully operational, and the engulfed demon heart shinned, immersing the power of revolting demon sword. Do not say these dozens of demon hearts, even if the owners of these dozens of demon hearts are all resurrected. He can also kill all of them, let alone these demon hearts are integrated into revolting demon sword by his hand. With his power mark. In the end, it was just a sword. Although I just got some spirituality, I still can't talk about any wisdom. I only know how to act by instinct. I agreed with you at the beginning. If I am not strong enough, I will be swallowed up by you. No complaints. So you named it rebel. Now you can't rebel. And there is only one end. Li Qingshan. Within the body a sword was heard, full of fear and pleading, but it quickly fell down and finally disappeared. The spirituality that was just born was directly suppressed and annihilated. Like a rebellion of 100,000 troops, a paper of imperialism was cast, and the army immediately turned against the tragedy, killing the rebel leader and offering the first level to the front. Demon Chi once again condensed and turned into a hyperthyroidism, showing a new demon martial posture. Li Qingshan called out a spirit turtle dark armor. As a mirror, I saw the mysterious black magic armor covering the whole body. The lines were sharp, and the more and more the body was strong and the limbs were slender, the whole person was sharp. There is only half of the curved visor, and the crystal of the eye is condensed in the center of the fore. And not only the forehead, but also the shoulders, chest, knees, and even behind. There are so many crystals, containing different colors, as if there are dozens of demon hearts, but also dozens of magic eyes. You can gaze at all sides and see all the flaws. It looks good, but it seems to be different from the idea. Is this a sword? Li Qingshan Shenshen Dao. He wanted to catalyze revolting demon sword as a demonic treasure with the sword. It did calculate the success, but did not expect revolting demon sword to suddenly rebel, and he was relentlessly suppressed. Incorporating him after losing his spirituality, a small sword is hidden in demon heart. Unexpectedly, he is very satisfied with the results. The power of revolting demon sword has been fully integrated into his within the body. It is not as powerful as its own. It is better than its own. If it is, he wants to use demon dragon sword, also incorporated into the body. However, demon dragon sword does not have the instinct of the backlash sword master, nor will it blend with the sword master. But it is somewhat regrettable. Li Qingshan dissipated demonization and touched his forehead, where there was a little imprint of the eyes. He took a long sigh of relief, which was close to more than a year of painstaking cultivation. Although there was no breakthrough in realm, there was no small improvement in strength. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for the recommended ticket, the monthly pass. Your support is my biggest motivation. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 783 Chapter 72, Liu Xing Transcending Tribulation. Li Qingshan looked over little Anne again, and Samadhi skeleton fire burned silently, as if a flame lotus lifted little Anne in the flames of the flames. Her skin is hidden, but a skeleton, but the beautiful beauty of national grace. Divine fragrance. Murdering Buddha sword is suspended in flames and has a vague prototype that is no longer the appearance of sword embryo. Li Qingshan sees her swords continue for a while, without disturbing, and throws into azure a field. In this cloud-covered world, only the sky supported by the great Banyan Tree King has a normal color. Li Qingshan stood down at the treetops, and the night walkers thrived under the trees. The scene was peaceful, but the blood was invading in a glimpse. This peace and tranquility, I am afraid I can't continue. It's not a way to keep Nightwalker in Azure Field. Li Qingshan thought about it, looking for Yi Lubo and Yi Liusu, and found that they were also retiring cultivation and working hard to break through second heavenly tribulation. Two people sat face to face. In the middle is Yi Mingzu's sleek night demon core, which has become a lot smaller, emitting a force and incorporating there within the body, and I don't know how Yi Lubo convinced her. Li Qingshan is also a bit gratified. How is the progress at southern border? A gust of wind blew, the great Banyan Tree King made a creaking sound, and the vicissitudes of the old voice came into Li Qingshan's ears. Not bad. Now I have captured Savage Mountain and got the Blood Oath book. By the way, I have received 2 cave masters. Li Qingshan turned and smiled. Your strength is getting better and better. Great Banyan Tree King as Monster King, who has been rooted in Mist Province for a long time. No one knows more about Mist Province than he knows about Savage Mountain. It is not easy to break through and get Blood Oath book. I can't let the time pass. Fellow Taoist can be interested in changing places? Li Qingshan asked. With the enhancement of Azura Field, the existence of Great Banyan Tree King has begun to affect the operation of Azura Field. And the role of Azura Field is in the trial battle. Summon Shura to fight, not as a moving immortal cave. Okay, I am just a little tired. Savage Mountain is a great place. Southern border is famous for heavenly paradise. Great Banyan Tree King laughs. Although Li Qingshan's spiritual chi supplies, but has been with the strength of Azura Path. It is also very labor-intensive. Fellow Taoist is willing to do so. It is really not a place to live for a long time. But I am not in a hurry. I also ask fellow Taoist to support me for a while, so that I can prepare for fellow Taoist to return to Mist Province. Li Qingshan finished, jumped into the desert terrain and shouted, Millipede King, don't sleep. The sound echoed in the desert. After a while, the sand dunes in front of Li Qingshan trembled, the sand rushed and slammed, and a pink giant worm pierced the sand dunes, and the relatives surrounded it. The speed of your cultivation is too slow. Come, give you something to eat. Li Qingshan threw the poisonous poison of Y poison to Millipede. Millipede is transformed into a human form. I swallowed the poisonous Dan, took a nap, touched the bald head, and opened my mouth to smile. Don't be silly, refining this poisonous Dan, and mixing Monster Marshall. Don't say I am not enough friends. Li Qingshan smiled. Millipede nod. At this moment, the lake in the distance tumbling up, and with a bang, thousands of flowers flew into the sky, and a red squid jumped out, swept the sky and rushed toward Li Qingshan. You guys, come and ask for cheap. Li Qingshan reached out and grabbed a red boy in his hand. It was the squid that he named Small Red. Derwang, Derwang, I want to. Li Qingshan grabbed a medicine pill and stuffed it into his mouth. He slammed it out and slammed it into the lake. Li Qingshan returned to the Great Banyan Tree and asked the Great Banyan Tree King about the path of cultivation of the Demon Suppression Catalog. Great Banyan Tree King is also amazed at the beauty of this cultural technique. What is more admirable is Li Qingshan's heart. This culture technique is one of world's top cultivation techniques. It is worthy of estimation. In the hands of the ordinary cultivator, which one is not more important than the life? How can easily tell others, but he does not care. With this trust, Great Banyan Tree King also worked as a teacher. Although he did not cultivate this culture technique, but with his tens of thousands of years of experience, even Anguillus Monk is far from Avatar. Let Li Qingshan feel great harvest. He doesn't know how to sweep away from himself. For example, cultivation technique of gods and demons 9 transformations, he won't tell anyone, but the district demon suppression catalog is not so worthy of attention. Anyway, this cultural technique is also sooner or later to be replaced. Chatting with Great Banyan Tree King is a great pleasure, not just for cultivation. The Great Banyan Tree King has a wide range of knowledge and experience, and is well aware of the history of the past. For the current trend, it is far-sighted. Let Li Qingshan open his eyes and benefit a lot. So, time goes by, and one day, suddenly, a thunderstorm falls from the sky and makes a loud noise. Someone is in transcending tribulation. Yi Liuxing. Li Qingshan stood up and stared at it. I saw a lake in the island. The thunder light illuminates heaven and earth, but it does not illuminate the dark figure of Yi Liuxing. It shines through the light, and the cold eyes stare at the sky. I didn't expect that the first transcending tribulation would be her. Li Qingshan shook his head and thought about it. Of course, I remember that Yi Liuxing's cultivation base was higher than Yi Liusu. She could become the daughter of matriarch. Innate skill naturally did not say it, and her heart was cold and determined, and she was distracted in Ilyushu. In the case of ethnic groups, I have never relaxed cultivation, but because of the calm of the civil war, I am more focused. With the development of the Night Walker race, she has a lot of resources. Later, I got a reward from Yuan spiritual pill. After so long accumulation, I finally reached the breakthrough. Along the heavenly thunder, the entire Azura field trembled, and the sound of her fight with the thunder solidified in the eyes of everyone. Although second heavenly tribulation is much more dangerous than a heavenly tribulation, it is not a deadly threat to her. The last heavenly thunder slammed down, and Yuxing descended from the sky, dressed in ragged clothes and covered with scorch marks. Although it looked like a wolverine, the entire essence, chi, and spirit had qualitative changes. Her thin lips raised, and her cold face also revealed a smile from the heart, like a glacial crack. Of course, the cold water is still flowing. Congratulations. Yuxing Yang is Li Qingshan, looking at her, respectful. Yuxing meets the owner. The glaciers also refreeze. Li Qingshan waved his hand and the flames roared. He wants to make me weak and hurt the killer. Yuxing has a tight heart, but she does not dodge. Let the flame fall on her body, feel warm, and the injury quickly recovers before she relaxes. You are not afraid that I will kill you? Li Qingshan touched his chin and thought about whether she would be ranked third in the Blood Oath book. The owner wants to kill me. Why bother with this kind of mind? Yuxing said. You understand that this is the best. Congratulations on the success of transcending tribulation. What are your requirements? I can reward you. Li Qingshan said. That asks the owner to let me marry Yuxu. Yuxing shines in the middle of the room, full of obsession. Not allowed. Li Qingshan refused. You are dead, Lily. Even the woman of Lao Tzu dare to make an idea. Yes. Yuxing will not say more. The cold face is like an icy face, and people can't guess what she is thinking. Li Qingshan thinking, is this the initiative to expose the weakness to me? Yuxu has been revitalizing the Night Walker race. She will not betray her family alone, let alone the feelings between them. Although they haven't really done anything, the relationship between them is almost certain. The power of Night Walker race is very special, and it can be awesome in some places. Then, he will have to attack around and make up for the number of people in the Blood Oath book, forming a huge force. Deterrent trading, let the Fire Eater race lends divine parasol tree to his cultivation. Otherwise he is a little white eagle commander, while lets the Fire Eater king lend his baby to him. And reminded by Great Banyan Tree King, he also found a potential crisis, namely Mist Provincial Governor King Nanu and Verdant Provincial Governor King Chulai. Before the establishment of Diexia dynasty, the two families established state and Chu state respectively. The so-called provincial governor used to be the state lord in the past. They attacked each other. The hatred between the two countries stretched for many generations. It is necessary to destroy the absolute side. It can be said that it is not shared. Later, Saint Ancestor Emperor divided 8 provinces, all nobles and kings, delineating the border between Mist Province and Verdant Province, so that the two families could not attack each other. But hatred did not end there, but buried, until now. The rule of Diexia dynasty became weaker, and the smoke of the two states became more and more intense. If in the past, Li Qingshan might think that this has anything to do with him. He is not a member of the two races, but he talked with the Great Banyan Tree King before he returned. Clan and sect are not the same. After thousands of years of peaceful development, the number of children in the family has expanded to an astonishing number, and they have joined the major sects, and the forces are intertwined. Born from the family of the big family, originally has the advantage of innate, not only on the bloodline, drinking the fountain to eat medicine pill grow up. How can it be compared with the mortal who eats whole grains, the education received from childhood? Even more, don't be bad. After joining sect, supported by two resources, it is easy to stand out and become the core figure in sect. The two kings of King Chulai, the elders of Hidden Sword Palace and Profound Yin sect, are not accidental, not even the political marriage that Li Qingshan first imagined. at the expense of form. On the contrary, these three people have known each other since they were young. Although they are separated by generations, they are real people of the same family. Genius, which was selected from thousands of children, receive teaching and friendship. Juveniles rely on peerless talent to stay in the family to continue cultivation, while the two girls are involved in Hidden Sword Palace and Profound Yin Sect due to their different innate skills. Later, the young boy crossed the third heavenly tribulation, successfully sealed the king, pasted the Verdant province, and married the two women as a quiet singer. It was still a story in Verdant province. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for the recommended ticket, the monthly pass. Your support is my biggest motivation. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 784 Chapter 73 If you don't die, just swear. In the past, I thought it was bad, so it would be reasonable. The cultivation is most concerned with the independent will of the cultivator, the two strengths of fierce, the talented female cultivator. How can it be against a man's mind? Marry a man, and more. Don't say that you are a co-worker. If it is a common woman to repair, there is still a possibility, but they all have the opportunity to break through the third heavenly tribulation. In the end, it is still Little She is good at the harem, it is worth learning, but in the end it is still playing, even her own pro. The daughter's death is unclear. Li Qingshan couldn't help thinking about it. In the past, three people were very happy, and they didn't guess. No, it's a situation of three little guesses. Why did they turn against each other? I am afraid that Hidden Sword Palace and Profound Yin Sect will be mixed together. When the family influences sect, it will inevitably affect the family and even form different factions within the family. Little it's not easy for him to open this harem. The two women are still getting better, how the two sects are flattened, and the disputes within the family. It's really no way for Divine Immortal to come. Finally, it hurts Little All in all, Profound Yin Sect, Hidden Sword Palace, King Chu are out of bounds. You have me, I have you, completely entangled together. At the time, when listening to Great Banyan Tree King, Li Qingshan was glad that he did not belong to this category. He was a good-natured monk, although it was layman disciple, not to mention 6 cleanliness, but also 3. However, Great Banyan Tree King told him that in the 3 major sects of Verdant Province, the relationship with the royal family is the closest. It is not Hidden Sword Palace and Profound Yin Sect. It is the Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple. These monks, of course there is also a home. Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple is located in the heart of Verdant Province, very close to the South Hub City, which is not an accident. Before the establishment of Diexia dynasty, Buddhism was the state religion of Chu state, and the Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple was the Chu state royal temple. Even after the state lord retired, he entered the Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple. In the campaign of state for thousands of years, it played a decisive role. Chu state's several major crises were Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple, even the sect leader Undaunted Monk of Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple. There are royalties, so Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple looks neutral and separates Profound Yin Sect and Hidden Sword Palace, but when it is really time, it is definitely the backbone. Angelus Monk is a crazy man. There are countless murders, and finally I can safely go back to the mountain cultivation. I am afraid to protect him not only behind sect, but also the royal family. It is conceivable that once the 2 all nobles and kings reopen the war, they will inevitably evolve into a full-scale war between Verdant Province and Mist Province, while Li Qingshan and Little the 2 genius disciple of Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple, are absolutely impossible to stay out of the way. Instead, it is a key figure. Their reputation is louder and louder. The more likely it is to be removed as a hidden danger by the provincial governor palace. If it is a war, King Nan will even kill it and kill the 2 genius. But the Great Banyan Tree King also made him not too worried. At least within 10 years, the war would not break out, and his identity as White Eagle commander also played a role. The decline of Diexia dynasty has been a matter of time. even though the sunset has fallen. Afterglow can also shine for a long time. Now the two states are also preparing. If King Nan personally kills them, then Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple will inevitably retaliate and the war will break out immediately. But although it won't be clear, the crack in the dark can't be said. This is also thanks to Li Qingshan's action fast enough to kill White Eagle Commander. Then it took a few days to get into Savage Mountain, and the whereabouts became a mystery. Life and Death didn't know. Even if others want to attack him, they must also look at what is happening. Great Banyan Tree King. Although there is no direct advice, Li Qingshan is somewhat clear. He will continue to go on before the potential enemy reacts. Support the shelves of Savage Mountain and use the power of Blood Oath Book to bring together 10 strong hands to form a big force. In that case, no one dares to underestimate him. Even if he wants to take a shot, he must also consider the consequences of the squandering. King Nan may even adopt a policy of Huairu to recruit him. Li Qingshan understands why Little Un chose Savage Mountain after looking at the book. It is not a bad idea, but also thoughtful and proactive. At this time, a shadow ghost was wandering around Savage Mountain. The strongest assassin of the southern border, after a long period of cultivation, finally recovered all injuries. After the crisis of this time Life and Death, the strength has improved a little. This is his 7th visit to Savage Mountain. Every time, he chooses the most suitable night for the best, and the stars and moons are covered with dark clouds. His shadow ghost was completely integrated into the night. He wandered around Savage Mountain, observing any clues and judging the strength of his opponent. Facing Savage Mountain, who has been with him for many years, he seems to be facing Dragon's Pool and Tiger's Den. He is extremely cautious every time he approaches. The assassin's way is not to anger the sword, but to have absolute patience and calmness. Since it is an opponent who needs to assassinate, it must be stronger than itself. Otherwise it will take so much trouble and want to kill opponents stronger than yourself. How can we not pay a little price? It takes a lot of time to plan an assassination. It is normal. He has a hunch that the goal of this time will be a monster. There is no star and no moon tonight. There is rain and wind. There are a lot of such claw marks around Savage Mountain, like some kind of huge demon. A lot of them. They are blocking the people trying to escape. But the traces are difficult to moderate with the claws of any demon, not to mention it's said that it's such a big group. It's like the hands of human race. Is this one of their means? Shadow Ghost observed several traces on the cliff and then boarded the east peak of Savage Mountain to see the ruins below. The city is completely destroyed. It doesn't look like it was destroyed by the aftermath of the battle. It's like an earthquake. Shadow Ghost floated down, cruising in the ruins and parked on a large pit. Tanfai wants to escape, but it is blocked. And then here is a collision with Li Qingshan or Little Un. Just left this huge pit. It turned out that Tanfai was shot and hit the rock wall there. On the left, the big pit was left. The size of the big pit was much smaller than his size. It was obviously a heavy injury and had to be offset by a fat. This power is terrible and must not be positive. Contend. The more Shadow Ghost observes, the more shocking it is, but it does not make him determined to shake. Looking up at the main peak of Savage Mountain, the faint excitement, the more powerful prey the more worthy of assassination. A night wind blew, and he drifted to the mountains with the drizzle. Although the control of the heavy form was captured by Li Qingshan, how could he stop him from knowing the formations? And with the innate skill ability of Night Walker, he silently penetrated and followed the breath. Li Qingshan suddenly opened his eyes, and there was a ripple in his heart. It was the warning of Spirit Turtle, and the enemy was very close. However, in the perception, but did not find it, he calmed down, urging Spirit Turtle to carry out a divination, slightly raised his lips, and got up and walked out. The pale flame in Little Un's eye socket flashed a bit and seemed to be noticed. Li Qingshan rushed her to the slightest behead, and she continued to concentrate on the sword. The 8 ruins in the Blood Oath Hall are a little troublesome. Although they can be forced through, They can't be motionless. The spiritual awareness of the 8 wild animals is too allergic. Once the formation is stimulated, it is difficult to retreat. Shadow Ghost is thinking about it. The erratic figure suddenly stops, secretly thought. I really help me. Prey has appeared. Shadow Ghost didn't worry if he found him. He was very confident in his stealth. Even if he was through the great cultivator of third heavenly tribulation, he might not be able to find him if he didn't. Tonight he didn't plan to start the assassination, just want to take a closer look at Prey. He calmed his mind and saw a man coming from the mountain hall, stepping on the steps step by step, tall and strolling, and his appearance was not surprising, and the breath was not so strong. However, Shadow Ghost did not dare to despise it. It is likely that he was flying to Tanfai Langjun. He was probably injured in the same battle. He has been retreating, and being able to survive is the best proof. As Li Qingshan approaches, Shadow Ghost gradually feels an oppression. It is not a breath, but an instinct that has been honed through countless life and death, letting him understand which prey is extremely dangerous. Li Qingshan seems to have never seen anything. Step by step closer to Shadow Ghost. 10 steps, 8 steps, 5 steps. Just 3 steps away from the distance, Li Qingshan's dawn suddenly became quiet as water, without a word, and slammed into Shadow Ghost, laughing. Guests visit, not far away. Eat first, I punched. Li Qingshan suddenly exudes a hostility of the day. Shadow Ghost seems to see a fierce tiger roaring. Rao is his perseverance, but also affected. Back to God. The fist has already banged on the body. What to do is too late. But Shadow Ghost is not afraid, and he is not so vulnerable to his incarnation of Nightwalker God. Whether it's magic spell or a sword, just pass through my body. This is his last consciousness before the Kuma. A round of shockwaves condensed under the control of Li Qingshan, and a black shadow was peeled off from the darkness. It was like a group of inks being constantly vibrated, completely losing control of itself. Li Qingshan's fists can smash the void, although in the stable world, this power is not attained, and the Shadow Ghost is obviously not as strong as the void. After more than a year of cultivation, he has basically passed the Nirvana period. When the strength is bigger than the Battle of King, it is much stronger. Although it has not broken the void, it has been able to shake the void. Now Tanfai Langjun will dare to compete with him, that is, to throw away all the fat, and it is impossible to escape the kick. It turned out to be a Nightwalker, but unfortunately it was a man. Forget it, the strength is too good. Isn't there a third one? Li Qingshan returned with Shadow Ghost. The strongest assassin of southern border, after all, did not even beat a punch. Li Qingshan also judged from this that the strength of this guy can be made, and if I don't die, I will make an oath. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for the recommended ticket, the monthly pass. Your support is my biggest motivation. Peas, I am grateful to the Cow Thick. The Cow 18 is on the throne of the Alliance Lord, and the flower is celebrated. Legend of the Great Saint, Chapter 785. Chapter 73. The Nightmare of Shadow Ghost. When Li Qingshan threw the stunned Shadow Ghost in front of Little Un said, Shadow Ghost. Li Qingshan Kidao, do you know him? Pack of Demon's Nest's third cave master. I didn't expect to be alive, and it was a bit strong in the front. Yeah, I can't die without a punch. This time Savage Mountain is right. Shadow Ghost was in a coma for 3 days and 3 nights before he woke up. His breath was bleak and his face was pale. When he recalled the punch, he still felt awkward. Is it still underestimating the horror of prey? Where is the power of a White Eagle commander? Don't play dead, get up. A low drink of the Shadow Ghost. He did not dare to care, slowly sat up. Only Li Qingshan was kneeling in front of him, looked fierce, waving a sheepskin scroll in his hand, like to collect debt's creditor. The 2 people behind him, of course, the men or the bodyguards, are looking at him with a complicated expression, a little sad and pity, and a little gloating. Yufeng, Tanfai Langjun. Shadow Ghost blinked and was taken aback. Third child, you are here too. Tanfai Langjun sighed, After more than a year of cultivation, his body has returned to a mass of meat. Yu Yufeng simply closed his eyes. For a moment, Shadow Ghost has already figured things out. He can afford Blood Oath Backlash without death. These two people can do it better, and also see what the sheepskin scroll in Li Qingshan's hand is. Even the Blood Oath written above is awkward. That is to say, Li Qingshan killed the other 4 cave masters and forced Yu Yufeng to sign a new blood oath with Tan Lang Jun. The result turned out to be like this. How is his strength? Yes, he has this strength. Tan Lang Jun being able to withstand a punch without killing is already considered a cultural technology. Young man, I see you are very innate skill. Can't bear to kill you. Come and make an oath. Li Qingshan held Shadow Ghost's shoulder and smiled. Kill me. Shadow Ghost calmly said. You want to die? Li Qingshan raised an eyebrow. I didn't expect that there was a hard bone in this savage mountain. I don't want to. But I don't want to be a slave again, and stealing. Shadow Ghost said calmly, as if he died. Tan Lang Jun has a red face, but he is literally red light. It doesn't look too much. Yu Yufeng clenched his fist and told himself silently, to bear the burden of humiliation, you can't give up a glimmer of hope. I heard that you escaped from the clan. Why? Because you are a man, oppressed by that group of women? Li Qingshan asked with a smile. Shadow Ghost's eyes were condensed. Although she didn't speak, Li Qingshan knew that she had guessed it, and she was a little sympathetic to him. So she said, I know the most things about Nightwalker. Follow me. I have a few Nightwalker beauty. I didn't expect Shadow Ghost to be not heartless, but instead categorically said, don't talk nonsense, kill me. There is a character, I like it. Li Qingshan gave a thumbs up, put the Blood Oath book off, and waved again. Shadow Ghost disappeared. Li Qingshan waved her hand. Shadow Ghost was ready to die. But the light and shadow changed. Seeing a reddish sky, and a towering giant wood, he blinked and lost his voice. Great Banyan Tree King. Through the entire Mist Province cultivation road. I am afraid no one does not know the 4 words, and no one does not fear these 4 words. But the Great Banyan Tree King mainly exists in the Midwest of Mist Province, and there is no in southern border. The thing that surprised Shadow Ghost was still behind. A Nightwalker came to him. It was a female Nightwalker. The nose was thin, but the eyebrows were very light. More and more seemingly cold, but it is also a rare beauty, a strange singularity in the eye. This Nightwalker has passed second heavenly tribulation, condensed the Night Demon core, and the status in the clan should be high. I have never seen her. And even if I have never seen her, she should have seen me. Isn't she the Nightwalker under Shadow Queen? But the Nightwalker race in Mist Province has long been unified. Shadow Ghost is musing, there is a feeling of badness. Yi Liuxing suddenly listened and said, yes, and thought about it. He grabbed Shadow Ghost and walked toward the Great Banyan Tree. Shadow Ghost saw more Nightwalkers, and the Nightwalker looked at him with amazement. He gradually became clear. This Nightwalker tribe has not been ruled by Shadow Queen. Come to the Great Banyan Tree and walk through the caverns of the tree roots, in front of a black altar. Yi Liuxing removes the Shadow Ghost clothes, puts him on the altar, starts the altar, the black shadows surging. Shadow Ghost feels the injury with the body is slowly recovering, but the heart does not feel a little peace. There is a green liquid irrigation in the entrance. It immediately melted in the body, and the injury quickly recovered. This is the branch of the Great Banyan Tree King, the most famous healing medicine in Mist Province. However, the imprisonment left by Li Qingshan still firmly suppressed him, and the Black Altar itself has this power. Yi Liuxing looked at the body of Shadow Ghost, and finally satisfied with the nodded, Shadow Ghost, which has always been a dead end, and the horror of the color, as if recalling something. Soon, Yi Liuxing called a group of female Nightwalkers to the altar. Listening to what Yi Liuxing said, and watching the Shadow Ghost on the altar, all became full of interest. Then, a female Nightwalker took off her clothes and began to kiss and caress Shadow Ghost. Shadow Ghost's eyes are big and the body is tight, but it's not excitement, but fear. It is unimaginable that a person who is not afraid of death will be afraid of a female night walker. Seeing Shadow Ghost was completely unresponsive. The surrounding female night walker sneered. The female night walker was also full of anger. He gave Shadow Ghost a slap and turned to Yi Liuxing for help. Yi Liuxing also ordered a few words. After a while, he took a porcelain bottle, took out a blue pill, and stuffed it into the mouth of Shadow Ghost. It seems that a little spark falls on the wasteland, and in a flash, the fire is raging. Although reason exists, but the body's reaction is involuntary. The female night walker is excited. A tear fell from the corner of Shadow Ghost. Night walker race is a female-minded society. Because men's innate skill is far from being able to spend a heavenly tribulation compared to women, it is very difficult to get through second heavenly tribulation. All male night walkers who have crossed second heavenly tribulation will immediately change their status. No need to perform any dangerous tasks. They can stay in the safest main city. Shadow Ghost is such a lucky. Of course, this is not to say that he does not need to do anything. At least one job is necessary. That is, to breed with the female night walker. Just like the son of human race cultivator, there are often good cultivation innate skills. As long as it is only married with the cultivator, it will form a cultivation lineage, which is the result of the clan. The eccentrics clan pays more attention to the lineage than the human race clan. They are born with innate skills and longevity that mortals can't match. They almost have the advantages of both human race and monster race. The cultivation is half the work, twice the effect. The importance of bloodlines. So Shadow Ghost got a job that would make all men envy and go crazy. Every night, different women come to the door and meet him. In order to compete for this opportunity, the various parties in the family even carried out a battle of infighting, and finally Shadow Queen mediation set a timetable. So for a long time, he couldn't even see a repeating face, and countless faces overlapped and became blurred. Because the stronger the lineage, the lower the chance of giving birth to a child, so that day, night, day and night, never ending. He felt that all his waking moments were facing such a vague face and became more and more horrible. In fact, most of the women are beautiful, but as if a man can cross the second heavenly tribulation, he is deeply embarrassed. So the so-called Jiaohuan, in many cases, is more like a retaliatory abuse. He didn't know why he would fall into this field, and he didn't know what he was doing, let alone calm down the cultivation. Of course, the family provided him with a lot of spiritual pill, so that his cultivation base would not be reversed. But there is no longer a possibility of progress. He wants to refuse, but he is just a despicable man. Even if the cultivation base is weaker than his female night walker, he does not put him in the eye. Instead, he denounces that he does not know gratitude, and then abuses him more violently. If he dares to resist, he will challenge the order of the entire clan. So, it is like a pig raised in a pigsty, a constant fat, and constantly being cut. He was finally numb, and the beautiful woman could not let him have any reaction, and then was forced to eat aphrodisiac drugs, and finally almost crazy. Finally, in that night, he ran away. The nightmare is finally over. He screams in the torrential rain and wanders freely in the night, finally getting the freedom he dreams of. However, at this moment, the nightmare came again. Li Qingshan taught him to Yi Liuxing to dispose of it, saying that this person is not willing to surrender to me, only to die. Anyway, how do you get it? Kill him and take the inner core. I have to say that the idea of the Nightwalker clan is really similar. I feel that such a rare and good material should play his role before killing. Maybe it will help the Nightwalker race to give birth to several genius. Li Qingshan took Azura Field and looked at it with enthusiasm. He smiled and said, "The Nightwalker is really good. This guy is really happy. The peony is dead, and the ghosts are also merry. They have left tears. Oh, no. Thank." Shadow Ghost is not afraid of death, but he is afraid to indulge in such a nightmare. For him, it is crueler than any torture. With his strong will, he has exerted the full potential of the body, and his lips are open. I am willing to swear. Is this impressed by my sincerity? If you deal with men, you still have to use the beauty. Li Qingshan called Shadow Ghost out of Azure Field, let Shadow Ghost send Blood Oath, and smoothly got the third subordinate, and smoothly lifted Shadow Ghost's imprisonment and patted his shoulder. Hey, I just felt pretty good. I am very loyal to this person. You just have to do it well. The bigger advantage is waiting for you. It may not be the time to release Blood Oath in the future. Li Qingshan hasn't finished talking yet, and Shadow Ghost vomits. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for the recommended ticket, the monthly pass. Your support is my biggest motivation. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 786 Chapter 74 The Planning of Li Qingshan. Is it so disgusting when I say? Are you deliberately provoking? Are you really wanting to die? I will send you a ride now. Li Qingshan first sighed and angered. What is the cultivator of second heavenly tribulation? How can it spit out casually, which is clearly deliberately disgusting him? Really damn. No. Shadow Ghost can't say anything. It can't be said that it was given to the group of female night walkers. Li Qingshan will certainly not believe it. He is not willing to mention the biggest shame in this life. In fact, he was originally planning to release Blood Oath, even if he was killed by Blood Oath backlash, but after a nightmare, he suddenly felt that any painful suffering in life could be tolerated, since the most difficult period has been embarrassed. Come over, what else is scared? Li Qingshan's words also gave him a glimmer of hope, and gave birth to some ideas for survival. Forget it, I don't remember the villain. You will work hard, you will make a redemption. Yes, you are also born in the Nightwalker race. Li Qingshan asked about Shadow Ghost from Mist Province's largest and only Nightwalker clan, Dark Shadow Clan, and the clan leader called Shadow Queen. Li Qingshan listened to Great Banyan Tree King. When I analyzed the situation in Mist Province, I heard this name and I was curious to ask, but Great Banyan Tree King did not want to reveal others, so she could not have a deeper understanding. She only knew her commander is the largest assassin organization in Mist Province, the Shadow Palace. As for why he escaped, Shadow Ghost didn't want to say more. Li Qingshan didn't ask too much. He only thought that he couldn't stand the big womanism of Nightwalker. Since you are also a Nightwalker, let's stay with my group of Nightwalkers for a while. Well, they probably use you. Use it? Shadow Ghost's face changed, and the pair was about to spit out. He would rather be arranged to assassinate the most dangerous enemy, and would not see any female Nightwalker again, but could not refuse it, and finally had to reluctantly agree. In Azure Field, a tree hole in the heights of the Great Banyan Tree, Shadow Ghost sits opposite the three sisters Yilusu, Yilubo, and Yiluxing, and has questions and answers. Although it has been a few days, the disgusting feeling in Shadow Ghost has not been eliminated. Almost unwilling to look directly at the three, he wants to be a teacher and teaches them the practice of Nightwalker's cultivation. This is the task that Li Qingshan has arranged for him, and he can't refuse or perfunctory. The only thing that made him feel grateful was their attitude. The cultivation base is the highest, the one named Yiluxing. The expression has been very cold, with a hint of disdain. He is not afraid of being despised. Anyway, the Deep Shadow clan has long been used to it, as long as you don't look at him with that kind look. However, Yiluxing used that kind look from time to time to look at the Yilusu next to it. Let him breathe a sigh of relief. It turned out to be not interested in the opposite sex. And this Yilusu, although the cultivation base is not high, but the faint is the first of the three, knowing in the words, is the leader of this clan. At that time, he asked what the name of the clan was. Yilusu took a moment and thought for a while and said, Moonshadow. Shadow Ghost, with countless eyes on the reading woman, found that Yilusu seemed to be unincorporated. Isn't she like Yiluxing, who likes same sex and doesn't look like it? In the Nightwalker race, it's like a child who grew up in brothel. It's incredible to be 80 years old or a virgin. Among the three, Yilusu is also the most dedicated one. She is constantly asking questions to Shadow Ghost. At Subterranean World was oppressed by Spider Queen Rose for thousands of years. Many important cultural technique materials have been lost, let alone any progress. The arrival of Shadow Ghost can be described as a long drought, not far from her cultivation. There is great help. She was also very curious about Dark Shadow Clan. I didn't think there was such a powerful Nightwalker clan in the world. I kept asking how Shadow Queen was supervised. From time to time, I frowned and seemed to disagree. The most worrying thing for Shadow Ghost is Yelubo, who is said to be one of the most trusted by Li Qingshan and looks like a typical female Nightwalker. At the time of Dark Shadow City, this type of woman is often the most unscrupulous when insulting him, so that he is still worried. You mean you were thrown in by someone called Li Qingshan? Not North Moon? Yelubo asked. Shadow Ghost also knows from their words that their owner turned out to be the North Moon, which was chased by Inxi's Dragon King. For his present end, there is only the word live. Ten Sides Monster King. They can't kill people, but he comes to assassinate, not what it is. What surprised him even more was the attitude of Great Banyan Tree King to Li Qingshan. Listening to this, Yelubo said that the Great Banyan Tree King is commensurate with Li Qingshan as fellow Taoist. Although the Great Banyan Tree King is known for its neutrality, but it's not that a cat and a dog are eligible to be called fellow Taoist by him. Shadow Ghost also has deep doubts about this. I want to come to him and just dig a Great Banyan Tree into this azure field. With the temperament of Great Banyan Tree King, most of the time is not for a small branch, but if you spread it out, then there is a good show. Great Banyan Tree King's position in the Mist Province cultivation road is unimaginable by other states' cultivators. Like a kindly old father ancestor, the children will not be too afraid of him, and will climb his back and lick his beard on weekdays. But if someone tries to hurt him, then the children will jump out and fight. Many of these children will cross the third heavenly tribulation, and even Li Qingshan will repay his kindness. Hey, why don't you talk? Ask you. Yelubo was impatient. I can't answer this question. Shadow Ghost said that this is the constraint of Blood Oath, and must not deliberately expose the secret of Li Qingshan. Idiot. Don't you understand? This is another important identity of him, and it is a human activity. Yeluxing coldly said. This is the case. You are an idiot. Yelubo angered. Yeluxing coldly smiled. Well, don't make a noise, please let Flydalist continue to explain the fifth change of Nightwalker God. This is also expected by Li Qingshan, since both Yu Yufeng and Tan Fai Lang Jun know his dual identity, telling them that there is nothing, and this is different in the name of Li Qingshan to expose North Moon, not so much scruples. Sure enough, since they didn't have any contact with Li Qingshan, they were not too surprised by this identity. The amazing things that North Moon did were too many, posing as human race mixed into White Eagle. Commander, it's really nothing. All in all, after a period of time, Shadow Ghost was convinced that the three women did not have any thoughts on men and women about Shadow Ghost, and the pressure on them was reduced to lot, and there was absolutely no such thing as a loss. He has put all the women who should have been on the top 10 for the rest of his life. From now on, he is desperate, and only two things can make him heart, that is, assassination and cultivation. At this time, Li Qingshan appeared in the tree hole. Shadow Ghost can only see his other gesture, scarlet hair, scarlet eye, handsome and flawless. Master. Yelubo immediately rushed. It seems that you are about to cross the second heavenly tribulation, Liu Su. Why, don't want me to hold you again? Li Qingshan smiled and held her in her arms and reached out to Yelusu. Yelusu put his hand in his hand and was gently pulled by him, snuggling in his arms, could not help but say, thank you. I don't know what to thank. Thanks to him for bringing Shadow Ghost. Let her take a step closer to her dreams, or a warm embrace at the moment. Or these two feelings have been completely blended together and cannot be separated. She longs for Nightwalker to be able to love each other, rather than blaming each other, and eager to get his warm embrace, not cold eyes and alert. Li Qingshan said in her ear, if I say this again, I have to spank. Yelusu's delicate face is slightly red, and he no longer speaks. Let the chill of Yeluxing's face become more and more heavy, But there is nothing to help. Not only that, he is strong enough to make her unattainable. As a person who looks on the sidelines, she knows best. Yi Liusi has put everything on his body. Shadow Ghost bowed his head and looked at the wood grain on the floor. It wasn't about nothing to look at, but this scene really evoked too many unpleasant memories. It seems that a person who eats meat and vomits and swears no more than any cockroaches, even if he sees other people's big fish, will feel very uncomfortable, and even have a kind of sorrow. You simply don't understand how disgusting this is. Li Qingshan also asked Shadow Ghost, when they also cross second heavenly tribulation, they are ready to do a big job. Shadow Ghost lowered his head and said, we have 4 people together, and southern border can block our place, and there are only a handful. Very good. When we have to take a quick move, well, I will not bother you to continue listening. Li Qingshan is about to withdraw from Azura Field, and Yi Lubo is holding him tight and will not separate from him. Li Qingshan patted her back. Hey, cultivation is heavy. It's been so long. If you don't stay with me, how can I think about cultivation? It's better to die. Yi Lubo complained. Don't talk nonsense. Li Qingshan said. Yi Liusi said, Ghost fellow Taoist, stop here today. Shadow Ghost is okay. Although the attitude of the 3 sisters Yi Liusi did not give him too much pressure, but the dislike of the woman, especially the female night walker, is already an instinct, cannot be relieved, and does not want to let go. Let him say his injury not fully recovered yet. You go back to Immortal Cave. Li Qingshan waved his hand and left Shadow Ghost to leave Azura Field and asked Yi Lubo in his arms, how can I accompany you? The owner knows why. Yi Lubo stunned. No outsiders were present. Her expression almost fascinated the water, gently rubbing his ear. The rich crispy breasts rubbed against his arm. Well, I really can't help you. Li Qingshan was also swayed. Yi Liusi was about to leave. The surrounding scene suddenly twisted and changed, and the world that has come to the outside has come to the world. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for the recommended ticket, the monthly pass. Your support is my biggest motivation. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 787 Chapter 75 Acacia. Li Qingshan looked at Yi Liusi with some horror, and asked, why? Don't want to spend more time with me? I am willing. Yi Liusi lowered his head and whispered, but Li Qingshan took Yi Lubo to do that, and she wanted to be with her. She felt a fever. Yi Lubo said, what is your sister willing? Yi Liusi gave her a look. How are you looking at this place? Li Qingshan let go of them and pointed to the distance. They are standing on the heights of the main peak of Savage Mountain. From here, they can overlook the entire valley. Today, there has been a rain, and the thick fog is connected with the clouds. Almost the whole the valley is buried, and a waterfall flows down 1,000 feet, like a white dragon, looming in the clouds. The strong spiritual chi, the beautiful scenery, here is a rare heavenly paradise. Yi Lubo looked at the scenery in Savage Mountain and made a surprise. Yi Liusi also forgot to be ashamed and stared at it. This is Mist Province. Unconsciously, I have followed him over 100,000 miles, reaching a distant distance that I have never thought of before, and I have seen it in the book. Recorded views. When the time is right, I will move the tree out and take root in the valley. You can rebuild the territory of the Night Walker here, as long as you have a powerful formation that can withstand the enemy of Third Heavenly Tribulation. Li Qingshan stood in the foothills pointing to the environment in the valley and conceived how to arrange the village of Night Walker. Yi Liusi's gaze followed his fingertips and he was fascinated and gradually returned to his face. Yi Lubo's eyes waved on their faces, and he smiled in his heart. Is this the owner apologizing in his way? It's a big gift, and it's definitely fascinated by my sister's dream of love. Li Qingshan is also quite happy in her heart. It is another kind of happiness to overcome the strong enemy than to strive for cultivation. With his own strength to help a group, step by step, confidence has not lived up to Yi Liusi's trust. How about it? In the face of Li Qingshan's smiling inquiry, Yi Liusi took a step forward, picked up his toes and kissed him on his cheek. He said seriously, "Thank you. This time I really want to spank." Li Qingshan smiled and patted her hips. Mkanyang's immortal cave. The air is filled with a touch of scent, and the stone walls are covered with embroidered wallpaper. Like silk woven, the layout is very elegant. The most eye-catching is the center of Immortal Cave. A huge white silkworm cocoon hanging under the dome seems to be the place where Mkanyang rest cultivation. Yi Luba plunged into the silkworm cocoon and poked his head out. "You also come in, it's so comfortable." "Let's go in, I'll look around," Yi Lusu told Li Qingshan. His eyes drifted away from his eyes. Li Qingshan hugged her and jumped into the cocoon. The space inside was really not small, but the three people were still a little cramped. The white silk was slippery and not cold, soft, and it was faintly fluorescent. Like a huge sleeping bag. "This silkworm cocoon is a treasure," Li Qingshan examined. The voice did not fall. Yi Luba rushed up. Plump and smooth-skinned lips sealed his mouth, tongue like spin snake, long drive straight, ambiguous saying, "Master, love me." "It's really anxious." "Didn't you see your sister still here?" Li Qingshan turning over her under her body, waving her hand, peeling off her bodice, and the two groups plucked out, and he was held in his hand, playing it, and gently pinching it at the tip. Yi Lubo whispered. A wink drode. "Anyway, my sister can't escape your claws." Yi Lusu, who has always been calm and generous, is simply at a loss. Born in the Night Walker race, she has seen a lot of such scenes. It is not as shy as a mortal, and it is taken for granted. It has long been so psychologically prepared. But at this time, she found that she could not be as natural as she thought. Li Qingshan caressed Yi Lubo's hand, just like falling on his own body. Breathing is not smooth. Li Qingshan smiled and looked at Yi Lusu, adjusted her posture and placed her next to Yi Lubo. Two equally beautiful faces were looking at her with different expressions. Yi Lusu was tense, like falling into the hands of a hunter, waiting for the little beast to fall. Yi Lubo is already flirtatious, burning with worship, and the upper body of with the caress of Li Qingshan, gently twisting to meet the breath in the mouth, falling in the ears of Yi Lusu, turned into really hot. At this time, Li Qingshan's hand fell on her cheek and gently stroked. "Master, please wait for me after passing heavenly tribulation," Yi Lusu pleaded. Reassured, "I won't eat you this time." Li Qingshan laughed. He also understood that Yi Lubo needed to be released to be able to cultivate cultivation, and Yi Lusu was better to maintain the as-is, but since she came with her, she naturally had to bull her. So he took back his hand and caressed Yi Lubo, and softened her, softly, and swayed into a like, bowed her head and kissed her lips, sealing the singer. Probably because every separation time is too long, or because of his passionate admiration, she has always been easy to invest. At this time, Yi Lusu has forgotten, and clinging to Li Qingshan is like drying up the land. Enjoy the long-lost rain and dew. Li Qingshan was also infected by her. She was burning, but she broke away from her arms, and once again appreciated her. Yi Lubo opened her eyes in confusion. Between the skirt and the boots, a plump and smooth the skin thighs rubbed lightly. Yi Lusu, on the side, was a bit dry and snorted. Li Qingshan's right hand under the Yi Lubo skirt. Yi Lubo suddenly widened his eyes, and a high-pitched long scorpion. Li Qingshan stuffed the middle finger of his left index finger into her sandal mouth, tangled up like a taste of wine, for the fingers are surrounded by the heat. Yi Lubo stretched out his arms but couldn't reach him. He felt that his body was empty and he couldn't get the caress he wanted. He only cares for himself. This scene, let Li Qingshan also licked his lips, and glanced at Yi Lusu. Her armor was neat, and in a flash, there was a feeling of being pierced, trying to pretend to be indifferent, but the faint eyes continued to fall on Yi Lubo, who had never seen her sister so deeply. It seems to be like a demon, but it seems to have lost the self, becoming a doll that he played with, but her heart is swaying, there is a hunger. Only Yi Luxing was left in the tree hole, and there was a groan in his heart. Then he waited for a long time to see them back, and then bite his teeth, as if he had made some determination, and turned back to the immortal cave to continue the cultivation. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for the recommended ticket, the monthly pass. Your support is my biggest motivation. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 788. The 76th chapter of the Group of Demons, Pull the Strong. Li Qingshan suddenly took back his hand. Yi Lubo recovered awake from the feeling confused and enchanted, gave a dissatisfied mutter, heard a sigh in the ear, opened his eyes, and saw that Yi Lucy was already in his arms by Li Qingshan. Eat and laugh. Pounce on to hold Yi Lucy and kiss her cheek. The huge silkworm cocoons sway slightly. The next morning, Li Qingshan walked out of it, naked and tall, with skeleton bones visible, scarlet hair on his shoulders, and a big yawn, revealing four-pointed fangs and scarlet tongue. The look is like a lazy ferocious beast. Then in the embarrassing time, cheer up and stride outside the immortal cave. Yi Lucy quietly poked his head out of the cocoon. His hair was messy. His eyes were looking at his back, and some hoped that he could turn back, but he did not go back and disappeared in a blink of an eye. Yi Lucy doesn't feel disappointed either. For his habit, she has long been aware of it. He always makes strides forward, occasionally stopping to rest, but never looking back. So Yi Lucy and Yi Lubo stayed here. Mkanyang's immortal cave is indeed very suitable for cultivation, and the spiritual chi is rich, and it is all over Savage Mountain, especially in this cocoon, not subject to distractions. After more than half a year, Yi Lucy took the lead in crossing the second heavenly tribulation, followed by Yi Lubo and transcending tribulation. And after a period of rest and recuperation, on Savage Mountain, Li Qingshan looked up at Chen Shan and turned back. It's time. Yu Yufeng, Danfei Langjun, and Shadow Ghost are all standing still, and the three sisters Yi Lucy are awesome. The moon shines in the sky, sprinkling the forest, but it is not in the eagle. This deep mountain is like a scar on the earth. Li Qingshan stood on the edge of the cliff and looked down. The mountain wind was cold as water and whistling, and a strong squad was shrouded in dark squats. Although not as good as Savage Mountain here, it is also a rare heavenly paradise, but it is not suitable for building sect, more suitable for loose cultivator cultivation. And the most important thing in Mist Province is the loose cultivator of this self-supporting portal. Tanfei Langjun said, the formation here, named Xuan Newton Lock Array, is difficult to break from the outside. Ying Chuzi is very famous in southern border, was wanted by Eagle Wolf Guard 300 years ago, then I only spent heavenly tribulation. But with a Scorpio, it was displayed. It was extinct for thousands of miles, and there was no way for the Eagle Wolf Guard to take him. Immortal Cave was established here 100 years ago, but there is this. The Great Formation Guard, no one can do anything about it. Can only ask the Ghost Yellow Taoist, and several friends of Nightwalker sneak into it. Shadow Ghost's voice whispered, we're all for, and it's easy to kill the Ying Chuzi by spending some time preparing for planning. No matter how powerful his escape magic is, he can't show it, but it's like this immediately. He also sent him a uniform to Blood Oath, but he didn't have this grasp. Assassin's Way, pay attention to a fatal blow. If there is no killing heart, the momentum will be greatly reduced and it will not be exhausted. Yi Lucy said, this is the case. You don't have to plan for the preparation. Even if you kill it, you will kill it. This southern border is so big. Is it not easy to find 10 or 8 men? Li Qingshan said to Yu Yufeng and Tanfei Langjun, the two also do good preparation. If he is lucky enough to live, he can't let him escape. He looked at Yu Yufeng deeply. Yu Yufeng bowed his head and pressed the bright rainbow sword handle. Shadow Ghost no words. The breath suddenly disappeared, blended into the night, falling towards the eagle. Let the three people of Yi Luxing secretly admire, followed closely. After a while, Li Qingshan smiled slightly. Sure enough, there is still a little means. The voice did not fall. A dawn from the eagle rushed into the sky. Li Qingshan did not shoot, flying a white rainbow beside him, straight through the sky, intercepting the dawn. A pale black-robed old man appeared, short stature like a monkey, angered and asked, "Bright Rainbow Sword, you Yufeng, I have no enmity with you, Savage Mountain. Why come to attack me?" Yu Yufeng speaks without a word, and the bright rainbow sword turns into a white light that walks around and surrounds Ying Chuzi. That is, White Eagle Commander. Ying Chuzi glimpsed Yu Yufeng in front of him, the man wearing a white dress, standing with a smile of steady hands, white in the moonlight, a silver eagle wings. Tanfai Langjun, who is already known for his viciousness, also stood behind him, lowered his head and tried to maintain a humble posture. Ying Chuzi forced himself to calm down. Bright Rainbow Sword's Jiangwen is secret, but he can't stand him. He is about to display Scorpio and get rid of some murderous aura, set him in place, dare not move. A moment ago, if it weren't for the sharp spiritual awareness that life and death had honed for years, he almost didn't even show escape magic, and died under a terrible assassination. In addition to Shadow Ghost, the other three are clearly the top assassins of the Shadow Palace, and they are so savage. Although he was lucky enough to escape, he was seriously injured. Even Immortal Cave abandoned it, but he was intercepted by his own name, Bright Rainbow Sword, by Savage Mountain Great Cave Master. Time, in all directions, are killing intents, but they are all sighted. Ying Chuzi is thinking about countermeasures, and Demon Suppressing Pagoda falls from the sky. Demon Suppressing. With no any preparation, the four Nightwalker assassins teamed up to assassinate Savage Mountain Great Cave Master with magical treasure Bright Rainbow Sword. Li Qingshan finally shot Ying Chuzi. Even if escape magic is strong, only the hand will take a road. In Demon Suppressing Pagoda, Ying Chuzi turned into a dawn, and the east crashed into the west, but it was naturally useless. Demon Suppressing Pagoda, although a bit clumsy in actual combat, it is hard to get rid of the enemy that is suppressed by it. At this moment, a figure passed through the tower. Li Qingshan said, "Don't waste your efforts. We are useful." "You are Li Qingshan? Your excellency is a big deal." Ying Chuzi tries to keep a distance from Li Qingshan. He is full of vigilance. What means he can make Savage Mountain 3 Great Cave Masters and 3 Shadow Palace top assassins. Li Qingshan took out the Blood Oath book and smiled and said, "Come, fellow Taoist, give me an oath." Blood Oath book. "You have refining the Blood Oath book." Ying Chuzi's face changed and finally understood why Savage Mountain's 3 Great Cave Masters were being dispatched by him. "I will give you a special consideration," Li Qingshan said. After the 10th, Demon Suppressing Pagoda turned into Demon Chi to dissipate, Li Qingshan put down the Blood Oath book, patted Ying Chuzi's shoulder, and praised, "Eagle fellow Taoist is really a reasonable person." Ying Chuzi was downcast and laughed. "Yes. Yes. Let's go. Go to the next stop." Li Qingshan waved his hand and was very angry. After 7 days, Marquis Chenghai. Marquis Chenghai is in eyes closed meditation. The butler came to report, "Hu Yi, that Li Qingshan is looking out the door." "He is still alive." Marquis Chenghai suddenly opened his eyes and greeted him from the door. He saw Li Qingshan facing him and was speaking to a group of people. "From now on, you have to rehabilitate and redo people. You will have something to do in the future." Marquis Chenghai counted a total of 8 people. They were different in height and fat. Each one was covered with a black cloak and covered with a hood. Although they were all squatting, they were like servants, but they were faintly scented. But Marquis Chenghai is shocked. The figure of these people is familiar, the big fat man, Tanfai Langjun, and the dwarf. Marquis Chenghai has no time to distinguish one by one, because Li Qingshan has turned around and asked, "Hu Yi, do you want to die or want to live? If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for the recommended ticket, monthly pass. Your support is my biggest motivation." Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 789 explains slightly the idea of writing. These 2 days are a little bit weak, or this month is not too strong. In fact, the plot line has been quite clear, with the strength of the protagonist, The rhythm has become more and more difficult to master. I don't want to write that kind of repeated upgrade flow. The protagonist just got stronger, immediately a bunch of stronger enemies to kill, then pressure the mountain, then upgrade, unlimited repeat, until above the 9 heavens. It would be too boring. But if you don't write this way, it will easily become an invincible crushing flow, and seeing all the enemies explode, I am afraid it is more boring than the former. Of course, the mainstream nowadays is to combine the two, so that the benefits of writing are many. The rhythm is fast enough, the plot is ups and downs, the writing is simple, and it looks good enough. It is no accident that it becomes mainstream. But I really don't want to write this way. I feel like a person has only bones without flesh and blood. I can see this book very happy, but I have to let me write this. I have to cure my obsessive-compulsive disorder first. Say, Legend of the Great Saint is an upgraded text, but to write a plot of the upgraded text, let this 9 heavens road, through countless demon ghosts, love and hate, write some flesh and the character of blood has a touching plot. This is really not a simple matter. The most difficult thing is to be grounded. Old book fans should have deep feelings, no matter what kind of subject matter. Once the number of words is more than a certain degree, it is easy to write more and more. Although I can see it with inertia, I feel more and more wrong. This is what I try to avoid. All in all, I am a slow-moving person, and I can't update quickly. Please take more care. I can only guarantee that I will write it carefully and write it. In the end, there are doubles today, and 2 more outs are asking for a monthly ticket. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for the recommended ticket, the monthly pass. Your support is my biggest motivation. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 790 Chapter 77, Savage King. Hey! A gust of wind rushed across the sea of trees, like a sea bang. Marquis Cheng Hai suspected that his ears were wrong, and asked subconsciously, "What do you say?" "Don't listen to it." Li Qingshan smiled, and the 8 figures wearing black cloaks behind him also burst into sneer, and the pair of eyes under the hood revealed the gloating light. "Since you have already suffered from misfortune, watching others suffer the same misfortunes as yourself is a rare pleasure in life." A chill came out of Marquis Cheng Hai's heart and couldn't help but step back and wanted to return to the door. 3 black shadows appeared behind him, killing intent, cold, ice, continuous battle, and shadow ghost. The teaching of the 3 sisters of Iliusu is also more and more tacit. Although others can't see it, Marquis Cheng Hai can feel it in his heart. Shadow Palace Assassin can be lurking beside him silently, unless it is the top assassin of the Shadow Palace. "Move," he said. "Li Qingshan, what do you want to do?" "I am the County Lord of Southern Sea County, and Marquis Cheng Hai, who is worshipped by Emperor." "Okay, don't worry, you are looking for you." Li Qingshan said that the laughter behind him was more and more malicious. Li Qingshan is satisfied. Southern border. These demon cultivators have a big advantage, that is, they know the current affairs. He has been attacked for 7 consecutive days. As long as he survived the assassination of Shadow Ghost and the others, there is no one who is unyielding. And once Blood Oath is sent, it can quickly adjust the mindset and show sufficient compliance. There is a shameless saying, but also Li Qingshan as a righteous father, saying that his cultivation is several hundred years. This is the day. Li Qingshan is not light. If it is a woman, it can still be forced to dry up. It's an old man, it's shameless. This is the ethos of Southern Border. There is no loyalty and shame. Only the strong is respected. As long as your fist is hard enough, no one will hit his head hard. There was a rush in Marquis Palace, and a large number of cultivators came out. Some were Marquis Palace guards, some were guest official elders, and there were hundreds of people who came up with a variety of spirit magical artifacts. Urging the strange Gu, surrounded Li Qingshan and the others. But this scene, Mo said that Li Qingshan didn't care, that is, the 8 black cloaks behind him, and none of them were in the heart, because none of these hundreds of people crossed second heavenly tribulation. "Commander Li, do you dare to be rude to my family? You know, all White Wolf guards are killed during this time." You are waiting to be sent by Eagle Wolfguard. If you are interested, you can let my family Huyi give you a few words. Marquis Palace's weekly stewardship. He saw that his family had a lot of people, and he occupied the land. Forgive Li Qingshan, he did not dare to attack, and he jumped out to express his loyalty. As for the 8 black cloaks behind Li Qingshan, his cultivation base is not enough to make an accurate judgment, and the 3 black shadows behind Marquis Cheng Hai are even more unaware. Well, who did it? Li Qingshan really didn't know about it. It's me. An answer came from the void. Marquis Cheng Hai is a voice of Shadow Ghost. As long as Shadow Ghost is assassinated, even if it is unsuccessful, he can also share the spirit of Li Qingshan. He will take the opportunity to return to Marquis Palace, and he has a special way to stay in the secret room. A form that can send him thousands of miles away. This is different from the dawn, which cannot be traced at all. Shadow Palace Assassin is a good one, but since it has been exposed, there is nothing terrible. If the 3 are about strength, they can't be compared with Shadow Ghost, the southern border first assassin. Shadow Ghost really shot. However, the joy of Marquis Cheng Hai's heart immediately became a fear. Marquis Palace Zhuangjia is glaring at Li Qingshan. There was a blood mark in the eyebrow. The blood mark was so small that he only took out a little blood. He felt as if he felt something. He subconsciously reached out and touched it, and then fell down with this posture. 3 Cave Master. Marquis Cheng Hai was shocked, and a heart fell straight down. I have already seen that the guys colluded with Demon Dao, and they were dead and clean. Just go to Mist Capital City. Li Qingshan said indifferently. Who? You have to be obsessed with it, and you are lucky. Even I am loyal to Commander Li with my boss. Shadow Child is no exception. You don't let these hundreds of wastes get out of the way, and provoke me. All swallowed. Tanfei Langjun smiled and patted his belly, and his body fluttered. Tanfei Langjun, it really is you. In addition to Lao Tzu, who can be born so rich. Tanfei Langjun smiled and held out the big fan-like hand, and a Marquis Palace guard screamed and flew over a dozen feet. Tanfei Langjun opened his mouth to an incredible degree, and swallowed the guard in his stomach. Vaguely I saw a figure under the belly, and after a few struggles, I disappeared. Ah, it's Savage Mountain's 2 Cave Master Tanfei Langjun. There are 3 Cave Master Shadow Ghost. Everyone screamed and spread a big circle. Savage Mountain, the first few Cave Masters. Which one is not fiercely impressive? Marquis Cheng Hai's eyes were concentrated on the black cloak on the right rear of Li Qingshan. The white hair fell from the hood, carrying a long sword behind him, revealing an incredible look, and others would be there. Magical Treasures Sword Cultivator. How arrogant, how to surrender to Li Qingshan. With the last hope, shouted, on the Cave Master. Marquis Cheng Hai, don't waste time. Yu Yufeng's hand held bright rainbow sword, coldly said, yeah, want to die, or want to live? I still hope that you can survive, although it is easy to find a cultivator that crossed second heavenly tribulation at the southern border, but there are not many really useful experts. But if you really want to die, I will fulfill you. Li Qingshan said. Marquis Cheng Hai is desperate. Li Qingshan is a horrible opponent. And there are 3 Shadow Palace top assassins, Savage Mountain's top 3 Cave Masters, and the remaining 6 people. He also identified them one by one. All of them are southern border impressive. The famous Demon Cultivator, now standing behind Li Qingshan, listens to the dispatch. Looking at the southern border, no one can underestimate such a force. The voice is a little trembling. I am who? Can you kill me? Li Qingshan smiled. Kill him. The voice did not fall. Marquis Cheng Hai behind the 3 shadows disappeared. Shadow Ghost drifted, killing intent locked. Bright Rainbow Sword was stunned, and Tanfei Langjun grabbed the palm of his hand. The remaining 6 black cloaks were also shot at the same time, making them like a landslide and tsunami. Marquis Cheng Hai can't avoid, can't escape, can't stop, only use all the strength to scream, I want to live. Li Qingshan raised his hand and all the offensives stopped, as if the tsunami was about to be photographed, frozen by the ice. If you want to live, Just take a vow. If Savage Mountain is in battle, because their result is unknown, it only caused a sensation in southern border. Li Qingshan this time, she appeared in Southern Sea County, and all the suspicions were answered. It was not only the result of the Savage Mountain battle, but the change of the entire southern border pattern. After getting the vow of Marquis Cheng Hai, Li Qingshan set up a feast in the Marquis Palace to feast on the 10 Cave Master. These 10 famous people in southern border impressive. Toast to Li Qingshan, formerly loyal. That is to recognize Li Qingshan as the righteous cultivator, which is called Your Highness, no longer called it adult or commander. Li Qingshan is puzzled. Asked about it, the cultivator said, Southern border, who doesn't know, whoever dominates Savage Mountain, is Savage King. Li Qingshan haha laughed and accepted the name. Marquis Cheng Hai secretly shamelessly, with a smile on his face and shouting my king. After the banquet, Li Qingshan ordered to start immediately and continue conquest. Almost the southern border except for Myriad Poison Cult, all the cultivators of Second Heavenly Tribulation will be exhausted, and the madness of the first encounter with Southern Sea County will be realized. Chang, the opponent is dead. Savage Mountain has risen almost overnight, becoming a big force behind southern border after Myriad Poison Cult. If it wasn't for Li Qingshan, you couldn't cross the third heavenly tribulation to build a big sect. Mist Province is sensational. When Li Qingshan was appointed to Mist Province to take up the position of White Wolf Commander, it attracted countless eyes. This is certainly the glory of the two genius, and the cultivators want to use this event to infer the situation in Mist Province and Verdant Province. Variety. Some people guess that this is the plan of Diexia dynasty. They deliberately sent them to Mist Province, which is equivalent to 2 hostages to ease the situation in the 2 states. But more people believe that Diexia dynasty has no intention of mediating the 2 states as in the past, but instead intends to let the states consume each other and maintain the absolute power of the Central Dragon Province. Li Qingshan and Little An are just the pieces that make the 2 states speed up the battle. The sad victims. There is no lack of malicious speculation. Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple will lose the 2 genius disciple. What will be the reaction? As soon as Li Qingshan arrived at the Southern Sea, he killed the White Eagle commander and successfully went up to show his sinister approach to the identity of the Buddha's disciple. But looking at the entire Mist Province is just a small event. After more than 2 years since then, the name Li Qingshan has gradually faded out of the public's vision, but it is occasionally mentioned, guessing the result of that battle. It wasn't until Li Qingshan used the Blood Oath Book to control the 10 Great Cave Master, conquest the entire southern border, and the name suddenly rang out. However, the prefix of the name is not the White Eagle Commander position, nor the Angelus Monk's definition status, but the Savage King. Wang. This is the name that is qualified to use the existence of Third Heavenly Tribulation. King Chu, King, Monk King, Monster King, Great General King, which is not a strong person. Only 1 million people. It is the absolute ruling class of 9 provinces in this world. According to Li Qingshan's cultivation base, this is not qualified to be the king. However, the first generation of Savage Mountain's Great Cave Master once said that anyone who can cross the third heavenly tribulation can refining the Blood Oath Book. Savage Mountain, the other cave master, is called Savage King and is also recognized by 7 other cave masters. In the consciousness of all, this is the only thing that the great cultivator of third heavenly tribulation can do. This king is taken for granted. But who can think of it? Someone else did it with the cultivation base of second heavenly tribulation. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for the recommended ticket, the monthly pass. Your support is my biggest motivation. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 791 Chapter 78, Sword Pavilion Visitors, State. The sky is gloomy, and the thick lead clouds are under low and low pressure. It seems to be directly covered in the sea of trees, dark as night. A ray of light across the sky. A 5-smile man's word controlling. Although he is not tall, he is a wide-ranging student, and he has a courageous spirit and a long sword. It is a magical treasure. Jiang Wen landed. The man took the sword back to the sheath, looked up, Savage Mountain towering into the clouds, but then want to go deeper. But I saw a lot of fog, blocking the entire Savage Mountain. Divine sense cannot penetrate. This is all direction mist sea great formation. The left old monster is really in his hands. Even the mountain defense great formation has been pulled out. It took less than a month. Southern border. The famous characters, not killed, it is forced to send blood oath and become a slave. The Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple in Verdant Province is really worthy of the name. How strong is Li Qingshan? The man was stunned and was about to step forward. He suddenly turned back and took the hilt, revealing the color of alert. A cloud of green clouds penetrated the clouds and was flying towards Savage Mountain. The color of the green cloud is not green or dark green, but it is pale green. If there is life, it will tumbling. The speed does not need to be man's sword controlling. How much is slow? And in a flash, it also flies in front of the valley. The misty green clouds are more and more strange, and they are rushing to the man, making a strange humming sound, like a monster to be chosen and carefully watched. This is the cloud, which is clearly thousands of thousands. Only small green bugs that are difficult to distinguish with the naked eye. Myriad poison cult. The man frowned. Cough cough. Bang fellow Taoist. Are you no longer floating on the sea, and going to my southern border? There was a gentle and reserved voice in the worm cloud. A tall figure came out of the worm cloud. It was a young man with a luxurious dress and a sick face. The worm cloud rolled up and returned to the barnacle in his waist. It turned out to be a sick son. This Li Qingshan is really a big face. Peng Jingnai smiled, raising a fighting intent in his heart. And the horror sword was half-sleeve. Today, you and I have tasks in your body, or you are free. Since you are here first, then please let me know. If you are really dissatisfied, then after you have finished, you and I will do it again. The sick son raised his hand gracefully and asked Peng Jingnai to go first. Peng Jingnai is not a fool. He knows that if he sees Li Qingshan first, this one must give him bad things in the back. Myriad Poison Cult and the Southern Sea Sword Pavilion, though a dominant southern border, are alone overseas. But the neighbors who have been doing for many years are also contradictory. Myriad Poison Cult is the standard demon cultivator sect. The Southern Sea Sword Pavilion is self-proclaimed righteous path. As a sword cultivator sect, there is no shortage of heroes. The most fundamental reason is the competition for interests. Once the magical treasure is born and the spiral grass grows up, there will be a battle of infighting. For generations, I don't know how much the same door died in the other's hands. It's strange to see if it's kind and harmonious. And they are the best describes of sect. It's a common face to fight. If you are not in a hurry, then I will go first. The sick son laughed and stepped forward. A sword chi swept through the front and plowed a deep gully in front of him. Don't think about it. Peng Jingnai pulled out the sword and pulled it out. This person is so clever. If he is advanced, it is necessary to break my big things. Left is not right or not. What do you want to do? Southern Sea Sword Pavilion is awesome. Don't forget this is Mist Province southern border. The pale face of the sick man is gloomy. Or do it first, and tell the winners and losers. See me first to run your sick ghost. Peng Jingnai smiled. All right, anyway, it will not take much time to poison your short scorpion. The two are still coming in together. When the sword is smashed, there was a voice in the valley, and the fog spread out, showing a path. Both of them were in the heart, and the sick son stepped back and made a gesture of asking. Peng Jingnai coldly snort, and took the sword back. The two have plunged into the mountain valley. The fog will reclose. Peng Jingnai took the lead through the all-direction mist sea great formation while guarding the sick son behind him and galloping forward. The sick son sees no chance of sneak attack, and it is give up. In the valley, the savage mountain pack of demons nest, once in the southern border, became very deserted, and the old city buildings were razed to the ground and reoccupied by vegetation. It turned out that it was only a matter of fact, and it was a waste of resources to build a defense against the Great Formation. The sixth son is disdainful. If he is in charge of the Blood Oath Book, he will establish a strict organization in this savage mountain. And Li Qingshan obviously does not have this plan. Just about to fly to the main peak, but see Peng Jingnai suddenly turned. Under the western mountain forest, someone waved and waved. This side. A white dragon-like waterfall, like flying from the clouds, falls into the deep pool. The lakeside is full of exotic flowers and grasses. Li Qingshan sat on the big rock on the lakeside and said to Little An next to her, "Is it like a place where we started cultivation?" Little An nodded, with a string of white rosary on her wrist, a total of 27. She spent a long time refining skull rosary. Although only 1 or 2 were added in number, the energy and resources were enormous, and skull rosary reached the 3rd stage. Every skeleton bone demon has become stronger, and the power of the skeleton bone demon has increased. It can be said that without the use of Little An, with this 1 string prayer beads, even the 10 people who sent Blood Oath are not opponents. That's why Li Qingshan didn't have any plans to build a tight organization. He was strong, with himself, and with Little An, instead of a group of demon cultivators. Everyone focused on the powerful forces he brought together, but he didn't know that it was just the tip of the iceberg of his true strength. Anyone who feels that he can step on him will have to hit the iceberg. However, Li Qingshan also feels faint. This secret is not far from exposure, because there are too many people who know. Although there are all kinds of insurance measures, he is no longer the little one who has no concern. In one thing he has done, he will always leave clues. In a way, thanks to Inx's Dragon King killing North Moon, no one believes that Inx's Dragon King will miss, even if there are people who are suspicious at the beginning. Li Qingshan will not be. North Moon is linked. It is best to keep this secret until the day he goes to Inxi Dragon slaying. Even if everyone knows that Li Qingshan is North Moon, then there is nothing. However, this is probably very difficult. Li Qingshan has made it clear that he has become a spirit turtle 4th layer, and his premonition is not a worry. Well, someone came to the door. Was Myriad Poison Cult and the Southern Sea Sword Pavilion, and I was really alarmed by me. Li Qingshan smiled. Little An said, the Discrim of Myriad Poison Cult, known as the Sixth Son on the southern border, is the state clan, one of the heirs to the throne. Probably representing not only Myriad Poison Cult. It turns out that, please ask them to come in. Li Qingshan said that although these 2 people are called genius, they are not taken care of by him. What needs to be taboo is the Myriad Poison Old Ancestor and Sword Pavilion behind them. Master and even King Nan. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for the recommended ticket, the monthly pass. Your support is my biggest motivation. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 792 Chapter 79 Invitation of Sword Pavilion. Peas. Today, my cousin is engaged. I set off in the morning and went to Zhengzi for a big day. Most of the time I was in the car. I came back at night and I was exhausted. Last month, it was too embarrassing. I have to adjust the rhythm and cheer up this month. After all, my current life is only meaningful. Starting from tomorrow, I will resume the 2 more, and I ask everyone to vote for the monthly pass, saying that the dreamer is thankful. Peng Jingnai took the lead to the front of the deep pool. I saw 2 people sitting under the waterfall. One was a tall man. He was dressed in white, his black hair was scattered, and he sat casually, but the momentum was soaring. People have a feeling of being unable to shake. This is Li Qingshan, and it really is a well-deserved name. The other person, Peng Jingnai, blinked and showed a stunning color. The sixth son also rushed over, and at first glance, he fell on Little An, and he said in his heart, there are such beautiful people in the world, and it is incredible. Also to Li Qingshan, your guest is Li Qingshan. Exactly, the 2 don't know how to call it. Li Qingshan looked at the 2 and asked with a smile. Southern Sea Sword Pavilion Peng Jingnai. Myriad Poison Cult Qianli Angmu. The 2 men reported the name at the same time, but they were somewhat dissatisfied. Li Qingshan was too proud. They are of extraordinary origin, and they are famous for many years. No matter where they go, no one should respect them for 3 points. Li Qingshan not only does not invite them to the main peak, but also does not stand, condescending, and rude words. They asked their names. The two came from afar. I don't know what to teach. Li Qingshan held her fist on her cheek, leaning her head, and she was curious about their intentions. I am not far away, come to visit, want to give a big rich to commander, but even a cup of hot tea, a bench is not too small, it is too stingy, and the name of Savage King does not match. Gian Liangma rode. Peng Jingnai stood by the sword, undecided, but in my heart, I rarely agreed with Qian Liangma once. He deliberately came from the sea to act as an envoy, personal humiliation was second, and he could not weaken the momentum and lost the name of the Southern Sea Sword Pavilion. Otherwise, if you meet, you will be inferior. How can you talk about this? I didn't pay attention to it. It's rude. But I don't have tea here, only wine. If it is used to drinking, we will have a cup of water. If you are not used to it, it will be refreshing and sweet. Li Qingshan smiled and took 2 jars from the spatial ring and threw them to the two. They picked up a jar of wine and booze. Peng Jingnai caught the flying jar and gave a slight sigh. He said, "Why do you drink water? Have a few drinks and praise good wine." This praise is not polite. The taste of this wine does not have to be said, but the intensity of spiritual qi is comparable to the spiritual pill, enough to trigger a bloody battle on southern border. He admits that if there is such a jar of wine, he is reluctant to give it to others. Li Qingshan is killing at the southern border. I got a lot of spoils. This wine is just one of them. It is easy to get it, and I don't think there is any pity. Gian Liangma has a few mouthfuls and is speechless. I feel strange in my heart. Li Qingshan wouldn't come up with such a precious spirit wine if he deliberately gave them a horse. If you intentionally make a good deal, your attitude should not be so sloppy. Raised the head, and Li Qingshan's bright pair of scorpions suddenly understand. His attitude does not matter. It doesn't matter how precious this altar is, and it doesn't matter what their identity is, and it doesn't matter what kind of power they are behind. You are here, I invite you to have a drink, listen to what you want to say, nothing more. Peng Jingnai also saw this point. He has always been known for his arrogance. He is also secretly guilty. It is said that Li Qingshan is very arrogant. He said that shun me is against me. To be arrogant, it is not a man who is arrogant and arrogant from the big accomplishment. If he meets on a normal day, he must make some friends. But the more you do, the more difficult it is to deal with. The purpose of this trip may not be easy to achieve. Peng Jingnai looked at Qian Liangmu, just as Qian Liangmu also looked over. 4 eyes met, immediately separated. They are more willing to Li Qingshan to put all the 10 great cave masters out, saying that it is a strong momentum, and the next horse is worthy. The stronger the performance, the more it shows the weakness inside. So the usual is really tricky, feeling whether it is intimidation or lure. It does not achieve the desired results. As for the stool, there is no place here. Where do you like to sit down? And sit down. If you are afraid of lowering me, fly to heavens. Li Qingshan said as he tilted the jar in his hand and fed it to Little An, who was different from Fang Kai's rough, and the movement was very light. He asked, "How is the taste?" "Very good." Little An sipped a few sips. In fact, for her, no matter whether it is wine or sewage, there is no difference in senses, just like the wine he feeds. Peng Jingnai flew up and sat down on a large rock in front of him. Gian Liangma smiled helplessly and chose another stone. Peng Jingnai said, "The great cave master Yu Yufeng and a fellow Taoist is a traitor to my Southern Sea Sword Pavilion. I have been hiding in Savage Mountain since I was sentenced 30 years ago. I was surprised by fellow Taoist. I took the teacher and asked fellow Taoist to return it to my Southern Sea Sword Pavilion for punishment. It turned out that there is no wind. You have listened to it for so long, just come to see the same old door." Li Qingshan said. A sword light flew from the main peak and landed in front of the waterfall. More righteous path, it is no wind. Silence for a moment, bowing to the head. My king. No difference. Bang fellow Taoist. Is this person? Peng Jingnai saw Yu Yufeng, and he was in a bright position. He immediately straightened his eyes and took back his eyes. He said to Li Qingshan, "It is this person. Fellow Taoist helps us to rebel. Southern Sea Sword Pavilion will have a future report. Yu Yufeng, would you like to go back to the Southern Sea Sword Pavilion with your junior brother?" Li Qingshan asked. "I am willing." Yu Yufeng was silent for a while. "This way." Li Qingshan touched his chin. "This is not the rebellion of the Southern Sea Sword Pavilion, but the hero of the fellow Taoist." Gian Liangma said. Peng Jingnai glared at him, "And this really hurts him." "How do you say this?" Li Qingshan said. "This is an open secret in the southern border. The Southern Sea Sword Pavilion brother Yu, who bears the burden of humiliation and pretends to be in Savage Mountain, in order to unify the Savage Mountain and make it a springboard for the Southern Sea Sword Pavilion to enter the southern border. A win with my myriad poison cult. If Commander puts him back, wait until he crosses third heavenly tribulation and becomes the Pavilion Lord of the Southern Sea Sword Pavilion. I am afraid there will be a poster for today." Gian Liangma smiled and glared at Peng Jingnai, laughing at the Southern Sea Sword Pavilion in vain, and finally lost his wife and lost his troops. Peng Jingnai is about to argue. Yu Yufeng sighed. "Junior brother, don't have to say it anymore." Smiled. "The devil is never what you are good at, the senior brother is responsible for it. But it falls into such a situation, it is really awkward. For the teacher." "Hey sect." "Yes, senior brother." Peng Jingnai had a hot chest and bowed his head. Yu Yufeng said to Li Qingshan, "Commander Li, if you want to be compassionate, I swear that I will never pay back today's revenge, and will not reveal any secrets. I would like to help you in this southern border. No more opponents." This statement killing intent is hidden. Point to myriad poison cult. Gian Liangma said, "I don't know what this vow is then. Blood oath. Brother Yu is a good calculation. Is this a knife to kill? Commander Li, a mindfulness, endless troubles. There are many things that can replace the blood oath book at southern border, such as a swearing oath, 1,000 spells." Gian Liangma interrupted, "I don't know these things. Which one can constrain the third heavenly tribulation cultivator? Is it necessary to bully the commander and don't know the southern border's witchcraft spell?" These two people have a slap in the face. In the end, Gian Liangma is more eloquent and eloquent, so that Yu Yufeng can't speak, and can only take a deep look at Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan asked, "If you are in my position, how would you choose?" Yu Yufeng is speechless and looks stunned. "Then I am the same answer." Li Qingshan said, "Fellow Taoist Li, don't really put my Southern Sea Sword Pavilion in my eyes." Peng Jingnai was very angry. "Penglo Taoist is still a little bit safe. If you say nothing, then it is not good." Li Qingshan looked at him quietly. "There is no killing intent, but let him know." Yu Yufeng looked at his eyes more harshly, reminding him of the situation when he was practicing swords many years ago. "I am out of my mind. Please also fellow Taoist forgive me." Peng Jingnai Guang glanced at Gian Liangmu. Sure enough, he saw a smile in his eyes. "If you really turn your face and go deep into the southern border to attack Savage Mountain, you will only let Li Qingshan fall to myriad poison cult. Not to mention that he still holds the hostages that the Southern Sea Sword Pavilion can't give up. You don't have to hate me. When you sent the sword to me by senior brother, didn't you want to kill me?" Path of cultivation, originally is trying hard to fight for a chance. I won't hate him. In the future, one day, I don't necessarily want to let go, but it will never be the present. The truth is that I don't have to say more, you also want to understand. Li Qingshan still left a glimmer of help between Yu Yufeng and even the Southern Sea Sword Pavilion. "I am awkward and I can't say a lot of words. I would like to ask fellow Taoist to go to Southern Sea. Our teacher will definitely give fellow Taoist a satisfactory result." Peng Jingnai said, "Commander is in the trap." Gian Liangma faintly said, "Let Peng Jingnai hate his teeth." "Okay, we will go." It's not Li Qingshan who speaks, but Little An who has been listening quietly. Peng Jingnai has a heart and looks at Li Qingshan. "She promised, that is, I promised." Li Qingshan is between the two. Since Little An is open, it must be a plan. As long as he is not in the Southern Sea Sword Pavilion, Even if he is facing the great sword cultivator, he is not confident that he does not have the ability to resist, let alone spirit turtle to omen of good or bad fortune. Qian Liangmu opened mouth, and closed his mouth. Such a woman spoke, even if it is difficult for him to refuse, let alone repent after refusing. Li Qingshan is obviously not a person without a decision, and this may not be an opportunity. Peng Jingnai took a sigh of relief, and the result was unsatisfactory. I didn't expect to face such a big pressure in the face of Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan said, "Hey, Prince, let me hear what you said is rich and expensive." Peng Jingnai was not in a hurry to go back to the letter, just sit there and wait for Qian Liangmu to speak. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for the recommended ticket, the monthly pass. Your support is my biggest motivation. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 793 Chapter 80 The Upper Minister, King Shan Choice. Qian Liangmu coughed twice. Myriad Poison Cult Lord. Myriad Poison Old Ancestor would like to ask fellow Taoist to teach Protector. Peng Jingnai immediately sneered. Myriad Poison Cult is a good calculation. Is this what you call the rich? Li Qingshan took a sip of wine. Yes, for the ordinary cultivator, the identity of Myriad Poison Cult Protector is indeed a big rich. The meaning of the words is understood, but this is not what he is. I thought to myself, the identity of a protector wants to pull me into the war chariot of Myriad Poison Cult. This idea is too naive. Hidden Sword Palace asked me to be a guest official elder, so I sent me a magical treasure. And it's really troublesome. Hidden Sword Palace will help me even if it's for face. Myriad Poison Cult is such a demon Dao sect that it's no longer a knife behind it. Qian Liangmu smiled and seemed to be in control. Where is the guest official status of King Nan Mansion? Yu Yufeng raised his eyebrows and said, "It's coming." King Nan Mansion has always had the custom of recruiting the guest official. As long as it can pass the test, it can become a guest official, sheltered by the royal family and enjoy many benefits. In the past, every time you recruited the guest official, you will let countless cultivators in Mist Province rush to fight. In Mist Capital City, for the status of guest official, a bloody battle will be launched. Peng Jingnai opened his lips and finally said nothing. The Southern Sea Sword Pavilion can compete with Myriad Poison Cult and is not afraid of the identity of Qian Liangmu, but does not dare to undermine the plan of King Nan Mansion. King Nan's way of picking heirs is even more harsh than the Diexia royal family, praising the original principle of the jungle. Princes are experienced in all parts of Mist Province, and it is normal to fall, as long as the great cultivator is not directly executed by Sword Pavilion Master, and targeted killing. King Nan Mansion will basically not retaliate. But in this matter, it is obviously related to the dispute between Mist Province and Verdant Province. If King Nan Mansion can take Li Qingshan to their knees, it will directly hit the Verdant Province cultivation road. Who dare not know the fate of King Nan's hind legs? Qian Liangmu smiled and glared at Peng Jingnai, full of provocative meaning. And now he is no longer represented by Myriad Poison Cult, but King Nan Mansion. However, to his disappointment, Li Qingshan did not show any surprised expression, still calm. Yes, this is a big wealth. Is there? Li Qingshan took a sip of wine and asked with a smile. Qian Liangmu has a brow. Should he say that he is greedy, or is he heartless? Faced with such a major decision, I can still laugh. Upper Minister. Qian Liangmu squinted and spit out these two words, as if they were spit out a knife, and the chilly awning flashed. Hey, see if you can still laugh. Yu Yufeng's pupils swelled, and I didn't expect King Nan to open such a chip. King Nan Mansion is known as a 3,000 guest. According to the different cultivation base, it can be divided into upper, middle and lower third. A heavenly tribulation can be used as a king, and a second heavenly tribulation can be a king. Only by crossing the existence of third heavenly tribulation can you become an upper minister. Even the identity of a district under the district, so that countless people are rushing and facing the upper minister. It is King Nan who also wants to be polite for 3 points and honors the fellow Taoist. Li Qingshan has the name Savage King, but has not yet crossed the third heavenly tribulation. King Nan broke the tradition and directly regarded Li Qingshan as the upper minister. As long as it became the upper minister, it was basically unhindered in this mist province. Other benefits are numerous. This is really a big rich, but because this wealth is big enough, it is more and more unacceptable. King Nan, since there is a determination to be sure, there are few people who dare to dismiss his face. Li Qingshan, if you dare to refuse, even if you stay in this heavy form of Savage Mountain, it is not safe. But if it is promised, it will be a break with Verdant Province. As Gian Liangmu expected, Li Qingshan really converges on the smile on his face. The brow is slightly wrinkled. But Gian Liangmu's heart sank. Li Qingshan just sat up straight. This simple action, but it seems that a mountain suddenly rises hundreds of feet, cast a huge deep shadow, feeling the pressure is steep. In the heart of dumbstruck, Li Qingshan clearly did not deliberately show his momentum to deter him. Just posing a serious attitude can make him feel a strong threat, as if he is facing a fierce tiger in a mortal body. Even if the fierce tiger has no intention of hunting, just stare at it can make people lick. The horror sword in Peng Jingnai's hand screamed and slammed out. He was busy holding the hilt, soothing the horror sword spirit, and he was amazed. A little positive color. The breath is not exposed. You can make the horror sword alert. Really good. I thought it was my cultivation base in second heavenly tribulation realm, not to mention that it is one of the best, and it is not weaker than anyone. Now it seems that it is the view from the bottom of a well. Yilang is arrogant. After so many years of painstaking cultivation in senior brother, it is close to third heavenly tribulation and still lost in his hand. It seems that it is not accidental. Li Qingshan has been killing and deciding over the years. The people, the devil, and the demon of second heavenly tribulation, who have died in his hands, have their own temperament condensation. Please ask Commander to think carefully. You have to live up to the heart of King Gian Liangmu. Squatted on the stone, arched his hands, flew in big sleeves, and slammed into the ground and performed a big gift. Originally, he was somewhat dissatisfied with King Nan's direct identity to Li Qingshan as an upper minister. Once Li Qingshan became the upper minister, even if he was a prince, he would take the initiative to meet. But at this moment, this dissatisfaction has disappeared more than half, but there is a kind of enlightenment. If I really do life and death, I am afraid I will die in his hands, and I can't escape even if I escape. This is not based on rational judgment. Pureness is an intuition. This kind of intuition is owned by countless life and death, from small to large, and saved him many times. Even the name Savage King is still a bit of a misnomer, but with his talent, as long as he does not fall down, one day sooner or later, he will be together with third heavenly tribulation and juxtaposed with the kings. It is not a shame to give such a person a big gift, and this ceremony, he is already a courtesy to the upper minister, almost to force the palace, fearlessly looking directly at Li Qingshan's eyes, and read. Do a choice, Savage King. Mist Province or Verdant Province. This step is wrong. It is genius also to fall, terror-stricken, broken bones. Li Qingshan smiled slightly. What do you do so seriously? Scratching his head and sighing. Hey, I wanted to mix it up, so I could mix it for a few years, and wait until I really started the war. But sure enough, the provincial governor, not so good. Of course, I pretend to promise, and then explain to Verdant Province that neither side is guilty. It seems to be the smartest choice, but I have never been a smart person, and I don't like to pretend to be a sham, so. Li Qingshan drank the wine from the altar and smiled. I refuse. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for the recommended ticket, the monthly pass. Your support is my biggest motivation. Peas, the house leaks all night train. I sat in the car for one day yesterday, and I went back to sleep for 2 hours. As a result, I couldn't sleep at night. I'm dizzy today. I've only coded this chapter until now, but the promise that Genius made yesterday can't be so fast. Today, I have to write a chapter again, so stay tuned, and finally ask for a monthly ticket. Give some motivation. and test the man's endurance. Legend of the Great Saint, chapter 794. The 11th chapter does not do perfunctory. Send wine to the altar. Gyan Liangmu was very satisfied with his performance. He was very satisfied with his performance. He had a humble enough attitude to let Li Qingshan not be able to vent his anger, but he was not weak in the momentum. He forced the palace to make choices for Li Qingshan. Cannot be perfunctory. Listening to the words in front of Li Qingshan, his mouth has been slightly raised. Since he knows the power of King Nan, he can only agree to it. He has already begun to imagine what kind of rewards he will receive after completing the persuasion task of this time. He has taken another step from King Nan's throne. If you can pull Li Qingshan into your own camp, then it would be better. However, waiting for Li Qingshan to answer the answer, Rao is Gyan Liangmu. The city is not shallow, but also full of face. Peng Jingnai and Yu Yifeng also stayed for a while. They thought that Li Qingshan was not so easy to agree, but never expected he will refuse so much. His few words are tantamount to self-reliance, not perfunctory, not confusing, not deceiving, just a refusal, leaving no room for change. Little An looked at him, rubbing his eyes and smiling. Commander Li, can you think about it? You know, what is the consequence? There are many people in Mist Province who are not afraid of Emperor. There are not many people who are not afraid of King Nan. Even if there is, most of them will not live forever. Gyan Liangmu is not threatening Li Qingshan. He has no intention of giving himself a strong enemy for the sake of the palace. Instead, he is surprised, instinctively questioning, hate to knock Li Qingshan's head and see what he is thinking. My life. Li Qingshan reached out to Gyan Liangmu. In an instant, Gyan Liangmu felt that hand. It seemed to be able to cover the sky and cover it to himself. The body could not help but fall backwards. If Li Qingshan did not reveal murderous aura, almost turned and fled. Li Qingshan gently touched the 5 fingers and smiled. Only in your own hands. Gyan Liangmu violently coughed a few times, concealing the stagnation of the talent. Long sigh. Hey, I didn't expect Commander to be so loyal to the division, which is rare in Mist Province. But did Commander think about it, when you were framed by the villain to Mist Province, Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple, King Chulai once protected you, the so-called righteous path, but with a set of false morals to constrain the ordinary. People in our cultivation should not be subjected to the restraint of such things. I don't understand enough. I am not loyal to anyone, whether it is Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple, King Chulai or King Nan. I am coming to Mist Province. It is my own choice. Of course, I have not forgotten the namesake king. Regardless of grievances, I will pay more. Li Qingshan resumed his lazy posture, stroking the long hair of Little An Seaweed, and the smooth touch was very comfortable. Then I have nothing to say, only to leave. Gyan Liangmu got up and arched. Please. Li Qingshan waved. After thinking about it, I took out a jar of wine and threw it to Gyan Liangmu. Say me to say hello to the provincial governor. If you have the chance, you will come to Mist Capital City to visit. Gyan Liangmu took another look and only thought that he was acting, and every time he was surprised. It's hard to guess. Probably Genius has a bit of quirks, but forgot that he is also known as Genius in Southern Border. Gyan Liangmu took the wine and hurried away, returning to Myriad Poison Cult and Mist Capital City. Peng Jingnai originally stayed for the sake of Bad Gyan Liangmu, but the result was not at all. But after seeing a good show, I felt very satisfied. Fellow Taoist is very proud, admire it. Peng Jingnai believes that he has no courage and can remain calm after rejecting King Nan. But it is a refusal to reject the refusal. What kind of pride is there? Li Qingshan said. But I am somewhat puzzled. Why did fellow Taoist say so much? Don't leave some room for change? Peng Jingnai thought that Li Qingshan did not categorically reject the request of the Southern Sea Sword Pavilion, but also left a glimmer of hope. It was a taboo against the Southern Sea Sword Pavilion. At present, it seems that this is not the case. Even King Nan Mansion, the person who is in the heart, will be afraid of his Southern Sea Sword Pavilion. Single King Nan is a language that can be perfunctory. If I promise, I will go to Mist Capital City to accept the appointment. When I don't offer a few names, I can spare me, and I want to refuse, but I can't help myself. At the end of the day, I'm not afraid of it. I'm being scorned by Verdant Province and not trusted by Mist Province. Or to make a choice. Li Qingshan shook his head in disapproval. Many times, it wasn't that he wanted to decide, but a lot of things. If you step back, you can only step back, until you can't get back, but the result is worse. It's better to take a step at the beginning. Go forward and take a road. It turns out, Peng Jingnai suddenly realized, and sighed again. This simple truth, he shouldn't have thought of it, but the power of King Mansion is too deep, and people can't help but escape. Also asked, I don't know when fellow Taoist will travel to Southern Sea. Li Qingshan touched Little Un's head. When she wants to go, I will let you send your senior brother to you. I have a word of persuasion. This Gian Liangmu, named Prince, is a villain. Going back and trying to make a mistake. Let Myriad Poison Cult and King Mansion and fellow Taoist be embarrassed. It is better to avoid the limelight. The Southern Sea is boundless. Just looking for a place, even King Mansion can't reach it. Peng Jingnai advised that. Unconsciously, his attitude toward Li Qingshan changed from the initial hostility to admire, but he really didn't want to see him fall here. If King Mansion is really shot, Yu Yufeng will also burn with jade. When Li Qingshan arrives at the Southern Sea and is sure to use the Southern Sea Sword Pavilion, he has the opportunity to exchange Yu Yufeng. Thank you for your kindness. I don't think the agricultural governor may be so impulsive. Li Qingshan said that if you are really afraid of danger, then you might as well go back to Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple and go to the Southern Sea. What did he do with Southern Border? Peng Jingnai doesn't think so. How can he pin his own life on others? With his heart, how can he have such a lucky idea? And he is going to persuade a few more words. Peng Junior brother, don't have to say any more. My king has his own care. You go back to tell the master. Don't bother me. This is my life. In the past I was eager to break through third heavenly tribulation, so that the foundation is unstable, fierce and less, now just steadily cultivation base. Working for a while under Savage King, I believe that by the time the time is ripe, there will be a return to Sword Pavilion. Yu Yufeng said that Li Qingshan, since he could survive the killing of Ink Sea's Dragon King, naturally has his means, and he is probably behind the great Banyan Tree King. At the beginning, he was forced to send Blood Oath and hoped that the Southern Sea Sword Pavilion would come to the rescue. During this time, he followed Li Qingshan's campaign at the southern border, but he refused to let the teacher die for his own sake. Come and lick this drowning. For Li Qingshan's character, he also learned a few points. Even if the master puts the sword on his neck, he probably won't give in. It is still difficult to lift Blood Oath. He said that he may not let me free. Maybe it's not just a casual talk. I can only wait for this opportunity to appear. Yes, senior brother. Peng Jingnai promised that Yu Yufeng's judgment is also his judgment. He returned to the Southern Sea Sword Pavilion and certainly would not recommend strong news for Li Qingshan. Finally, to Li Qingshan, I still have a ruthless request. Please fellow Taoist must promise. Tell me the story. I want to be my teacher, and I want to discuss a wine. Peng Jingnai said. The light flashed in the middle. Yu Yufeng slightly dagger. Good to say. Myriad Poison Cult, Poison Royal Palace, Poisonous Hall. A green-robed old man sat on the altar, although his face was dry, and his long hair was scattered, but it was black and bright, and his eyes opened and the light flowed. Gian Liangma stood under the altar and went to the report at Savage Mountain. He did not deliberately misinterpret the right and wrong, as Peng Jingnai guessed, but he described the story very calmly, without any hints of his own thoughts. Myriad Poison Old Ancestor listened to Gian Liangma and closed his eyes. The temple was silent, and Gian Liangma lowered his head deeply. After a moment, Myriad Poison Old Ancestor opened his eyes and asked, he asked you to bring a wine to your father? Yes. Gian Liangma stunned. He was so smart. At this moment, his head was a little bit too sharp. He didn't ask so many important points, but he asked for a jar of wine. Only one altar? Myriad Poison old ancestor asked. Yes, good arrogant boy. Myriad Poison old ancestor said solemnly. Gain Liangma somehow, Li Qingshan his more mad places, squatting on this altar, I don't know how to answer, only continue to call it. You go to Mist Capital City and return to life. In the palace of King Yi, in a quiet courtyard, under a flower tree, a young man, holding his hand on his cheek, holding a white piece of chess, thinking about the crisscrossing chessboard. The tree is an apricot tree and the flower is an apricot flower. It is white, red and fragrant. The breeze came, the flowers fell like snow, and after a while, the board was covered with a thin first level. An apricot-like woman licks her lips. There are only two of them in the courtyard, but the woman is not one of the players. Of course, it is not the man's pretending to play against himself. On the opposite side of the chessboard, there is a bonsai on the stone bench, a delicate small tree, and the tree is like a dragon. It is in the pots, and it is full of vitality between the squares. Your Highness, Liangma Prince is back. The attendant in the palace came to report. Xuan. Gain Liangma walked in slowly and saluted the young man first. The child sees the father. This young man is Mist Provincial Governor King Nanyi. He still stares at the board. Gain Liangma saluted the bonsai again. Tree King. The bonsai is one of the banyan tree, one of the countless clones of the great banyan tree king. He swayed the air roots of the black pieces and counted as a response. Gain Liangma was about to salute the woman. The woman urged, don't be too much, there is something to say. I have to watch chess. Gain Liangma is in a hurry, as in Myriad Poison Cult, describing the passing of Savage Mountain, but this time, his words have a lot of his own opinions, and various evaluations and analysis of Li Qingshan and Little An. From the various changes in southern border, the situation in Verdant Province and Mist Province has expanded more than tenfold. The woman showed an impatient look, and King Nan still stared at the board until Gain Liangma finished speaking and turned around. He sent me a jar of wine. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote. Monthly pass. Your support, my biggest motivation. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 795. The 82nd chapter is good for the bottom of the tree. Yes. Gain Liangma puts the wine on, and the heart is puzzled. How come one or two, all have to ask for a wine? Yes, this wine is precious, but it is only for his level. Whether it is Myriad Poison Old Ancestor or King Nan, it will not be rare. In fact, King Nan did not receive such an ordinary gift after he was named as the provincial governor. He played with the fun of the jar. How does fellow Taoist feel? The great banyan tree king, who lives in a flower pot, sways slightly and makes an old voice. I am familiar with this, and I am also familiar with fellow Taoist on weekdays. Gain Liangma is stunned and matched the great banyan tree king with fellow Taoist. The woman also showed amazement. The great banyan tree king is peaceful, but the identity cultivation base is here. Others don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. He is called fellow Taoist. He is certainly not angry, but can let him really recognize fellow Taoist. How many more in the world? It's no wonder that I dared to come to my Mist province. It turned out to be cool under the big tree. King Nan said that the great banyan tree king has always been neutral, never plotting ideas, only analyzing the situation, letting you make choices yourself, and it is rare to directly indicate the tendency. It's just a good thing, but you can't talk about it. If you want to understand it, just drop it. Great Banyan Tree King will not reveal the secret of Li Qingshan to King Nan. In turn, he will not tell Li Qingshan about this. This is his principle, so in some cases, it is not convenient to analyze. However, his meaning is very clear. It is not that I want to protect him. I feel that you are shooting against him. The disadvantages are greater than the benefits. As for how to move this move, you still have to decide on your own. King Nan indulged in a moment, suddenly smashed the mud and drank the wine from the altar. Hey! Bei eyes fell on the chessboard, giving up the opportunity to kill, but to reopen the situation and create a general trend. For a moment, Gain Liangma suddenly bowed to the meaning of this altar, revealing an incredible look. This altar is not a gift to please King Nan, nor does it have any intention to seek peace. It means only 8 words. Treat each other with courtesy and peers. It's not that Qian Liangmu is not smart enough, but it's too ridiculous. He sees Li Qingshan very high, but it is not high enough. The most incredible thing is that King Nanu actually accepted the altar. It's no wonder that the master will be angry. This Li Qingshan gave only one altar to deliver the wine. It is clear that he didn't put him in the eye, and he didn't even want to talk about it, let alone what the protector did. Qian Liangmu retire, thinking about how to go back to Myriad Poison Old Ancestor, but just because of the great Banyan Tree King fellow Taoist, I am afraid that the master has to slap on it. What Li Qingshan is? He isn't it Verdant Province? How can you have a relationship with Great Banyan Tree King? I really can't figure it out. King Nan made this decision, not just because of the Great Banyan Tree King's words. The Great Banyan Tree King's status is high, but he still can't control his decision, and considering various factors, the current situation is not suitable for war with Verdant Province. Li Qingshan also gave his position and will not be involved in the dispute between the 2 states for the Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple. Of course, this guarantee is not convincing to King Nan. It is really time for the 2 states to start the war. He does not believe that Li Qingshan can stay out of it. As a great cultivator of 3rd heavenly tribulation, why is he willing to get involved in the disputes? And the hatred from his ancestors can really make him feel the same, or even lose his mind. In comparison, he would rather stay in the courtyard, play chess and enjoy the focus on cultivation. But between heaven and earth, how can it really be alone? It must be dragged by various relationships, friends, lovers, children, and even enemies. And there are endless disputes. And I want to escape the dispute. Those who are not prepared for the battle will lose all their peace. He does this and the trouble is not small. There aren't many banyan tree in southern border. Myriad Poison Old Ancestor is not a magnanimous person. I will see how he will go next. King Nan thought about it and took a few more steps. However, the Great Banyan Tree King's chess was originally superior. He was also distracted by the fact that the situation of white turned sharply and he saw that a big dragon would be strangled by black. The woman clapped her hands and smiled. Banyan Tree grandfather wants to win. This is not a bad thing. I am distracted. King Nan waved his board and messed up the board. You are also ignorant of Lingzi. Really not shy. Women's Road. The land of the square. The game. Still have to compete for a victory, not to mention the land of thousands of miles. What is the survival? King Nan knocked on the chessboard, issued a dong-dong clear sound. You don't want to argue. You haven't been honest since childhood. The chess is very poor. Banyan Tree's grandfather has more hearts than you. The woman did not eat him, and unceremoniously revealed the old bottom of King Nan, who asked me to name it Ling. Naturally, I am not willing to fall in the wind. King Nan smiled. Great Banyan Tree King laughs and says nothing. As the woman said, his mind is divided into thousands, listening to countless words, watching countless prosperity and decline, life and death. There is always a repetition of joys and sorrows, love and hate, but the taste is different. But it is very different, like thousands of stars, gathered in his heart, turned into a sea of stars. He has never been burnt out because of his long life. He needs to think about things, he can't answer questions, and there are many, many. While playing chess with King Nan, he also spoke to Li Qingshan. Of course, the rules of a tree are not revealed, and everything needs Li Qingshan to discover it. Can fellow Taoist be ready? In Azure Field, Li Qingshan stood at the big branch and asked. He had decided to transplant the Great Banyan Tree King into Savage Mountain, and all the night walkers were moved outside of Azure Field. All right. That would bother you to come out yourself. I really can't move you. Li Qingshan waved his hand, and above the Great Banyan Tree King, there was a bloody vortex that expanded hundreds of times in a blink of an eye. After the earthquake, the Great Banyan Tree King slowly rose, with thousands of tons of earth and stone, flew toward a bloody vortex, and disappeared into the whirlpool little by little. In the Savage Mountain Valley, there is also a similar vortex. The huge shape of the great banyan tree king appears slowly, and the green canopy is like a cloud, covering the sky. All night walkers look up to this scene and have a heartfelt emotion. The Yun Masters, Yu Yufing and Dan Fai Lang Jun, are even more difficult to cover their faces, because the great banyan tree king lives in the middle of the Mist Province and has few branches on the southern border. They all only know their names and never see them. Over. The heart is involuntarily amazed. This is the great banyan tree king. Shadow Ghost is the most known of the great banyan tree king here. The shock is even stronger, and I watched Li Qingshan on the branch. At the beginning, Yi Lubo said that Li Qingshan and Great Banyan Tree King were commensurate with each other as fellow Taoist. He was full of suspicion. Until one day, Li Qingshan and Li Banshan chatted with Great Banyan Tree King, and they were convinced of this fact that they had no resistance in their hearts. The thought, like Yu Yufing, is simply cultivation, waiting for Li Qingshan to give up one day. Go east, lean on the main peak, you are steady. Don't fall. Well, fall. Li Qingshan directed. Great Banyan Tree King adjusted direction. Loud rumble. The Great Banyan Tree King landed slowly in the center of the valley, the old city, and then rooted into the earth. If the Great Banyan Tree King fell Taoist, let everyone be surprised. Then he wants to say the true view of Li Qingshan. I am afraid that even King Nan has no avatar letter. Although Li Qingshan deliberately avoided many things, in the repeated exchanges, Great Banyan Tree King still noticed a lot of signs, and then gathered his analysis with wisdom to get an answer that surprised him for a long time. Who is waiting for him at the distant above the 9 heavens? You are always satisfied with this place. Li Qingshan said to the Great Banyan Tree King. I also want to thank Xie for letting me return to Mist Province, and there is such a good place for cultivation. Great Banyan Tree King thanked Li Qingshan, although it is only one of the countless branches, but being able to take root in such a blessed place is also beneficial to his cultivation. You're welcome. But there is a small request. Please come to the Savage Mountains formation in the future. Li Qingshan Muai. He has the heart to build Savage Mountain into a base for easy activities on southern border. However, although there are a few powerful great formations, this level of formation is not used to the extent that it can be used. If you want to exert all the power, you still have a good understanding of the formation, but it is necessary. It takes a lot of time to delve into it. Even with the talent of Little'n, it is impossible to do it overnight. Besides, he and Little'n can't stay in Savage Mountain all the time. If no one is hosting, the power of formation will drop by 30%. Now his potential opponent is nothing more than the great cultivator of third heavenly tribulation. It is difficult to stop them for too long. I am just a tree. Shading is a duty. As for presiding over the formation, Great Banyan Tree King is a bit embarrassed. He has always been neutral and will not directly intervene in these matters. You said let me go to Mist Province to mix with you. I will turn to the old dragon in Verdant Province, and then you will be Monster Marshal. Why not take care of it? If you are caught in, my identity will be exposed. Spread out, the old dragon has to kill. You said that you still do not care. Li Qingshan snarled. You kid. That's all right. Great Banyan Tree King smiled. Under his control, the formations paused a little, and the rune disappeared in the air, and then rerun. The seats fit together, and the breath was endless. Looking out from the outside, the fog that shrouds Savage Mountain is more and more intense, but the sky outside can be seen from the mountains. What do you have to tell me after the king? Which worm has provoked you? I will cut it. Li Qingshan smiled, and the mind was so big that in this way, there would be no worries, even if King Nan came over. Don't think about breaking it. I can't afford you as a big king, afraid of losing life. Great Banyan Tree King is not angry. In any case, your old life is very long, and you are not afraid for a few years. Yu Yufing and the others, who are watching around, have been completely speechless. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for the recommended ticket, the monthly pass, Your support is my biggest motivation. Peas, there is still one more in the evening, Grace, keep it. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 796 Chapter 83, Azure Assassin. Li Qingshan sat on the branch and talked with Great Banyan Tree King. This is just like the fellow Taoist. Tan Phi Lang Jun muttered. This is a son. The Great Banyan Tree King is best known for its peaceful and neutral attitude. Extremely, the locusts in the trees are not willing to take their own shots. Now I promised to help Li Qingshan maintain the form. Although it is very helpless, it definitely deviates from his usual rules of conduct. No wonder he is not afraid of King Nan. With the blessing of the Great Banyan Tree King, this mist province is free to travel, like a flat. Yu Fing felt in his heart. In Mist Province, there are also two major forces, each occupying half of the country, and the other is the human race cultivation road headed by King Nan. On the other hand, it is naturally monster race, but not only monster, but also a large number of eccentrics races, led by Great Banyan Tree King. In fact, the latter's power is even better. Although he has never directly used this power to compete for power, the so-called Tao Li does not speak out, unlike other Ten Sides Monster King. He practices nature Tao, and Hue and millions of creatures, set up order in Mist Province without power. However, he did not know that the Great Banyan Tree King would agree to this excessive request, in addition to the appreciation of Li Qingshan, but also because Li Qingshan knows how to advance and retreat. Even after being hunted by Inxi's Dragon King, Li Qingshan did not ask for help from Great Banyan Tree King or fled to his territory. If you are afraid of being too far away to be caught up by Dragon King, then the Golden Cicada Spirit King is in the subterranean world Magma under Clear River Prefecture, and it is clearly close to the reinforcements. He did not think about asking for personal feelings and seeking for blessing. It is this kind of person who is a person to do things, so that Great Banyan Tree King is willing to break the principle for him. This kind of respect can be said to be the result of Li Qingshan's fight. If one day, King Nan is really going to attack, and it is impossible to change, Li Qingshan will definitely not rely on the Great Banyan Tree King. Under the command of Yi Liusu, the Night Walkers lived in their homes and settled down, men, women and children, and they were delighted by this new environment. Go to your reaching Heaven City in the future. Li Qingshan on the Great Banyan Tree King Road. Reaching Heaven City is located in Duma County, the largest city in Mist Province and the Great Banyan Tree King. Okay. I am always welcome. I will introduce a few friends to you. Your temperament is actually more suitable for a monster. Great Banyan Tree King. I have to go through third heavenly tribulation and make a break with Inxi's Dragon King before I can meet them, lest you let your little friends squat and think that I am causing trouble for you. Li Qingshan Road, Great Banyan Tree King. The few friends, all of whom are the monster kings of third heavenly tribulation, are the core strength of the Mist Province monster race. With the 72 Road Monster King's era goes away. Over the past few millennia, many monster races in 9 provinces have crossed the third heavenly tribulation to achieve the Monster King position, maintaining a balance with the human race. However, Wang Ting of Ten Sides Monster King can have such cohesiveness. Probably only Great Banyan Tree King. Li Qingshan is also talking to Great Banyan Tree King Genius, the king of Verdant Province Inxi's Dragon King. There is also a group of monster kings, but they are all listening to the announcement, and they are nominally obeying the command of Dragon King. They are fascinating, unless they restart the battle between human race and monster race. Relative to human race, the temperament of monster race is originally secluded and will not open a sect and establish a clan. In this era of human Tao rise greatly, the oath of all kings is still playing a role, and the monster kings will not even go out. Because monster race has a long lifespan, the concept of time is different from human race. After reaching this realm, it is also common to have a retreat for 100 years. From the out of Crouching Bull village to the present, Li Qingshan is only 20 years old. Most of the time he is at human race world. It is much harder to see a monster king than to see a human race great cultivator. Li Qingshan also feels fortunate that the loss of Dragon King is so high that the difficulty of revenge has increased tenfold. At this point, Azure field is flashing and running automatically. Li Qingshan quickly dig into Divine Sense and found that after the great Banyan Tree King left, the blank left in Azure field was already covered by a faint bloody fog. The bloody vortex in the air suddenly began to rotate. In the depths of the whirlpool, it seemed like a huge funnel, and the atmosphere of Azure Path rushed into it. Li Qingshan handed Azure Field to Little An and took it to Azure Field. The wind is flying, the murderous sorrow is stirring. Li Qingshan stood directly below the center of the whirlpool, and came to the ear to see the roar of heaven and earth. He found that it was his own voice, the long-lost tiger demon, and the wild howl. After the battle with Ink Feather, from Phoenix Nirvana to the present, although many opponents have been encountered, many enemies have been killed, but none of them can make Tiger Demon shake their spirits. Li Qingshan has always focused on Phoenix Nirvana scripture. Although she wants Tiger Demon to break through the fifth layer, it has actually not improved. Until this moment, the fierce tiger in her heart wakes up from sleep and feels from another world. Summon, there is a land of endless killing, and fighting is its only theme. Li Qingshan's spirit is a vibration, as if a sleepy person, breathing the cold air of winter. The heart said, sure enough, Azure Field is very helpful for Tiger Demon transformation. At this moment, there seems to be something flashing through the depths of the whirlpool, such as white sorrow. When Li Qingshan stared at it, but could not see anything, and suddenly a crisis rose in his heart and suddenly turned around. It's not so much the spirit turtle's hunch, but rather the tiger demon's fighting instinct. The darkness of the reflection in the dark eyes is bright, in front of the void, flying out of a round of ring edge, spinning rapidly, but silent. Interest, cut his neck, choose the angle of ingenuity. Even Shadow Ghost is far behind, but also implies a myriad of changes. Li Qingshan, who has experienced countless battles, has a feeling that he cannot be evaded. This blow has already brought the assassination technique to an amazing level. It is good. Li Qingshan sighed and spit out a blow, whistling off the edge and punching the back of the ring edge. Shock. At this time his strength has fully recovered, and after the reconciliation of Phoenix Nirvana, the strength of Bull Demon vibration is completely released. No matter how fast the other party is, it will be affected and manifested. Loud rumble, loud noise, a radius of 10 miles, the ground cracked, the air shattered. However, Li Qingshan unexpectedly, the punch still vacated, did not hit the invisible assassin, but the round of ring edge flew back again. Li Qingshan smiled and said, Azure Assassin? Interesting. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for the recommended ticket, the monthly pass. Your support is my biggest motivation. Peas. The next day, continue to insist. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 797 Chapter 84, Female Shura, God Demon Body. The ring edge flew to Li Qingshan, suddenly bloody, and a wave of blood like blades condensed on the edge of the ring edge, turning into a round table size. In the rapid rotation, screaming and screaming, it seems to cut everything. Li Qingshan's steady hands stand and look condensed. Spirit Turtle Dark Armor. The first level is a combination of countless regular hexagons with a thin, light blue light curtain that stops ring edge. However, the imaginary collision did not happen, and the ring edge flashed through the Spirit Turtle Dark Armor. Li Qingshan eyes. The Spirit Turtle Dark Armor is intact. Ring edge is directly through the void, not only makes his most powerful defense lose its effectiveness, but also the sudden change is unpredictable. This positive blow, for example, the quiet sneak attack is more vicious. Seeing a move, ring edge suddenly fell down and slowed down. Earth Gravity. Expert fights, only in the first line. Fast is also the first line, slow is also the first line, that is, the place where life and death survives. Li Qingshan reached out and grabbed it. Wherever the black shockwave went, the blood smashed and grabbed the high-speed rotating ring edge and immediately stopped. Li Qingshan's palm was also cut out of a deep blood mark, but it returned to its original state. Guests come from afar and don't come out to meet the Lord. You are the owner of this azure field? A figure suddenly appeared in 10 steps, and before that, even Li Qingshan did not notice any breath. She had a mask on her face, a pair of blood-red eyes, and stared deeply at Li Qingshan. Female Azura. Li Qingshan suddenly came to the interest. But it was not that he was excited when he saw the woman. But all the Azura from Azura Path to Azura Field is all male. It seems that because of the imbalance of males and females in Azura Path, it is also a matter of bloodthirsty, more male instinct. Legend has clouds. Azura men are extremely ugly, and women are extremely beautiful. I don't know what the face of the mask looks like, so I smiled and said, yes. Look at you is also a bit of strength. It is better to talk about it. Obey me. It's better to talk about it. You hand me this Azura field, I will spare you. The female Churus sneered. Oh, raise my life. Even the weapons are lost. What else can you do? Li Qingshan waved the ring edge in his hand, which ring edge did not know what material was used to make it, and he pinched it. There is no distortion. What can you do with me? When the nurse waved, ring edge returned to her hands, and then disappeared into the void with her. Her body flashed from time to time, looking for fighters. The party only played twice, and the opponent was strong. She is above her expectations, but she is not afraid. She is good at the technique of emptiness and hiding, and can hide and hang in the void. This approach is far better than Nightwalker's Nightwalker. If you compare space to a piece of paper, this is all about world. They are all paintings on paper, and she is able to sneak into the deep layers of paper. No matter how sharp the opponent's spiritual awareness is, it is hard to find out. Even if it can't win, it is also invincible. This skill requires the most subtle control of the space principle. According to her judgment, this world is not small world. But it's not a great world, but a medium world. Third or fourth heavenly tribulation is the limit, and then you have to break the ascending. Looking at the whole world, I am afraid that not many people can restrain her emptiness, and the man opposite is just the cultivation base of second heavenly tribulation. There is no such possibility. However, her heart was slightly uneasy. He only had the first punch. He seemed to have a feeling of inciting the void, but I believe this is just an illusion. Sure enough, women are men who like to overbearing a little. Li Qingshan touched his chin, chuckled, and Monster Chi skyrocketed. His body suddenly became bigger. 1 foot, 5 feet, 10 feet, 30 feet, 50 feet. Bullhorn, bullhoof, tiger claw, tiger tail. The back is as wide as the spirit turtle, and the wings are stretched like phoenix. Demon. The woman Shura's heart glimpsed. She didn't expect the other person to look like human race. In fact, it was a demon, but it had some unusual feelings, which made her inexplicably think of those heavenly Tao people. This is the first time that Li Qingshan changed the demon body after Phoenix Nirvana. He was not in a hurry to deal with the female Nightwalker. Instead, he called the spirit turtle dark armor and formed a huge mirror to examine himself. He also felt his own changes. In the past, he repaired bull demon transformation and tiger demon transformation. It was completely demon, and he was full of temperament. At this moment, the serenity of the eyes and the wide back, revealing a calm atmosphere, a pair of huge phoenix wings, like a cloud of the sky, falling down on its own, pieces of feathers, like a flame condensation to make. It is reasonable to say that such a gorgeous wing appears on his dark demon body, which makes people feel very uncoordinated, but the reality is exactly the opposite. Not only does it have no awkward feeling, but it is born like this. It should grow into this look like. Although this looks a lot different from a human race, it adds a touch of divine essence to the demonic nature. Even a mortal here may still be scared, but it is difficult to relate him to the word monster, which is the god-demon body that transcends the aesthetic beauty of human race. If you don't surrender, I have to shoot. I am afraid that I will kill you accidentally. Li Qingshan, the metal-like voice, like the thunder of rolling in the clouds, reverberates throughout the Azura field. The female Shura concealed in the void. This is an absolutely silent world. The white endless spread, giving people a sense of infinite emptiness, and will be lost forever if they are not careful. And this world seems to be empty, and every step forward requires a lot of effort. She casts divine sense to Azura field, not only for the search for fighters, but also for fear of losing direction. Unlike the scenes seen in the real world, she can't use the colorful colors described by words to move in front of her eyes. In the end of the world, it seems that the paint of the painting penetrates into the paper, and it looks normal from the outside. From the inside, it is a blend of fuzzy color blocks. What is needed is not a rational resolution, but a keen intuition, and then immediately makes a judgment. However, even so, I can still feel a huge pressure that cannot be said. It belongs to his color. It can't be ignored by her, but the threat to him is still scornful. I just can't hide it here. See what you can do with me? As if to respond to her thoughts, Li Qingshan smiled a little and punched it out. It was the direction of her void. Boom! The roar suddenly broke the silence of the void. This white world is shaking. She has not recovered, has been swallowed by the power of vibration. Li Qingshan, this punch is like a heavy ink, and it is through the back of the paper. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for the recommended ticket, the monthly pass. Your support is my biggest motivation. Please, it's really hard to keep the two, but I have to continue to cheer, and there is one more in the evening. Legend of the Great Saint, Chapter 798. 85th Chapter 3 Defeats. How does he know that I am in this void? How can he attack me? The female Shura's heart was awkward, and she felt that every bone was trembled and then shattered, not to mention flesh and blood, as if it were a rag and was smashed. With a slamming sound, falling out of the void, it is already flesh and blood, not adult. Li Qingshan leaned down, as if pinching a small bug, and slipped her up, put it on the palm, and touched her fingertips. Don't play dead. Although in terms of combat skills, this female Shura is no longer under Li Qingshan, looking at the entire 9 provinces, in the second heavenly tribulation realm is top. However, the strength of Li Qingshan has long surpassed the realm of second heavenly tribulation. No matter what the parties have, just rely on Spirit Turtle's hunch to lock the position of the female Shura concealing the void, and then Bull Demon punches it. It's simple, but the power of divination and the power to insult the void, even the Monster King and cultivator of third heavenly tribulation, may not be able to do both. So, just 3 moves. The first move knows the existence of the enemy, the second move clarifies the means of the enemy, and the third move defeats it. Fortunately, Azura's vitality is truly extraordinary. The flesh and blood are creeping and creeping. Before they have fully recovered, they suddenly flash and once again display the technique of hiding the void. Li Qingshan chuckled. The palm released a disordered vibration wave. She spurted a blood, lying in his palm. Although he didn't know the space principle, when she recalled the ring edge, she already had the induction. How could she escape her again? He can't do it. But if you don't let her do it, it's simple. This female Shura was not reconciled and tried it twice. Instead, she made the injury more serious and finally gave up. The legend is true. Azura's women are beautiful. Li Qingshan said that there is no difference attack on the vibration wave. This female Shura not only has no face, but also reveals a delicate face. Even the clothes on her body are shattered, and the body is exquisite and exquisite. However, even Li Qingshan was surprised. He didn't have much color, not only because the gap between them was too big. Under the state of demonic incarnation, he felt that Zhao Xin's chest has become vast. The of the district is simply not enough. Looking at the wilderness of the world, it is burning. I only want to pick up the stars and take the moon and move the mountains to fill the sea. The husband's ambition is between the bed. Even the Azura field, which is hundreds of miles away, is too narrow and restrained to let you go. The culture technique is called Gods and Demons 9 Transformations, and with the increase of the cultivation base, realm is different. His thinking and vision have also changed without knowing it. Li Qingshan searched the spatial ring and took out a dress and threw it to the female Shura. She also became a bachelor, and she accepted the dress unceremoniously, gazing at it and watching it, and then wearing it on the body. This is a set of trophies from Kenyang 100 treasure pouch. She wore it on her body, and it was a bit more charming, but the cold and bloody temperament did not change. Loud rumble. Li Qingshan sat down and looked at the female azure path of the palm. What is your name? Yin King. You are not afraid that I will kill you? Li Qingshan saw her trapped in the enemy. Still calm and fearless, I can't help but feel a bit strange. I have not been killed for the first time anyway. I will be resurrected in Azure Path. Yin King said faintly. In fact, she has been dead more than a dozen times. As long as she is included in Azure Path, become an Azura. Death is a common occurrence. As long as the will of the battle does not disappear, even if it is killed, it will be born again, called Azura Undying Body. Dead in my hands, may not be able to resurrect. Li Qingshan bared teeth laughed. The teeth are like huge stalactites that just happened to be broken. Yin King said. Li Qingshan's heart moved and examined her face. This is not a deadly look, but an numbness indifference. I am afraid it is really difficult to force her to return. The test asked, be my men. Good. Yin King said. Li Qingshan snorted. Are you so promised? What do you want? Your fellows, I want you to release the Overlord, and then I will pay attention. Then let's release it. Yin King's indifferent way, but some strange feelings. It is not Azure Path. It is good. Li Qingshan's expression suddenly changed. Her eyes were rounded, her nose wrinkled, like a fierce tiger, her anger, a hostility, and scarlet hair. Yin King was stunned and looked up at him. Azure King? It's not surprising that she met other worlds' strong players, but this hostility made her seem to return to Azure Path's battlefield. After Yin King entered Azure Field, the bloody vortex had slowly stopped rotating, but Li Qingshan's breath spurred and turned again. Li Qingshan hostility received a smile, said, how? Unfortunately, you are too weak, cannot stand my fighting spirit, or you can be more prestige. This is not the place you should stay. Yin King said. Oh, where should I stay? There. Yin King pointed up and pointed to the depths of the bloody vortex. One day, I will go. Li Qingshan glanced at him and bowed his head, but before that, always have to know, what kind of place is that, you know. He has been trying to understand the appearance of other worlds. Even if you can't see the above the 9 heavens, you can at least get closer. The visitors from Azure Path are of course a good choice, but some regrets are those ordinary Azura and Azura General. Because of his low strength and immersed in the endless campaign, he could not give Li Qingshan a satisfactory answer. I know a little bit, but before that, I have a request. Yin King's attitude has softened because Li Qingshan shows the smell of Azure King. To some extent, this is almost instinct. She has followed several Azure King campaigns. When the Azure field was introduced, a battlefield was just over. She lived to the end with the ability to hide the void. On the battlefield where the blood was shining, the bloody whirlpool suddenly appeared. She could have escaped, but hesitated, and finally let her inhale. Say. Li Qingshan said. I want to see the world outside. Unexpectedly simple request. Li Qingshan said. You don't want to run away. You don't know. One day is Shura, and for the rest of his life, Shura, unless you can jump out of 6 paths, you can never get out of it. You can only leave temporarily. Yin King said. In other words, she must rely on Azure Field to maintain the existence of this world. Of course, there is no other way, that is, continuous killing, but not the weak ones who are too different in strength. Squatting in ants. Milling ants on the edge of the nest is not called killing, but for her, mortals are similar to ants. However, if the target of killing is aimed at the cultivator, it is undoubtedly a challenge to the order of the cultivation. And finally it is impossible to escape the end of the world's strong. So there have been many instances in the history of Azura's intrusion into 9 provinces, but it is not as terrible as the hungry ghost path invasion. Li Qingshan saw what she seemed to think of, her face stained with a shadow, and thought, the endless campaign is probably not a happy life, especially for a woman. Okay, then come out with me. The moment Yin King stepped out of Azura Field, the heart almost stopped beating. The misty rain drifted in the valley, and several birds chased each other and flew to the cloudy sky. Everything seemed so peaceful. She took a deep breath and smiled on her face. Then she saw little Anne on the side, and her heart sighed, a beautiful person. Although Azura women are known for their beauty, she is one of the best. But in Azura Path, the only beauty is the beauty of killing. The battle killing overwhelmed everything. When a male Azura saw her, the first thought was definitely to kill her. And because every woman Azura is beautiful, the concept of beauty is more and more ambiguous. However, when I saw little Anne, the concept suddenly changed from vague to clear, and the instinctive made a comparison. I felt that although I was slightly inferior, it was not bad, and I was relieved. This long-lost thought made her mood stirred up. Li Qingshan didn't know until a long time ago why the male Azura was ugly, and the female Azura was all beautiful. In every rebirth, the old body returned to Azura Path, and the new body walked out of the Blood Sea, and its shape changed greatly. The extent comes from the mind. Men want to become more ferocious to deter opponents. And even if women are reborn in countless times, there is no way to leave a heart of beauty. Li Qingshan said, this is Yin King just coming from Azura Path. It is able to hide in the void. It is very good. It is a powerful assassin. I am going to tell her about Azura Path. This is little Anne beyond me. You only need to listen to her orders. Rest assured, her strength is absolutely above you. There is a chance to know more than one. Yin King made a sound and jumped down from the tree. Where is the heart to listen to Li Qingshan? Enjoy swimming in the mountains, breathing in the air without blood and smell, and the face is filled with a smile. Every leaf, every insect is so novel, and so familiar, reminds her of the memories that have long been blurred for a long time. Li Qingshan and little Anne looked at each other and said, country children, have never seen the world. Little Anne stares at Li Qingshan, a lot of women, a lot. It doesn't blame me, she ran from Azura Path. And I have no interest in this kind of bloody smell, even women who don't understand shy. Little Anne snorted. Don't look over, don't believe it. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for the recommended ticket, the monthly pass. Your support is my biggest motivation. Peas. The exercise is once again guaranteed. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 799 Chapter 86 The Stone of Other Mountains. Li Qingshan smiled helplessly, hugged her, then flew to the side of the mountain, Yin King, and saw her looking up at Yunshan. The lead gray is thick and heavy, and it is covered with rain and fog. She opened her arms and let the rain fall on her face, as happy as a child. It is a pity that it is cloudy, I can't see the sun. If it is sunny, the scenery will be better. Sun. Yin King's eyes lit up, as if he had been prompted, leaping and leaping, breaking through the clouds. The glare of the sun shines. The sea of clouds rises, and her heart is suddenly brightened, sweeping away the gloom of this 100 years. After a long trip, I went back to Li Qingshan and said, I will work for you in the future, but I don't know your name. Li Qingshan, because the mountain below is called Savage Mountain, it is called Savage King. Well, Savage King, what do you want me to do for you? Yin King bowed his hand and naturally took a military temperament and looked heroic. I want you to cook for me. Li Qingshan raised her eyebrows. What? Yin King is amazed. This work is not said in Azura Path these years. It is even earlier, when she was not Azura, and never done. And Azura Path's food is notoriously even legend has it that Azura Path Conquest Heavenly Dao is a delicious food that can be eaten by Heavenly Dao. She has some embarrassing words. This. I can give it a try. What else would you do besides the assassination? Li Qingshan shook his head helplessly, but he had no sense of humor, but he was very satisfied with her respectful attitude. Oh, that's what it is. Yin King realized that he was joking. After a while, there will probably be a task for you, but this is not Azure Path. The battle is not so frequent, most of the battles, I will solve it myself. You can take this as a vacation. Take a break for another environment. Li Qingshan Wen Yan Dao, among his many current men, Yin King's strength is the strongest, and the technique of emptiness and hiding is almost difficult for opponents. Even Yu Yufeng, who is close to third heavenly tribulation, will be assassinated by her. And she is a warrior of life and death, although he lost to himself. He was not succumbed to death threats. For Li Qingshan, it is also more respectable than the 10 guys on the Blood Oath book. Listening to the adults saying that it seems to be a good thing to lose to you, Yin King smiled. It's good or bad, you can realize it yourself. In short, let me talk about Azure Path first. The two sat on the sea of clouds and spoke up. The sun bit was shifted by bit until the stars were in the sky and the moon rose. I know that there is only so much. I have limited cultivation base. Many things are heard by others. As for that, I can't guarantee it. Yin King looked back at heavens. I have to go back to Azure Field. Li Qingshan, slightly decapitated, opened Azure Field, let Yin King enter it. Still sitting alone on the sea of clouds, frowning and muttering, 3,000 world, 6 paths of samsara, 4 dhyanas, 9 heavens, the stone of his mountain. You can attack Jade, this is true. Yin King had a language that could not be verified by herself. The touch to Li Qingshan was enormous. Some questions were answered, but there were 10 times more problems. This is what she sees and hears from Azure Path. That feeling. It is as if human race first discovered that he was wandering in the boundless universe, and could not help but sigh his own smallness. Too narrow a space, although it will make people feel restrained, but the vast space, but it will also disturb the mind. It turned out to be. So it was. Li Qingshan sighed, his mouth gradually raised his smile. Simply lying on his arms and lying on the sea of clouds, laughing loudly. Little An, world is so big, 9 heavens is far away. No, not so far, are you right? I don't know when. Little An is kneeling beside him, holding his face and looking at him, laughing nodded. Li Qingshan stares at the silver moon-like moon. Now that the foundation has been set, King Nan has also responded. And it is almost time to carry out the next activity. But before that, it's time to go to Cloud Dream Great Marsh to see how Ruxin is going. On the vast Cloud Dream Great Marsh, the clouds are always transpiration, and the white waterfowl flies in groups, flying from a thick green island to another verdant island. In the depths of the Great Lake, molten jade furnace was covered with mud, and from time to time trembled, revealing a red and blue flash. Ruxin sat quietly, the beautiful bluefish tail squatting. Cultivation Cloud Furnace Heavenly Book, spent the most peaceful 3 years of life. Li Qingshan has killed some of the monster marshal in order to refining Cloud Dream Great Marsh. But in the end it did not become a real qualitative threat. Naturally it was the credit of the great Banyan Tree King. Otherwise, an unknown source, refining such a great lake, is undoubtedly breaking the original order of the Mist Province monster race. And the temptation of such a water god seal, even Monster King, will be heartwarming. Of course, while Great Banyan Tree King is helping Li Qingshan, it is not protecting Mist Province monster race. Otherwise, if he does not know how to sneak into it, even if he is a few little friends, he may not be able to please. Now I can get the upper hand and take the water god seal. I don't know how to die in the future. Li Qingshan here. The Ink Sea's Dragon King is the target and is going to Ink Sea dragon slaying. Ever since, the 2 phases are peaceful. King Nan doesn't care too much. Refining the water mountain is also common in Mist Province, not as important as Verdant Province. Besides, this is originally the dominant area of monster race. Since the Great Banyan Tree King did not respond, it only thought it was the infighting of the Mist Province monster race. Then there was some great monster race, and I collected enough water god seal to build water mansion. This is also very common. Mist Province has never been peaceful. The same is the battle between human race's cultivators, not to mention the completely different species, and the purely monster race. There will be no verdant at all. The law of the monster race in the province is not allowed to kill each other. Sometimes it will rise to the level of third heavenly tribulation. In many cases, the two kings need to mediate. In the midst of chaos, there is its own order. This is Li Qingshan's deepest experience after coming to Mist Province. It seems to be a land of chaos. It ignores Diaxia's law and does not care about human morality, but also has an invisible principle running. Dong dong dong. Ruxin suddenly opened his eyes. Someone was knocking on the pill furnace, and a familiar voice sounded in his ear. "Are someone at home? If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for it. The monthly pass. Your support is my biggest motivation." Legend of the Great Saint, Chapter 800. Chapter 87, Secrets That Cannot Be Said. Ruxin smiled a little. "No, little lady, no longer open the door. I will break into the door." With a soft bang, a series of white blisters rolled up and the mud slipped off the pill furnace. Pill furnace opens. Ruxin walks out. Four eyes met, all smiles. "I haven't seen it for nearly 3 years, but between this laugh, it is just like yesterday. The speed of your cultivation is too slow. I have given you Water God seal. I haven't even crossed second heavenly tribulation." Li Qingshan looked at her, and she had already closed the fishtail and turned into a human figure. The skin became more and more radiant, like the most superior white jade. Even the lips were like natural red jade, and the flowing eyelids were rare. Moyu. The whole person seems to be the beauty of the jade carving. It was spotted by Immortal, and he lived for a while. Crossing second heavenly tribulation, how easy it is. Can't compare with some animals. "Oh, I don't mean you." Ruxin smiled. "You don't need to emphasize anything. I also know that you are talking about me. Envy and hate is useless. This is the gap between genius and mortals, right? Don't forget, you are not a person." "Eccentrics," Ruxin said, throwing a jade bottle to Li Qingshan. "Get it, drink genius." "Is this?" Li Qingshan opened the jade bottle, which was filled with light red liquid. Ruxin once gave him such a potion, and the power of harmony of water and fire was taken when he was promoted to Monster Marshal. And this bottle of syrup seems to be more pure and rich than the previous one. Blind pain medicine. A stomachache. Which kind of medicine is there? How is this stuff made? "You are not saying that there is no water fire flower?" Li Qingshan asked. This little bottle of potion is more precious to him than any spiritual pill medicine, but the more he does, the more he wants to understand his origins. "You big man? Oh no. Big beast, how mother-in-law." "No more nonsense. How about mixing in southern border?" Ruxin shifted the topic. "By my means, the southern border is not an unrestrained. I am now called Savage King. Immortal Cave is built in Savage Mountain, and there are countless experts. I want you to enjoy the past." Li Qingshan plays with the jade bottle in his hand. Savage King. Ruxin stunned and apparently knew where Savage Mountain was. What Savage King means, but smiled. "Do you think this nickname is stupid?" "It is a feeling of being full of numbers and not being graded." "Don't worry about what it is called. There is always a king character, but before the southern border, you should always tell me why you are going to the Southern Sea." Although she was interested in opening the topic, Li Qingshan was so easy to let her go. "I am Southern Sea Mermaid, because I miss my hometown and return to my hometown." Isn't this reason reasonable? Ruxin is a handkerchief. "You also said that it is a reason, or tell the truth." "Do not force me to use the sentence. You are not my man. Take care of me so much. If you want, I can do it too." "Sure enough, I don't want to." Ruxin thought very seriously. "Hey, what can't you say? What to listen to?" Li Qingshan really hates the teeth, hates not to knock her mouth open. Holding her hands on her shoulders, she has to swear a few words. Force her to open. However, looking at her eyes, she turned into a long sigh, let go of her, and shook her head and smiled. "I counted you, aunt." "Hey, Ruxin smiled and promised. Let's go. Let's go to southern border. Wait for what you want to say. Let me know. I have to say, you reminded me. There are still things that can't be hard. Li Qingshan's face is nothing. Not no. Ruxin smiled at the corner of his mouth. I don't want it. Hey, you understand. Li Qingshan left Mirror Image Clone to take charge of Water God Seal in Cloud Dream Great Marsh. Go to southern border with Ruxin. Sitting in the cloud head, Li Qingshan will tell Ruxin about the experience of southern border. Ruxin should not sneak a few words, but it is difficult to conceal his concern. The situation in which Li Qingshan is in her position is really not very optimistic. King Nan will certainly not be kind to him. Once Mist Province and Verdant Province fight, it is sure to be the first to take him to the flag. Although King Nan's strength is inferior to Inxi's Dragon King, but Li Qingshan wants to compete, he has to come up with the power of North Moon. Once the identity is exposed, Inxi's Dragon King will immediately kill, and Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Temple is afraid. Can't let him, then talk about unrestrained. Why, are you worried about me? Li Qingshan looked at her eyebrows and couldn't help but laugh. Ruxin is surprisingly not swearing, but earnestly said, let's get less trouble, retreat cultivation in Savage Mountain for a few years, find a chance to go back to Verdant Province. How about you? We are cultivators. Shouldn't we have to go their own way? Ruxin said that the roads of each cultivator are different, and sometimes there will be coincidences, but in the end, they will go in different directions. If they interfere with each other because of feelings, it is better to forget Jiang Hu. Without you, who gave me medicine. You and I have known for so long, when am I afraid of trouble? Wait until the southern border, accompany me to Melting Fire Mountain. Oh. That is your old enemy of Southern Sea Mermaid, but I don't think you have any ethnic ideas. Li Qingshan said that the bottle of Harmony of Water and Fire's spirit medicine, he was not in a hurry to take it, just after a long retreat. Now it is quiet, or according to the plan, first to the Melting Fire Mountain to get Divine Parasol Tree after that, and then take it. The effect should be better. What are you going to at Melting Fire Mountain? Ruxin looks a little weird. Go and talk to the Fire Eater King to see if I can borrow Divine Parasol Tree for a few days. Divine Parasol Tree. Ruxin's face changed slightly. That's the sacred tree of Fire Eater race, and it's where Wang Ting is. Even the Fire Eater race can't just come close. How can I lend you? You know it very well. Help me out. How can I make Fire Eater King change my mind? Li Qingshan said. Fire Eater race, temper, fierce and aggressive, and revenge is very strong. It is never good. I advise you to give up. You provoked myriad poison old ancestor. I am not worried. At his age, no matter what you do, it must be a matter of concern, but the Fire Eater King will really make you unable to stand on the southern border. Ruxin said. You are not motivating me to compete with this Fire Eater King. Li Qingshan laughed and said that since the exchange with Golden Cicada Spirit King and Great Banyan Tree King, he has been determined to do this Divine Parasol Tree, but look at how hard it is to deal with the Fire Eater race. I have no such intention. Ruxin suddenly raised the tone and looked at Li Qingshan, and said with a serious face. Li Qingshan never saw her so excited and stunned. I said casually, what are you doing so seriously? If you like this work, you are welcome to vote. Monthly pass, your support, it is my greatest motivation.